Obono gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obun kife la chasha so, obun kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love, I don't go run away. Show me your love, I don't go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi, me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuni kife la chasha me oh. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Music.
You can only see, but you can never be there. Listen, you can only see, Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Karatuba dodiri tukuma tukutuba dodiri ndimmawo. Egummawo. Karatuba dodiri tukuma tukutuba dodiri ndimmawo. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona. Oyibo.
It is everyone.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basanye ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby, subramia.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
Trains to Lagos to here in Canada that are working for you. You don't need to know us. It is being funded by us. We don't need anything. We just need you to tell us if it's tomorrow when you get to California or when you're talking to the cops in Colombia, you see one or two things, send us and say, can your app do this? Do we have this? So that, because you see, we have to start thinking of things that it is not just money. Tinubu can go and do anything. Like I'm not saying this to disparage these men. In their own capacity, they've done well, but this is not their. They say this is his turn. This is our time.
Yeah.
His turn.
Absolutely.
Our time.
Yeah.
Right? So all I'm asking, my question to you is just this: as you go on your journey, think of technology. Because these young people, this is the language they understand.
Yeah.
It's not just about Twitter and the rest. If you can think of those things, then let us know and we will imbibe it and we will win this election for
By the grace of
Hello,
ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi nìyẹn kí n gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni bọ́bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jó ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ bá Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgbọ́n ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ.
And there it is right there. Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. So it's always a curious thing that your super chat is always on the screen whenever that song is playing. The NEPA would have long removed the poll from this platform but for your super chats. So he's the one carrying the weight of everything. So well done, Ayo. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Another day, another session. Of course, as regular as clockwork now. We're not as expansive as we'd like to be because ideally we should have 10,000 people watching us every day because I did a video once about a while ago now when I did a research on the Nigerian telecommunication space. Do you know that there are close to 150 million Nigerians? Listen to that. 100 was it 115? 115 million Nigerians buying internet data. Would you believe that? Not buying recharge for phone use, buying internet data. That is in Nigeria alone. And then if you think of the tens of millions of Nigerians scattered all over the world, what are we saying about what? 20, 30, maybe 40, even 50 million Nigeria, United States, all over Europe, Canada, everywhere in the Middle East, everywhere in Asia. So there's no reason why we shouldn't be getting 10,000 people watching us every single day. And it befuddles me somewhat, but you go to some pastor that is, anyway, you know how that goes anyway. So good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? Another day, another session. Of course, another day, another session. It will never stop. Whether it grows rapidly or it grows at its own pace, it will grow. It will never stop. But the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you come in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come and be an active combatant in the one man went to more experience, the thrust and parry, I think I've already explained that. It's a fencing metaphor. So if you want to buy, you know that sport, that fencing sport where they wear a white guard and they go ole. So that's a fence. That's fencing right there. So it used to be an Olympic sport. I'm not sure if it still is. So this is a thrust. So when you throw your sword, that's a thrust, and then when the other guy flicks it, it's a parry. So it's a metaphor for ebb and flow. So if you want to be part of the thrust and parry, that is the one man went to more experience, then the hyperlink that says StreamYard is your ticket to ride. So the hyperlink that says StreamYard, your ticket to ride. What was the last? I think it was Isaac Ojo was the last new voice we birthed. No. Gas Them Up is actually the last new voice we birthed on the, but we're ravenous for new voices. It's only because it expands the conversation. So predictable, everyone else. You know, you almost know what they're going to say as soon as the name appears on the screen. So we want that expansiveness of new, fresh blood. You know, I was going to use another metaphor there, but let me not overlabor it. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard to become to come in and be an active combatant, and the $sign at the back of at the bottom of the screen. So the $sign at the bottom of the YouTube screen, the star sign in the Facebook space, all of that invites you to donate towards the platform. So we have the anticipation of a minimum of 5 super chats or whatever it is in the course of every session. Often instances are your kicks it off. In this instance, are your kicks it off as well, but it needs the company of other people. So we can mention names outside of Ayo as the platform continues to expand. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says, you know, sometimes I'm watching the comment section, I'm doing my rat-a-tat start or whatever it is that I'm doing, and then something catches my eye and I react to it. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, click on the $sign to super chat towards the platform, and you will be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. You'll be subsumed, you'll be enraptured by a glowing feeling of warmth. So do all those nice and funky things. Do all those nice and funky things. Play that funky music for me, white boy. So let's just launch into it then. So let's launch into it. Right, let's launch into it. And actually, let me play you this clip again. And then I want to, it's only a 1 minute clip, but I want you to listen closely and form your own conclusions what's being plotted here. I already played it, but let me thrill it with that invitation. Listen very closely and form your own conclusion as to what is being discussed here.
Train to Lagos, to here in Canada, that are working for you. You don't need to know us. It is being funded by us. We don't need anything. We just need you to tell us, if it's tomorrow when you get to California, when you're talking to the cops in Colombia, you see one or two things, send us and say, can your app do this? Do we have this? So that, because you see, we have to start thinking of things that it is not just money. Tinubu can go and do anything. Like I think, I'm not saying this to disparage these men. In their own capacity, they've done well, but this is not their. They say this is. He says this is his turn. It is our time.
Yeah.
His turn.
Absolutely.
Our time.
Yeah.
Right. So all I'm asking, my question to you is just this: as you go on your journey, think of technology. Because these young people, this is the language they understand.
Yeah,
it's not just about
absolutely.
Twitter and the rest. If you can think of those things, then let us know, and we will imbibe it and we will win this election for
By the grace of God.
I'm saying nothing other than this. You recall that in that brouhaha during the election, or in the aftermath of the election, INEC was telling us that one of the reasons why they could not do the transmission was because their servers was being attacked severally and aggressively. So I'm not saying anything more than that, but that clip, I've been looking for that clip for a good while now, but somebody sent it in. But Tinubu rigged the election. So there it is. Tinubu rigged the election. But let's leave that and go to this. Let's leave that and go to this. Still staying within the Obi space somewhat. Release Nnamdi Kanu now. Peter Obi tells Tinubu. So releasing Nnamdi Kanu that Peter Obi tells Tinubu. Now, before we get into the details of what was said or what wasn't, the headline itself is a seismic shift in position. The headline itself is a seismic shift in position because previously, previously, Peter Obi had been avoiding that Nnamdi Kanu space like a plague. You know, it makes non-committal commentaries anytime he's forced to make a comment about that space. So now, he has now entered that space frontally. Releasing Nnamdi Kanu now, Peter Obi tells Tinubu. So let's see now what exactly is in play here. Former governor of Anambra State and presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP in the 2023 election, Mr. Peter Obi, has called on President Bola Tinubu to retain the detained leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and other people still in detention. So now, before we go to the next paragraph, what we are looking to establish is if that commentary was forced out of him by reporters. So pay attention very carefully to the readout to see if that commentary was forced out of him by reporters, or if he had prepared for an occasion to launch into that space. Because this is Peter Obi entering into a new political space now. Former governor of Anambra State and presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 elections, Mr. Peter Obi, has called on President Bola Tinubu to release the detained leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and other people still in detention. Addressing reporters in Onitsha on Saturday, Obi said, so it wasn't as that. So we established now that it wasn't forced out of him. Addressing reporters in Onitsha on Saturday, Obi said, for instance, that he did not see any need for the continued detention of Kanu, especially when the court had granted him bail. He said, government must obey the law, as the rule of law is an intrinsic asset that we must cherish and live with. And I have always said that I am going to discuss with every agitator. I plead with the government to ensure that all those in similar conditions are released and discussed with. We are a democratic nation. We should not be doing things that are arbitrary and not within the law. He also called on the Nigerian leaders to double their efforts in securing the country, saying the primary work of government is the security of lives and property. According to Obi, security is the foundation on which people can live in any nation, because no one can stay in an insecure place. Like I always say, the primary duty of any government is security of life and property. It is the foundation on which people live in a nation, because nobody can stay in an insecure place. And it is worrisome. Okay, actually, let me give you the fullness of it, because it's Peter Obi. So let's get the fullness. I was going to abandon it there. So I'll start from the top again and speed through. Former governor of Anambra State and presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP in the 2023 election, Mr. Peter Obi, has called on President Bola Tinubu to release the detained leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and other people still in detention. Addressing reporters in Onitsha on Saturday, Obi said, for instance, that he did not see any need for the continued detention of Kanu, especially when the court had granted him bail. He said, government must obey the law, as the rule of law is an intrinsic asset that we must cherish and live with. And I have always said that I am going to discuss with every agitator. I plead with the government to ensure that all those who are in similar conditions are released and discussed with. We are a democratic nation, and we should not be doing things that are arbitrary or not within the law. He also called on the Nigerian leaders to double their efforts in securing the country, saying the primary work of government is the security of lives and property. According to Obi, security is the foundation on which people can live in any nation, because no one can stay in an insecure place. Like I always say, the primary duty of any government is security of life and property. It is the foundation on which people live in the nation, because nobody can stay in an insecure place. And it is worrisome what is happening in Nigeria, where people wake up every day with news of killings, abductions, and kidnappings, which have made Nigeria one of the most insecure places on the surface of the earth, and it requires urgent attention. He particularly spoke about the state of insecurity. So it's entered that space as well. So it looks as though now I am calling almost early now that this is Obi reacting to the realignment in the politics in the north and wanting to realign his own relevance too. But we'll get into that in the course of discussions. He particularly spoke about the state of insecurity in the southeast, advising the governors of the zone to come together to be able to tackle the problem. As I thank the governments in the zone for their efforts, there is need to do more. I want our governors to come together as a family to solve this problem. I am saying this with the little experience I had when I was there. As the federal government appears to have overshadowed everybody, the government should urgently come together. They can even invite those of us who had been there to interact with them to chart the way forward. So I think, you know, I'm not quite sure. There's a lot of heavy politics embedded within all these things. He's calling for a coming to, because by making this statement now, he's wanting to seize a leadership position within that southeast. So he's asking for a convergence of the southeast governors around that. Sorry, let me switch on my camera because this seems to be an important space that Obi seems to be coming into. Is asking for a convergence of the southeast governors. Let me actually remove that because we need to, you know, it's asking for a convergence of the southeast governors around the insecurity narrative, which is the #1 narrative within that space. And then he's then inviting himself to essentially almost like a consultant, a reference point, but really an oversight. But he's trying to seize the initiative in that space. You know, because of course, a lot of our pan beaters, you know, and vuvuzelas, they will now latch on that what an excellent idea by this guy that is instinctually leadership or whatever, that is instinctually a leader. So I think this guy is making some sharp moves there, you know, but of course, we'll wait to hear Soludo's response to all this. But there it is, will be up to his usual mischiefs. As the federal government appears to have overshadowed everybody, the governors should urgently come together. They can even invite those of us who had been there to interact with them to chart the way forward. Yes, there is an attempt in the past that failed, but I don't believe in failure. There should be more efforts to make it work. They should also work with security agencies, vigilante groups to achieve the desired objective. Even in economic agenda, I want to see the Southeast governors work more closely together. So this is Obi, by these commentaries, it's also regionalizing himself now, because of course, it's not asking the Northwest governors to come together. It's not asking the Northeast governors to come together. It's not asking the South-South governors to come together, nor the Southwest governors. It's speaking essentially to his own homestead. So you will say, yes, there's insecurity there, but there's insecurity even more further up north. Do you understand? So he's somewhat regionalizing himself there. Even in economic agenda, I want to say the Southeast governors work more closely together. So this guy is, anyway, we've always known that it was an ethnic narrative. So I think it's now owning that space now. Even in economic agenda, I want to say the Southeast governors work closely together. I want to see them come together and also bring together other groups in the zone. Obi also spoke on protest, stressing that while he supports peaceful protest, he is opposed to riots and destruction of government assets. So that's a dog whistle right there, inviting. Yes, that's a dog whistle right there, inviting essentially the Nigerian space to replicate what is going on in Kenya. So it's so desperate for people to riot on the streets. It's so desperate. It never misses an opportunity to dog whistle that. Obi also spoke on protest, stressing that while he supports peaceful protest, he is opposed to riots and destruction of government assets. I am against destruction of government assets and property because it is still our scarce resources that we're going to use to repair them. Peaceful protest is allowed, but it must be for a reason and not personal interest of some people. It must be properly articulated and properly directed. I recall when people said they were protesting police brutality, and I said to them, no, let's rather deal with the leadership issue. So they should protest the leaders instead. Is this not what Showore said? And they picked him up for treason. So now he said it now, inviting essentially people to take to the streets to rile against the government. So are they going to pick him up? This is over to you, Yusuf Bichi. You know where he lives. Anyway, on and on it goes. You already know the rest of it. Let me see. If it's not that much longer, then I'll just give you the rest of it. But if they predict, oh yeah, not that much. Okay, let me just give you the fullness of it. Peaceful protest is allowed, but it must be for a reason and not personal interest of some people. We're not saying the super chat roll through, by the way. Don't leave it in the lonely hands of Ayo. Peaceful protest is allowed, but it must be for a reason and not personal interest of some people. It must be properly articulated and properly directed. I recall when people said they were protesting police brutality, and I said to them, no, let's rather deal with the leadership issue. If we have good leaders, their agents can't be bad. The problem is leadership. If the leaders are competent, have the capacity, and are doing the right things, their agent will follow their examples. I want to use this opportunity to call that all those who are being held because of one protest or the other should be released, whether they are freedom fighters, NSAS protesters, because there is freedom of speech. We are a democratic country, and people have the right under the Constitution to express themselves freely. They also have the right to peacefully protest, and we must listen to them. We must listen to those who say they are not happy. That is why it is a democratic nation. We should stop acting dictatorial and behave as if this is not a democratic country. I know we are in a state capture. So who's captured the state? This guy, man, they should put a red button on his nose, because it should be obliged by law to wear a red button on his nose, because it's a grade A clown. You know, I know we are in state. So who captured the state? How are we in state capture? Since 1999, we've been cycling democracy and shuffling people in and out of power. But anyway, your moment has gone, my brother. I know we're in a state capture, but then we should act in a manner that shows some decency. On whether there are plans for him to join other politicians to form a mega party, Obi said, I am more particular on how the poor in Nigeria can feed. Look at that. You know, somebody sent me clips of the schools in this guy's or is it Ogolo? Look out. If I can find it, I'll play it for you. But I just thought it was too heavyweight. Somebody sent me clips of schools in his own local government, in his own village, all dilapidated, the roofs caving in, and there he is building boreholes all over the north. On whether there are plans for him to join other politicians to form a mega party, Obi said, I am more particular on how the poor can feed. I would rather talk about things that are affecting Nigerians today. We politicians are preoccupied by election. So he is not preoccupied by election, of course. Gulu, yes, sir. Thank you, Kulata. We politicians are preoccupied by election, and that is not what I am after. I am talking about how we can reduce. I am talking about how we can reduce the price of food. Our people are dying of hunger. I'm not aware that anybody is dying of hunger. We don't even see anybody losing weight in Nigeria. Everybody still looks rotund and full-cheeked. Our people are dying of hunger. How do we make life more conducive for the poor Nigerian? How do we make our people to earn more money? How do we pull people out of property? So we all know this, but you need to be giving us the solutions. because the government is acting out their solution. So if you disagree with it, then you give us a counter and better set of options, rather than regurgitating, oh, people are well, no, you know, there's this clip. I'm going to play it again. There's this clip from James Wike that he was just totally exasperated by this endless chanting, people are hungry, people are hungry. And he was saying, look, do you think that we are not aware what is going on in the country? Do you think we don't know that there's hunger in the land? Do you think we don't know that people are carrying the heavy weight of what the state of the nation is? Do you think anybody is averse to that, or inured to that, or unaware of that? All these things are known, but what is the way out of it is the more intricate, more complex thing. But of course, you know, our guy now, our people are dying of hunger. How do we make life more conducive for the poor Nigerian? How do we make our people earn more money? How do we, and by the way, poverty doubled. This is a National Bureau of Statistics. Poverty doubled in Anambra State in the 8 years that this guy was in charge. We can bring out the data. If anybody disputes that, I'll bring out the data. I will pause the session and bring out that data. But poverty doubled under this guy. There was an improvement under Ngige, his predecessor, and there were improvements under Obiano, his successor. But under him in Anambra State, poverty doubled. And there was no record of any employment created. All they told us that they were handing out laptops to students, which they were doing all over the country, every other state. So I'm not quite sure. Anyway, our people are dying of hunger. How do we make life more conducive for the poor Nigerian? How do we make our people earn more money? How do we pull our people out of poverty? That should be our concern, and not forming a mega party. So is it then saying then it will be the first to hop on board? Oh, this guy, man, the disingenuity, you know, the double dodge, you know, the mixed signal. Who is he fooling? But if forming a mega party will provide all these things I have illustrated, then I'm all for it. So there you are. But if it is for state capture, so that you can take power and continue with the consumption that we see today, I will say no. But if it is to move to production, then I will say, my guy, man. Obi is always good copy anyway. Anytime you want a banging session, you always start it off with this a bit of Humpty Dumpty from this anyway. So there is, and I didn't even want to launch at him, but anytime you are reading Obi, you can't help but launch at him. So let's go from there to another one. Tinubu flags off Akwa Ibom section of Lagos Calabar Coastal Road. So we're still very much in the realms of politics. So now, we're still not seeing those supporters fly through. We're still very much in the realms of politics. And really, so important this, because they are starting the coastal road off from both ends. So they've kicked off the Lagos end, and we have all seen the pace of work is progressing at a rapid rate. We've even seen bikers already biking on the completed parts of that road. But they are also crucially starting it off from Akwa Ibom. So that is an assault on 2027. So by the time they've done what? 2-3 years, 2.5 years of road construction, the impact is already there, you know. So woe betide then anybody that goes to the south to go and contend with him. So that starting it off in the south is essentially to bring that space into him. So he will capture the south. He has already captured Abuja with the going on with Yemsen Wike. The southeast already locked down, and then the battle goes to the north. Tinubu flags off Akwa Ibom section of Lagos Calabar Coastal Road in August. Minister of Work, Senator Det0Nate, is this senator? I thought it was governor. Minister of Work, Senator Det0Nate, has said that President Bola Tinubu will flag off construction of the Akwa Ibom and Cross River State portion of the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway in August. The portions to be inaugurated in the two sister states, totaling 107 kilometers, are sections 3B and 4 covering. Umahi said. The minister said this whilst addressing the Senate President Godswill Akpabio, Akwa Ibom Governor, etc., speaking during the stakeholders' engagement on alignment for construction of the highway. Umahi also hinted on federal government's resolve to terminate contracts of some airing construction companies. He mentioned that the contract of RCC on the Eleme to One stretch of the East-West Road and those of Julius Berger and CCECC on Calabar-Itu Road may be terminated. The minister said the construction companies are not commitment. That should be committed about the road commitment. The minister said the construction companies are not committed to delivering on the roads and threatened to revoke their contracts if they do return to site and display. If they do not, that should say, this is a badly written piece, and display commitment when the 14-day window ends this week. Yes. Anyway, that's sufficient enough of that. I think you get the gist of that. So a lot of politics embedded in that. A lot of politics embedded in that. A lot of politics embedded in that. Nigeria has the potential for a $6 trillion economy. So where's this coming from? And Nigeria does have that. We already have it from Deloitte and Touche. Was it Deloitte and Touche? Yeah, it was Deloitte and Touche that told us the projection that Nigeria will be a top 5 economy within the next 20 years. But what underpins this now outlandish statement? Nigeria has potential for $6 trillion economy. So what emboldens this? The chief executive officer of the CFG advisory, Tilewa Adebajo, has stated that the Nigerian economy can hit $6 trillion if its potentials is properly harnessed. It stated that the June 2024 edition of the financial blah, 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 he noted that the potential of the country's economy was about 5 to 6 trillion naira, adding that if the government could bring inflation down to around 11%, the economy will grow at about 8%. Speaking on the topic of Nigeria's fiscal environment in an era of monetary policy tightening, Adebajo highlighted that the country's debt servicing now exceeded recurrent and capital expenditures. He said that was coming at a time when the country's foreign direct investment was under $1 billion, which puts the country in a position where it used the majority of its revenue to service debt. I'll just give you a couple more paragraphs. I'm not quite sure. Anyway, that's his projection, but it doesn't seem to land on anything of substance. So let's just leave that go to this. Let's leave that go to this. Arewa Forum says ex-governor El Rufai's meeting with Kwakwanso is a plot to unseat Tinubu. So we all know that. And by the way, you know those meetings going on, it looks as though we're starting to see activities off the back of that meeting. So when I saw this next piece, it immediately put me in mind of the techniques that they used to chase Goodluck Jonathan out of office. So hold this headline in animated suspension as I read you the next bit. Arewa Forum says ex-governor El Rufai's meeting with Kwakwanso is plot to unseat Tinubu. So hold that thought in animated suspension and then marry it to this one. Justin, I'm married to this one. Justin, many feared dead as woman carrying a baby on her back detonates IED in Borno. So does that sound familiar? This was exactly how we started with Goodluck Jonathan. So I think they're about to, in fact, we're going to hear more and more of this because this was the same technique they used with Goodluck Jonathan. And as they start to have their nocturnal meetings, you'll see more and more of this sort of storyline. Justin, many feared dead as a woman carrying a baby on her back detonates IED in Borno State. Many people were pied after a female suicide bomber detonated an IED at a wedding ceremony in Gwoza town, Borno State, on Saturday, June the 29th. According to a survivor, the woman bomber was carrying a baby on her back when she stormed the venue and detonated the IED. The wedding was held at whatever Mararaba or something like that, near the fire service in Gwoza town, according to Channels Television. The number of people dead is yet to be ascertained, but several of the injured persons are receiving treatment. Maybe I'm taking too big a leap into conspiracy theory, but I am marrying those two spaces together. Maybe I'm being a bit excessive. But this next one is a case of and so say all of us. You know, this next headline here, let me not show you just yet. This next headline here, when I saw it, the first thought that came to my head is that and so say all of us. So now, and so say all of us, Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB cannot win referendum. Igbos prefer Nigeria. This is Arewa youth. So, and so say all of us, you know, there is not one single person. In fact, if the government really wants to settle that space, they should get the international community. So the Nigerian hand is totally out of it. They should get the international community, the United Nations or a serious party to go to the Southeast and conduct that referendum. And if they want out, give them out. I can bet you to my last dollar that not more than 10% of them will vote to leave Nigeria. They don't want Nigeria. They just like to make noise. In Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB cannot win referendum. Igbos prefer Nigerians. It is their bookies from the north saying this. The Arewa Youth Consultative Forum has declared that the Nnamdi Kanu-led Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB will lose if a referendum to decide Biafra is conducted. AYCF National President Yerima Shetima explained that most Igbos prefer to remain as Nigerians rather than secede to form the sovereign state of Biafra. Speaking with correspondent Shetima, criticized the Biafra agitation, claiming it has been taken over by criminal elements. He, however, acknowledged that some Igbos are agitating for fairness, equity, and justice. Even that agitation for fairness, equity, and justice is somewhat of a red herring, because I cannot see how the Southeasterners are not disadvantaged in Nigeria in any way. In fact, they've gotten more than their fair share of the spoils. They've been president severally. They've held the Senate severally. They've held the central bank severally. They've held the House of Reps severally. They get a good, they control commerce extensively. So I'm not quite sure that the only thing that they've not had really is sufficient enough time sitting at the helm of the country. That's just the one space. But remove that space, then the whole of Goodluck Jonathan was an abundance for the Southeast. You know, they were vice president under Shagari for however many years. You know, how many Senate presidents have we had? So don't come to me with all these narratives of fairness or whatever. Speaking with correspondent, Shetima criticized the Biafra agitation, claiming it has been taken over by criminal elements. He, however, acknowledged that some Igbos are agitating for fairness, equity, and justice. According to Shetima, as a Nigerian, I know that IPOB cannot win a referendum today because an average Igbo man wants to remain a Nigerian. All they are demanding is justice, equity, and fair play. If there is a referendum within the Southeast, I am sure they will lose because the majority of Igbos want to be Nigerians, apart from a few individuals who are agitating for reasons best known to them, otherwise known as dollars. I won't tell you that most egos believe in agitation, but out of fear, they won't speak out. They are scared. You see, and so say all of us. It's just my response to it. I cannot add or remove from what this compatriot is saying. I cannot add or remove from what this compatriot is saying. I won't tell you that most egos believe in agitation, but out of fear, they won't speak out. They are scared. They are afraid of certain people. I can tell you that if there is a referendum today, the Biafran voice will be heard, but the majority will have their way at the end of the day. Kanu, who is currently leading the agitation for Biafra, has been detained by the Department of State Services, DSS, since his rearrest in Kenya and subsequent repatriation to Nigeria 2021. So it's been that long. So it's been over 3 years so that this guy has been soaking Gary in DSS. I never knew it's been that long, but there it is. Despite court granting him bail, the Nigerian government has refused to release the IPOB leader. While detained, Kanu has cautioned against the killings and general insecurity in the Southeast. So say all of us, I do not believe for a microsecond that there's a single person that wants to be out of Nigeria in the Southeast. Not a single person. No, I'm sure there's some, low-witted element, but Ariyo in BPE, Edo in finance. This is the last readout, and there is one more video clip, and then we'll launch into the session. Ariyo in BPE, Edo in finance. Lagos ex-appointees in Tinubu's government. So Tiwa sort of what was that song that gas them up was saying party government and whatnot. So the last readout then, political appointments in Nigeria are sometimes trailed by controversy, especially when certain patterns are deduced. Questions about compensation or competence of the appointees often arise. Former President Muhammadu Buhari was accused of being religiously and ethnically lopsided in his appointment. For President Bola Tinubu, who succeeded him, the common accusation, though still tender, is that he favors people of Yoruba descent. The former governor of Lagos State, it appears, has a knack for appointing people who had served the state, especially those who worked with him as far back as the return to democracy in 1999. Here are some recent presidential appointees who served in Lagos government in the past. Olutunji Bello, former Environment Commissioner, now in FCCPC. On June the 24th, Olutunji Bello was appointed as the Chief Executive Officer of the Competition and Consumer Protection Commission. Bello is a lawyer, administrator. Bello is a lawyer, administrator, and journalist. He studied law and holds a master's degree in international law and diplomacy from the University of Lagos and was called to bar in 2002. He was the former secretary to the Lagos state government. He had his first public service stint under Tinubu when he became managing director, Lagos State Signage and Advertising Agency in 2010. So let's leave him and just go on to the next one. Dayo Moberiola, I hope I pronounced that right. Dayo Moberiola, a former transportation minister, now in NIMASA. Tinubu appointed Dayo Moberiola as the director of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency in March. So there he is. Another one from his team so that's two. Ayodeji Ariyo, former finance commissioner, now BPE. Tinubu appointed Ayodeji Ariyo Gbemiliyi as the Director General of the Bureau of Public Enterprises in June. So, yes, Jide Idris, former Health Commissioner, now in NCDC. Jide Idris was a three-term Commissioner for Health in Lagos. He In February, Tinubu appointed him as the Director General of the Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Dele Alake, how many is how many is that so far? A job for the boys, Abi. Well, you know, it's our turn to job, sort of our turn to chop, sort of government. Dele Alake, former Information Commissioner, now in Solid Minerals. So that one we're already very familiar with. Wale Edun, former Finance Commissioner, now Finance Minister. Akim Muri Okunola, former Lagos State Head of Service, now Tinubu's Private Secretary. So that one can count because that's somewhat of a personal appointee. Yemi Cardoso, former Commissioner for Budget, now CBN Governor. So there it is. So I wonder, well, it's covered everything, you know, it's covered all the, at least it covered the money with his boys. That's essentially what it is. It covered the money with his boys. So now I'll seek your indulgence just to play this video and then we'll launch into the session. It's really because this was really, I was hoping this session will wrap around this video, but let's watch this. It's not that long. It's engaging enough for you not to mind the minutes, but watch this. This let me throw this. This goes to Hidi Sirika and just the cack-handed way that he looted his way through the aviation ministry. Your eyes will pop and your ears will ring as you watch and listen to this.
That went to Zaria, and there is even a letter to that effect informing them that we are coming, and we are coming this time around specifically on the issue of the helicopters. Therein, we are provided with all the technical details of these helicopters. Technical details. As of then, one of the helicopters just clocked 42 hours, another 46 hours thereabout. And this helicopter, for it to have a turnaround maintenance, must clock about 10,000 hours. So we know what we are talking about. I'm pained because as a result of this, a lot of people have died, Nigerians have died, soldiers have died, who are desirous of having these helicopters. We told them they even provided to us the maintenance they've done thus far. One was about 500 and something thousand, another was about 500 and something thousand. And we told them, okay, since this is a government property, and it's another government establishment that is interested, because the argument they were giving for auctioning it was because it was not being put into use. Now a government institution have come over to say, okay, we want it. Something as very important as that. No proof, not documented. They are just telling us that an auction took place, this. You can't even remember who the people, you can't even remember your own constituents. Federal Ministry of Aviation, you can't even remember who came. Something is wrong. As far as I'm concerned, most likely it was just a charade.
You said the auction of the two helicopters was conducted successfully on the 24th of May for a sum of $1.2 million only. See attached evidence. Even though you did not put that here, but in your internal memo, you admitted that you collected $1.2 million for the helicopters. Can you see it?
I don't know.
Should I come and show you?
No.
You have seen it? Yes. So you concluded this transaction in May. You collected the dollars in May. The same May that they did advert in the newspaper.
No, the auction was done in May.
We are saying the same thing.
Yes, but payments.
You did your advert in May.
Payments were not done in May.
Your letter says
payments. This is an internal memo from procurement seeking approval to pay commission.
No, that's not
yes,
the one I'm saying.
that is the memo that you are referring to.
Yes. Seeking approval. That means before you can ask for approval to pay commission, that means payment must have been made.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying now.
No, please.
Received. You have received the dollars.
Let's look at this memo was dated 15th of June. That's after.
Answer the question that I asked. Answer my question.
Sorry, Honorable Chairman.
Yes.
As far as the document, the equivalent in Naira at the prevailing exchange rate were what was paid to the college accounts, which were remitted to CRM.
So who collected the dollars?
Dollars.
So why did they say they sold it for $1.2 million?
Because that is what it was auctioned for. $1.2 million.
So
payments at prevailing exchange rate.
It is our decision that the Ministry of Aviation will take steps to recover those helicopters as soon as possible and report back to the House. But from here, because the head of quality assurance lied on oath right inside the chambers, and the auctioneer presented fake documents to us, the sergeant at arms shall take them to our police post. Their statements will be taken, and the investigation should start from there. I so rule.
I don't know whether we'll get
Dollars.
So why did they say they sold it for $1.2 million?
Because that is what it was auctioned for. $1.2 million. The auctioneer said in dollars.
Yes.
That was the only thing that happened.
No. Your accountant or your boss
on site.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Don't argue with me. Yeah. Signed by your boss, Mohammed Musa Bashir. I'm going to have you arrested. Saying here that...
Chairman.
Yes.
The auction was done. That's the cost of the helicopters at the time of auction
You were here at the last date, right?
I was here at the last date.
And you heard what your accountant said?
Not our accountant, sir.
Who was the person? Your boss or us?
No, not the boss. Nobody said that from our own side.
He said so.
Nobody said. No.
He said so.
You asked a question to the auctioneer that day. And the auctioneer said in dollars.
Yes.
That was the only thing that happened.
No. Your accountant or your boss
on site.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Don't argue with me. Yeah. Signed by your boss, Mohammed Musa Bashir. I'm going to have you arrested. Saying here that he asked for evidence of approval granted to convert the proceeds from dollars to naira. Signed by your boss, and you are saying that there is no dollar. And you are lying here on notes. Send for Sergeant Atam for me. Send for the Sergeant Atam. Tell him to bring the policeman in charge, the OC in charge of tell the Sergeant Atam to come. Mr.
And there it is, and on it goes. So it's a free for all. And by the way, that the minister in charge of that department, Hidi Sirika, is a first cousin of Aisha Buhari. So nothing is really. They'll give him a slap across the wrist, and that's just the end of it. You know, it was just so. He sold aircrafts worth about $5 million for about $1 million. He said he sold it at auction. They advertised the auction, completed the payment in May, and the money disappeared. You know, and this guy now is coming to speak German in the. So there it is. That's the Nigerian situation. So that is where we find ourselves. Let's play the Kegite music, kick the session off at the Kegite.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Obi master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Latif kekere elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹlá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agwese, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, the kryptonite to Kulata's Superman, Gas them up. So good to see you guys. A very clever man by his own admission. Des is in the house, so that's Desmond right there. When Royal Company King Emeka joins us, good to see you, Makos. Isaac Black is in the house. A real delight. Isaac joins us with increasing frequency. Kenneth to give us what's going down from in the streets. So good to have you, Kenneth. Father of the bride, Ajande Koko right there. So that's Ajande Koko right there. Rational Mind in the house. There's Rational Mind right there. Ola, of course, there's Ola right there. And that's Jide right there. So unusual.
Woman, can I just go quickly? I have somewhere an event to attend. I won't waste time.
All right, brilliant. So you do that. So unusually we have a full house today. Usually we're trying to scare people in, but delightfully we have a full house. So we do 5 minutes whip round. So we get round every voice in rapid time. Kicking it off with you, Makos. Good to see you.
Yeah.
A whole vast array. So just go at it as you will.
Yeah, interesting topic today, right? I think that's why you have a full house of panelists wishing to express their opinion. Good evening, everyone, co-panelists and those who are at home. Click the like button. Don't forget to share and subscribe, as well as disseminate it to your friends, family, loved ones, and don't forget your enemies too. You see, what P2B did, I like that. Clever move. I think he's probably getting some inside intel on the situation of Nnamdi Kanu. If you've observed, he has never spoken about Nnamdi Kanu specifically, but he has said IPOB is not a terrorist organization, right? But he has never expressed his opinion on his stance or his position pertaining Nnamdi Kanu. Now, this is my opinion. I'm not saying it's a fact, but I think he's hearing or he can reach the room that Nnamdi Kanu is a bait, and the release of Nnamdi Kanu would dwindle his influence. So now he's taking a position. Because the first thing Nnamdi Kanu is going to do once he's been released out of prison is to go after Obi and say Obi did not support his release. So very smart move. Yeah, but he's been, one thing I keep saying about Peter Obi is that he's surrounded by fools. But I think there's somebody who has sense there now. What he did, taking that position that Nnamdi Kanu should be released, clearly nullifies to an extent the magnitude of what Nnamdi Kanu will do when he's being released, because it's clearly going to be obvious that the release of Nnamdi Kanu would see the influence of Peter Obi dwindle down. Then
it's also trying to rally the southeastern governors together to form a united front against insecurity in that space. I was surprised he did that, because I thought he was trying to distance himself from ethnicity and wanted to, because he's always trying to.
That's what I'm saying, right? I think there's somebody there now that has sense. He has been surrounded by fools who has been giving him foolish advice. You saw his move after the 2023 election. This is what he would have done. You understand? Let's all call a spade a spade. In Peter Obi being the flag bearer of the Labour Party in the 2023 election, positioned him to be the face and leader or de facto Igbo leader. But what did he do after the election? That is where the tough criticism now started to play. You could see the governors who are the political giants in their own respective states pulling back towards him and not giving him the support that is necessary. What Peter Obi failed to do was to understand the significance of him coming out of that election. And let's be very honest, Peter Obi came out of that election victorious, regardless of the fact that he didn't win the election, right? We all knew he was never going to win the election. So many people wrote him off with numbers. I did, but he got 6 million votes, which means he has 6 million followers who are willing to stake their vote for him, regardless of what's going to happen. What he did not understand is that with that influence comes responsibility and accountability, that he now should be able to speak for the Southeast and speak eloquently and decisiveness to say that this is the position that the Southeast means. And what will that happen is that once he begins to speak...
sorry, Emeka, if it goes too ethnic, does it not risk alienating
no, it's not.
Like Aisha Yesufu, if it goes to Southeast,
it's not him going. It's not him going swinging back like to the Southeast, but also putting, because we could clearly see that, even when he was going through his political evangelism in the North, even though it's not campaign period, you understand, he clearly neglected what was going on in the Southeast. So the first thing he would have done, if there's a bad news in the Southeast or any impact on the Southeast that does not reflect the true position of things or impacts more negatively on the Southeast, Peter Obi should be the voice to echo it and go hard on the federal government. But he didn't do that. He didn't do that. That's why I'm now saying that, he's been going around foolishly, taking the advice of the dancing queen of the obedient movement and Tanko, who is a political neophyte and an activist coming into politics, right? And giving him useless advice. So he lost it out. Let's be clear, he has missed it. So what he's doing now is that he's reading the room, maybe thanks to whoever he has added to his team, because I think it's a new member or probably some elites talking to him. Now him trying to rally the Southeast governors they completely would have neglected him.
Sorry, Emeka. Do you think the reconfiguration in the North has anything to do with this? Because
No.
the North is going back to their ethnic stock, and suddenly we are seeing Obi now saying...
No. So in that aspect, it's not the North. It is the Northern elite that cannot eat anymore. Those groups that were eating during the Buhari period that are now in the dark, because there are also some Northern elites that are still in government, still with political power, still within that political structure and group that are doing well. They are just quiet. Those Northern elites are more powerful than the other ones that are making noise, right? That's what is just going on. And in 2027, you would see the true hands showing themselves. They are quiet, they are watching them, they know what's happening, like what you read at the bomb blast is the typical tactic that they did with Jonathan. They can't play it again. They can't play the same script anymore, right? If you watch clearly, you will notice that insecurity has dwindled down. The noise is not as loud as it used to be. That industry now is starving. The actors there are, they are going into, you understand, this business thing. What will I call it? They are winding down. They are winding down activities. It's not like they are not still trying to do. The sponsors are careful. They are trying to read the room, but the business is not booming as it used to be. It's not eradicated completely, but it's down. It's really down. So the noise going on in the North are those who are not enjoying the benefit of not being in government. That is why they are making that noise. Just like they tried to stop Asiwaju, it didn't work. They are trying to just make some noise. In 2027, it's not going to work. Those guys are nuisance. They are noisemakers. Let them continue to make the noise. When 2027 comes, their noise will not be effective enough. That's aside. Then with Peter Obi, he has lost it with the Southeast political elite. He's lost it completely. He would have taken over that machination and be the face. So the elite, the power brokers in the Southeast, would channel their concerns through Peter Obi. Peter Obi will be the mouthpiece, the face, and the de facto leader in the Southeast. That come May shine, any political election that would come, Peter Obi will be the one that will say, I don't want to, or I want to. We do not have that visible leader in the Southeast, right? You can agree to that. You have that in the North. You have multiple of them in different sections. You have that in the Southwest. Typically, the president is the one, and he has been one of the leaders before he became president. But in the Southeast, we do not really have that. Peter Obi would have filled that void. He has missed it. Maybe he's trying to retrace his step, but he has lost it. And in my last discussion, I said we need fresh face, fresh ideas, fresh individuals, young, vibrant, eloquent, charismatic Igbo leaders stepping to that plate, that they can extend their hands to the other side of the Niger, and they will be trusted that these individuals come with a true sense of Nigerianness and true integration.
And you think that is the politics that Peter Obi seems to be wanting to play now in these latter days now.
That is what he missed. That's why I said it appears that there's someone in his team currently. I don't think that individual was in that team before because he's surrounded by foolish people, but there's someone in the team telling him you need to change your strategy now. So you saw him talking about, okay, let's form a political party. That discussion it was a past discussion. He had it with Atiku, but Atiku laid out the terms and he bounced. You saw he didn't post the picture. What happened? They posted that picture to show that there was a discussion that took place. But Obi didn't like the negotiation. He didn't like the terms. He didn't like what was going on. And he decided to leave. And then he's now speaking, trying to say he's talking about, when has he discussed about the issues that he mentioned that you read out? Say, I am fighting for the poor for production. When have you given a solution on how to resolve issues? You are just the chief mourner of the country. When somebody dies, you are the first person to post.
When into this whole discussion, are we still on the 5 minutes time, or are we doing 12 minutes or 15 minutes?
My 5 minutes.
No.
I'm watching the time.
Yeah, we're doing 5 minutes.
Wait. Why?
1 minute past 5 minutes. I just wanted you to know.
I'm watching
We'll be on it for 15 minutes now.
You are using the wrong time.
It's about 9 minutes. It's at 9 minutes. Let him go, but it's at 9 minutes. 1 minute, just letting you know.
It's an African 5 minutes, not an European 5 minutes.
You can tell us that, so we know that, one man, that we're going on the African 5 minutes.
Yeah, you know, one man does partiality and PDP, APC style.
If you are not careful, I'll send for Kulata, gas them up. It's waiting in the wings. Carry on.
You can bring him, but I said, one man does this. This is APC style government of one man. This is what he does. But go ahead,
clearly now, Obi is like rightly he's leading the, and which is good. It's something he would have done immediately after the election, right? And you would see a lot of people looking at him and appreciating that move. You will see a lot of Southeast political and power brokers appreciating his move, right? But he has missed it. Let's be very honest. He has missed it. So what he's now trying to do is to extend his hands to see that hands of fellowship, and, you know, with the possibility of Nnamdi Kanu coming out and his influence really dwindling down, which would definitely happen. He's not taking a position. I like that position. It's good. He would have said it initially, but the position is really good. It's good. He has taken a stance that Nnamdi Kanu should be released. That is, you know, when Nnamdi Kanu comes up to say, oh, Obi did not support me, no, that will not hold. It will not hold waters anywhere, because Obi has spoken and taken a position. Then to go over to that aircraft, you clearly see.
All right, just give us a little flavor on that. You see, people are pushing to
clearly see how mismanagement, asset theft, looting goes on within government agencies. And also, I think there's a poor weakness of controls, internal controls in all government agencies. What are the auditors doing? We have a National Office of Auditors in Abuja. What are they doing? Are they being funded? Are they independent? Do they have powers? So I know they do audits and they send the audit to the presidency. Do they have powers to effect recommendations and ensure those recommendations are being remediated on a due time before they go through their audit cycle again? Clearly, we have a president who is an accountant who knows these things. So this is the time that they need to straighten the Auditor General's office, right, and ensure that all government parastatals and agencies, commissions and ministries are properly audited, assets are not stolen or wrongly auctioned or being preferred to any individual. But clearly this is, I love what the chairman did, right? Instant arrest. I think that should be the way forward. You come, you say lies, they arrest you instantly, you go put a statement to the police, you are there, you go on bail, from bail, you go to court to go and sort your issues. That should be the way forward. So which means when House of Representatives call you or the Senate calls you, it means you are either going to be truthful or from there you are going to jail. So I like the move. He's a no-nonsense chairman. I appreciate him and I applaud him for his action. Thank you very much, woman. Good evening, everyone.
All right, brilliant, expansive, explosive opening by the majestic Emeka, of course. Royalty, it's in the blood. So up next, Des, who has been away from us for quite a while. So Des, good to see you. Desmond, Alpha.
I did, boss.
I look at this guy, eh? Look at have you come to intimidate the ladies? Look at the rosy cheeks and everything. Nobody says that they're supposed to suffer you for that army. Oh, you're in uniform. I thought you were done. Are you not done?
No, I'm not done yet.
Oh, right. Well, I would say thank you for your service, but I'm not an American, so it doesn't concern me. But well done. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Can you go to another person? But I'll be maybe then after the next person I'll go.
All right. A real delight. So that's Desmond, of course, a long-standing member of this platform. Good to see you there. Let's go then to Ekene. Let's transcript of the Nigerians. Get to them quickly. Ekene, you're up next. The Megida. Ekene, if you are ready, then we'll bring in you. Hold on. Don't say a word, though. Don't say one single word. Ekene. Because of course, you know when you turn up, we have your music, so we bring you the Jagaban. So there it is. Ekene, the Jagaban of the woman went to more platforms. So Alpha, where did they happen?
The woman, Alpha.
Alpha, now your man will see the monitor. We don't they call for say me then releasing and the Kano now. You know they talk Kano before now. So which can't change now. We with the wait till this one.
Yeah, that's he's not the first person to say that. Everybody, I think a lot of us from the Southeast has that opinion that Nnamdi Kanu should be released. So if he's saying that, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah, but he
had
always avoided that political space.
Yeah, because of the kind of politics of ethnicity and religion that is going on in Nigeria. So he's been trying to avoid it. But rightly, that is the right thing to do, to release Nnamdi Kanu. And he has not, he's not the first. I think maybe your man Soludo, who even visited him in prison, Nnamdi Kanu in prison. I don't know what you would talk about him, because you said
it's a different politics now. It's a Soludo's politics is different from Kanu now. Peter Obi now.
No, it's not. It is different because.
Let me just say this, Ekene. The one thing that a lot of people have observed about Peter Obi is that it tries very much to avoid the ethnic space in his politics, because he always tries very hard to project as a national figure rather than a figure from an ethnic stock. But this last outing in Onitsha is entirely about tribe. So what's changed? You there?
I'm there. So it is different because I don't know what you are trying to differentiate between Soludo politics. But Soludo, I don't think if Obi visited Kano during that 2023 election, people like you would have roasted him. But it is different because Soludo supported Jagaban. So it's different to you. So it's a normal request. He championed for his release and all that. So you never make it an IPOB issue when Soludo did that, because he was doing that and he's also supporting Jagaban. So it doesn't make any difference to you. So, but because of and I know that a lot of people like you, maybe when Soludo will come up to contest, we even use that picture to tag him as an IPOB terrorist or whatever you want to talk, because IPOB has become a very big issue to other parts of the country, especially the Jagaban supporters, and they're using it for politics. This is not political issue. This is the issue of trying to make peace come back in the Southeast. So the best thing for now for Tinubu to do to restore a total peace in the Southeast is just to release Nnamdi Kanu. It's just to release other attachment, other things can be attached to it. But first of all, release him so that let's see how that peace will return. It's not that everybody or people that are saying that he should be released is supporting his activities. Yeah, but he's not the only one agitating for Biafra. There are a lot of people agitating for that. Just that he is the leader of IPOB. So his activities, nobody is supporting it. I don't think Obi will support his activities, but for peace and for even court itself, court has given an order. Court has given an order for his release. Just obey the court judgment. You understand? Just obey the court judgment first. Because it is a different ballgame if the court has never ordered for his release. But because court has ordered for his release, let the federal government obey it. when Igboho was released, nobody could crucify the Jagaban. A lot of people supported that move. So what is different from Igboho and then Nnamdi Kanu? They are all agitating for a separate state.
Sorry, I didn't want to break your flow.
Can I give you 1 point real quick?
Hold on, Gaston. I didn't want to break your flow, Ekene, but I think we've had this conversation severally. Igboho was never detained by the Nigerian state. He was detained by Benin Republic. So Nigerian state did not release him from anything. He was never under their
what was the Nigerian state trying to do? While
okay, wait, 1 minute. Can I just tell Ekene? No, I just want to tell Ekene something quickly. Ekene, I know. Wait, hold on. He had the question now. If you don't mind, I just want to tell Ekene. Look, I agree with what you just said, and I'm happy one man repeated what he just said, because this is the nonsense that's going on in Nigeria. You said a great point. You said, what's the difference between him and Igboho? Now, the political maneuverings in Nigeria, the wuru-wuru, the partiality mentality of Nigerians, they will now tell you, he wasn't arrested by Nigeria. He was arrested by Benin Republic. But what does Benin Republic?
Was he arrested by Nigerian?
And hold on, let me respond to Ekene, and you can continue. Ekene, look at this. So, what jurisdiction does Benin Republic have over the activities of Sunday Igboho in Nigeria? Obviously, he was instructed. They were instructed by Nigeria.
Why was he arrested? Hold on. You can't spread me. You can't.
Don't do your APC thing now.
No. Well, firstly, you need to be calming it down. Gas them up. Leave the ad hominems. Just stay on subject. What was he arrested for? What was Igboho arrested for in Benin Republic? Do you know?
Okay.
If you don't know, say I don't know.
Hold on. Like I said,
what was the same Nigerian?
Hold on. I'll answer your question. The same Nigerian government that arrested Henry Oka, right, through South Africa and prosecuted Henry Oka for crimes in Nigeria in South Africa. Are we going to say there's no direct parallel?
I'm not talking about Henry Oka. I'm talking about Igboho.
I don't have anything else to say. I just wanted to point that out.
Well, there you are. So you didn't actually highlight anything because you didn't actually progress anything. You just threw in inferences of a conspiracy theory. But
let me quickly address you on what you just said.
Yeah.
The issue is this: when Igboho was trying to pass through the airport in Cotonou, there was what's it called? The police, the national police. There was an arrest or some kind of tip-off from the Nigerian DSS. That was why he was detained. So, and ever since then, they've been fighting his extradition back to Nigeria. And that was what he was fighting, the Beninese government, that, you cannot hand me over. I'll be after my life, or whatever the case he made over there. So the point is this, is that it was at the BS of the Nigerian government.
On what authority are you saying that?
It's there. Come on.
He was actually arrested for fake passport.
Yes.
Well, come on. God. Okay, all right. If you say fake passport,
now you see the partiality of Nigeria.
Look. Just them up. You have to stop. Now you say just stay with the topic. Forget all of this. Look, the Nigerians, just don't do that now. Just stay with the topics. Yeah.
You said fake passport, right? Yeah. You said. So if it's fake passport, that's a crime against the Beninese government, right? So why would they? So he did not offend. See, woman. You see.
No. Finish out what you were saying. Yeah. No. Stay where you are. It was a crime against the Benin Republic. Yes. Okay. Yes. Right.
Yeah. I mean, I admit that. So, but I'm saying to you is that what I'm trying to tell you is that there was no fake passport there. This guy has.
There was no fake passport.
Hold on. He has a German residential permit. So how did a fake passport come in there? If he has a German residential permit and he's going to Germany. So there's a lot we're not being told there. Even I think even Igbo himself is not even being sincere to us, because if it were to be that, you know what it is to travel with a fake passport from another country? That's a crime in that country. So it wouldn't have gone the way that it has gone. It would have been prosecuted for it. So, but then they released him because that's to tell you that there was something much more than what the media was.
What's that heavy noise?
I don't know where that is coming from. I don't know that.
Hold on. Who's that? Ola, or something is moving.
No.
Yes.
Ola is there. Ola was his problem.
Woman.
No. I think. Your system is moving heavily. Oh God. Oh, sorry, Jide. There's a. No, don't unmute. It's moving heavily. Your system. Yes. Yeah. So sorry. I think we have to stick with facts. We can theorize what we theorize, but we have to stay within the confines of facts in order to make categorical statements. What is categorical is that guy was arrested for illegal documentation, illegal entry into Benin Republic. What was also fact is that the Nigerian state pushed very heavily to get him extradited. The Beninese said no.
So the question you should be asking yourself, woman, is this: how did he now finally continue his journey from Benin? If Nigerian government wants him and he has a fake,
I can tell you that. Okay, all right, okay.
Let me at this point. If everybody is being reported, this guy was caught with a fake passport or whatever fake document he said he had.
That's not even true. That's
Johnny Surino.
It's illegal entry.
Ola Johnny Surino. Get around up because I wanted you to come into this matter if you have some other factory. So my point is that if he has a fake document, and that was a fake document they arrested him for when he was entering entered Benin Republic and at the airport. Now, what document he did not get, since that he is a fugitive in Nigeria?
It's illegal entry, as Ola said. Okay, go on.
Let me just run this one. Let me quickly do it. If he's fleeing from Nigeria and he can't get the Nigerian passport, because for him to continue his journey, he will need some form of legal documents for him to continue his journey. But if we were to go by that's whatever we've been thrown out there, that he used a fake document. So what document did he finally have to continue his journey? Answer that question.
Rational mind. Sunday Igboho has Nigerian passport and German passport. So because of the insecurity, he wanted to exit through Benin Republic. And I believe that was a tip-off truly. I believe, don't quote me, that's just my belief, because how did those people know that the guy was within their territory? So there must have been some kind of tip-off. So
no, he was at the airport. That's what he's saying. No, he was caught at the airport trying to leave. So
he was caught at the airport, but someone with a Nigerian passport and German passport, and he caught him. So, and his German passport is never a fake one.
It's not a fake. So what's the point?
Do we want to insert a bit of fact into the narrative?
Yes, insert the fact.
It was caught for illegal entry into Benin Republic. So can I?
Go ahead, because you said that before. I wanted to just
which is to say he wasn't stamped in. So it was. Okay. If he was there, hold on 1 second. And then, so if he was then trying to exit Benin Republic, going through their immigration portals at their airport, then they would see categorically that he wasn't stamped in.
Okay, so one man, here's the problem, right? If we're all correct, and thankfully I was just able to get my Nigerian passport. Shout out to the New York consulate and whatever. So it says ECOWAS passport. I'm pulling out my passport right now. I'm looking at it, which grants me entry depending on the country and the specific stipulations they have with Nigeria. It grants me visa-free entry and access into member states of ECOWAS.
You still have to be stamped in.
Wait now. Don't beat me up. Wait now. So until we see that he was not properly stamped in, which we don't know, they said
it's an illegal. They said it's an illegal entry. So
let me land now, because when I do it, you shout, I'm not calm. So I'm being calm. So now, if they say that, here's the second question, because ECOWAS, you're supposed to have free entry. Of course, you are saying we're supposed to stamp properly. Then the second question is, if this is an offense under the jurisdiction of Benin Republic, this offense does not warrant the extradition of a person who is claiming that he was going to be harmed by the Nigerian state to now be extradited. That is not how
it wasn't extradited.
So how did he end up in the clutches of the Nigerian government?
No, he came back after
he went to Germany.
democracy.
Yeah, when he went to Germany, how did he get now? So how did he get off the wanted list?
Let us give you a story about this.
Okay, cool.
All right,
okay.
give the story and then we get back to it again.
So
I think we're getting lost in the woods somewhat.
He came back after the person running after his life left the government. So he was never extradited. They tried to do Kanu for this guy because Buratai was trying to use both a stick and carrot to bring this guy back, but they didn't give. Sekulata, Igbo didn't use for passport. Forget about it because his lawyer spoke. So now so that's the situation. But what the amusing thing there is that comparing Sunday Igbo's situation to that of Kanu's situation, no basis for comparison. Let's just face the fact. In absence, Sunday Igbo even won a suit against the federal government. The federal government, as far as I know today, is still owing Sunday Igbo. So it's a totally different situation. So he was declared wanted by Buhari, and Buhari is no longer there. Already, Kanu was already kidnapped. The Buhari kidnapped Sunday Igboho with the conspire with foreign government to bring that guy back. Illegal thing, At that situation, he kidnapped a UK citizen, not even a Nigerian citizen now, because he was traveling under UK. I think he was traveling under UK passport. Yeah. You kidnap a UK citizen, you brought him to Nigeria. So that's his case with Buhari. Well, so when you want to talk about the merits of that of Sunday Igboho, don't even try to draw this tribalism or ethnicity of comparing. No,
nobody's bringing in.
All right, let's get back to Ekene so that we can stick with the structure. Ekene, back to you.
Allah, with every sense in me and with every authority in me, there is a tribalism in it. And if you want to say that there is no tribalism in it, then you are lying to yourself, honestly speaking. So you can't tell me that a man that is declared wanted, that was pursued by Nigeria government, the same way Nandekan was pursued, who later escaped this country, then was caught up somewhere in Benin, the same way they kidnapped Nandekan. The same judgment was given for Nandekan that he should be released. You cannot just go and kidnap him there. That judgment was given. So what is stopping Nigerian government to obey that order? What are you saying? And you are not saying, you are saying that there is no tribalism in it. You want me to believe you?
No. Let him have his say.
There is a judgment which Nandekan has also won against the federal government.
Hold on. Jide, you have to stay muted. Your thing is really woofing heavily. Sorry, carry on, Ekene.
So which has declared his release even before Sunday Igboho? When did Sunday Igboho judgment came in? So because he's now because Tinubu is now government and he's released, so he's no more tribal. Don't come here and deceive us. We know what is going on. It's just that we just have to decide to keep quiet for peace to reign. No, you understand? Everybody knows what is going on within the political space.
No, this is just a dangerous narrative. That's why I'm struggling to just tell you something. Okay, look at it this way now. Now, yesterday, Ekene was the Attorney General of the Federation, which will be the one to even put the case forward on behalf of the federal government. If Ekene was of questionable character in the past and was running after everybody, and all I said today, I'm of no questionable character, nothing like I will not do my own like the former Attorney General of the Federation. And I decide to say, okay, I won't pursue the case of Igboho, just like the former person there was pursuing it. And we are saying it's not tribalism. It can be the
tribalism, however you want to put it. And let me tell you. And let me tell you.
Hold on. Can I just bring the tempo down a bit? So Ola, let him have his say, and then we move on. Yeah, carry on, Ekene.
Let me tell you. It is a complete tribalism, whatever you want to put it, however you want to put it. It's just that we decide to keep quiet so that the government should do the right thing. You cannot tell me that the judgment given in the favor of Nnamdi Kanu for him to be released is not there. You are just writing it off because it's now Sunday Igboho. It's the same charges. What are they agitating? This one is agitating for Yoruba nation. This one is agitating for Biafra nation. So what is different there? Because you tag this one IPOB and somebody from that region wanted to contest for president, you now turn it to a terrorist organization and continue to lay it upon one man. That whenever he speaks for his release, he now becomes an IPOB this thing. For your own political space to remain very smooth so that you can run it very well, then let other section of the country, let them become tagged as a terrorist organization. So that the politics of the Southwest and the Northwest will be so smooth, and you'll be running it in a very good, without a terrorist tag to your politics. It's quite unfortunate. So if you don't see it that way, that's how I see it, and that's how a lot of us see it.
Oh, all right.
But it doesn't change anything. The only thing, whether you want an Igbo man to be president or not, the only thing we are asking is just release Nnamdi Kanu. And no, we are not asking for it. It's just for total peace to return in that region. And for me as an Igbo man, I feel disrespected by the Nigerian space. A lot of our elderly men, even Okwadike before he's dead, they have taken a lot of people to the federal government. Even within this President Tinubu regime, you continue to ignore them because you feel that the politics of the Southeast doesn't mean anything to you. You can always win your way into the federal, into the state, into the Aso Rock whenever you want to, because you have an alliance with the Southwest and the Northwest and the Southwest and the Northwest. So whether Igbo vote for you or they don't vote for you, you can always win an election, either by crook or by any way you want to do it. So that is why a man from that region, all the respected elders from that region will come to you several times asking for one man release. You didn't see it as anything. You neglected them because you are the president. Forget about that thing, man. We know what is going on. There is nothing to talk about it. You can continue to paint it. This Igboho was arrested for fake passport. When did it become fake passport? The only thing I know is that the same way Buhari pursued Kanu was the same way he pursued Igboho before Igboho fled, and the Kanu was kidnapped from Kenya. The judgment is there. Why are you neglecting it? Why are you not talking about the judgment? Take him back where you got him from.
JD, I want to move on when he lands. Yeah.
No,
so the tribal politics should stop. If we really want to progress as a nation, our leaders should see it. This tribal politics going on between the Southwest and the Northwest should stop.
The tribal politics, like the Davido wedding, was that tribal politics?
I'm not talking about the Davido wedding. I'm talking about political class. Using you guys' blame because I cannot use my brain. I just keep quiet.
Woman, I think Ekene is actually misleading the public.
No. I think it's down to the public to no. Let's just move on.
Another thing I want to.
Let me move to this topic. Just hold on, Ekene. Move to this topic. IPOB can't win referendum. Igbos prefer Nigeria. This is coming from the Arewa youth in the north. No more than a minute or two on that, and then we move on.
They don't. Well, for me, everybody knows that it's a fact from the Arewa organization. If only Nigerian state can tell themselves the truth. If only the Nigerian space can tell themselves the truth. We know that it's not easy for one man to come and say, let's have referendum without the support of every part of that region. And we're not seeing that total support. So why are you tagging it on a terrorist organization? Terrorism is happening right there in the north.
Hold on, can I stick with the topic? What's this? Just calm down, guy, please. Stick with the topic. What this guy is saying is, if there's referendum in the southeast, he believes that the abundance of the southeast, they will not choose to exit Nigeria. So That is what he's saying. So give us commentary.
But I always say that here now. Are they the first time? Is it not that they're seeing that? Is it the first time they're seeing it? I always say it here. The way you guys the way you talk about Biafra, this and that, Igbo man wants to exist and all those stuff. It's not how it is. The people that knows what they have in Nigeria, the Igbo investors in Nigeria know that it's not quite easy for them to just say, let's go. But it's just because of politics. They're trying to blind the eyes of Yorubas and the Igbos and other people to see it as if all the Igbos want to leave Nigeria. Is it the first time that Arewa youth are seeing it? The emphasis is there. You are just trying to you are just looking for something where something is not there. When something is not there, that's what is happening in Nigeria. The IPOB, the Biafra, you guys are using for or using it against the politics of the South. There is nothing there. Nothing is there. You will just have to say it categorically that no Igbo man should rule Nigeria. That's how the statement should look like. Instead of using IPOB where you don't see any issue, just say it like that so that everybody will understand it. Don't just go through the back door and be using IPOB that we know that it's not a clear terms to stop a particular religion from becoming the president. Because I just wonder, the statement of Obi today is just the first time, but I see Reno Mokri ranting all over everywhere on internet. That's so if somebody like me will catch him one day, I will just beat the hell out of him. I'm not missing word. Any day I will see him, he will see what I will do to him. Unless I don't see him face to face. Because he's the kind of guy that we need to deal with in this country. And beat the hell out of big sense into his head.
No, we don't advocate violence. But thank you, Ekene. Thank you, Ekene. Let me move on to.
So one man before I close, something happened in Borno State today. You know, because it's now a normal thing. You know, whenever we have this bomb blast, this all this agent of terrorists and all those issue. You know, it's no longer something new to us. It's a normal thing. But go and see what happened in Borno State today. That's the real terrorism happening there. Nobody's talking about it. It's IPOB.
We covered it again. You just talk and you never. What's all this now? The first thing is bring the tempo of your voice down because it's just too forceful, and then let people engage with you as well. It's not boo, 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 boo. We covered it. It's on the screen. It was part of the readout, and we tried to interlink it with the politics going on. But bring it home in a minute, and then we move on.
Oh, okay. I never knew you read it out. Sorry for that. But I'm just eager to say it because these are the real issue we should be talking about, not calling particular region terrorist organization. Thank you, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thankfully, the calmer tones of Des, rescue us, take us to a saner place. Des, are you ready for us or?
Yeah, I think I'm ready now.
Oh, calmer tone.
Are you sure I'm gonna be calmer?
Well, you traditionally are. You are just here for the ladies. You want to show off your uniform to get babes. Eh? Look at this guy.
Ladies, how am I gonna be here for the ladies?
Yes.
I don't need to be here for the ladies. But
so how have you been? How have you been?
Shit. I don't even know. I've been good, I guess. I'm good.
Yeah, well, you look well anyway. It's really good to see you.
Thank you, man. I'm not sure what we're talking about. I heard
just the usual Nigerian.
I always the one attack my man.
All right, talk to us about Chivido. Maybe that's an inoffensive topic. Did you follow it, or were you impressed?
No, I didn't follow it. What happened?
Chioma and Davido now they got married. Did you not hear?
I don't want to talk about that. That's
I thought that was more your space. Oh, one bear sort of babes and
how one man don't come. I don't follow that. That's for the Gen Zs to follow, not me.
I suppose where you are, you are not able to follow Nigerian news quite so.
No, not as much. Not as much. Like right now,
All
I'm
right.
just getting it.
What about American news? Then it looks as though you know, you are going to change a senile guy for a serial liar. That's what's looking like, isn't it? Eh?
I was watching the debate. It was just funny as well. I'm like, what's going on here? Like, I mean, they should just erase two of these people and find someone, just someone sane and coming. I don't know what's going on. Just erase two of them.
It was like two OAPs in a retirement home fighting over the last biscuits.
Crazy.
It was ridiculous of things.
It was crazy. But Omar, let's talk about Nigerian space. Nothing concerning me here.
All right, let me rattle you through the headlines and then you can take your pick. So this chap here feels that Nigeria has the potential to be a $6 trillion economy. And as laughable as that is, there's a lot of serious people that are actually on board with that. If they get a few things right, the economy is there to be unbuckled. So this now, Tinubu flags off Akwa Ibom section of Lagos Calabar Coastal Road in August. This is essentially infrastructure meets politics because, of course, he's targeting the South-South votes, and if there's sufficient enough progression in that space, then, of course, it will be a real duke out in the South-South. Peter will be fighting for his political life. Releasing Nnamdi Kanu now, Peter Obi tells Tinubu, but when did they enter that space? Arewa Forum says ex-governor El Rufai's meeting with Kwakwanso is a plot to unseat Tinubu. So yeah, it is a plot to unseat Tinubu, but we're narrowing it to a Fulani plot rather than a northern plot. And the shape that a Fulani plot often takes is this. Many feared dead as woman carrying a baby on her back detonates IED in Borno. So rinse and repeat the tactic that they used to chase Goodluck Jonathan out of office. Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB cannot win referendum. Igbos prefer Nigeria. We're still in the north. Speaking to the east is the Arewa youth now, saying give them that referendum just to shut them up. And the Lagosification of governance in Nigeria. Ariyo in BPE, Edu in finance. Lagos appointees in Tinubu's cabinet. And as we're rattling through, we counted about 8 from our Tinubu's team, commissioners from his position as governor, now ministers in his now new position as president. So take your pick and give us our 5 minutes flavor.
Let's start with your first one about Nigeria becoming, first world country. I guess that's what I take from it. The truth is gonna be said, one man. I don't care whether the Tinubu builds all the whole infrastructure in the whole world in Nigeria. That is what Buhari did, if I'm not mistaken. Buhari was focused on infrastructure so much that we were asking what's going on. We were praising him here, right? You know, the bridges, the roads, and everything. You know, he's spent so much Nigerian money building infrastructure, and at the end of the day, we were left worse than we used to be before. And him focusing on infrastructure, I don't see what difference it's gonna make. I mean, we've been down this road before, and if I'm not mistaken, this is more than a year of his governance, and I can always say, the things are getting way worse off. I'm not in Nigeria, so I'm gonna believe the person in Nigeria saying what he's saying. What I know is that the first period of his tenure, he's been going off and on trying to get investors, and we've seen how that went. Actually, investors and some multi-billion-dollar companies have actually left Nigeria, or rather closed down in somewhat. So I'm not seeing any effort to actually get to that paradise that you're actually saying about building a road. What is that going to do? I'm not sure what that's going to do, because Nigeria is very comfortable driving in their, potholes. As long as they fucking get that money, they're gonna be comfortable driving in that potholes and getting to their destination. So roads and all those lame-ass infrastructure is not gonna cut it, one man. I mean, if we tell ourselves the truth, it's not gonna cut it. What's gonna cut it is bringing investors, bringing actually the right mindset, showing the people, like what I heard about the fucking sorry about my word, the buying of airplane for the presidency. I'm like, that's so absurd. Like, what are they doing? You know, I'm just laid back seeing some news. I'm like, what is going on? Like, it's crazy, one man. You know, we have to start telling ourselves the truth at some point that all this stuff, these people are not really. I mean, I'm pretty sure you want Tinubu to take us to that place, you know, to make yourself right. But if you're actually being honest to yourself, it's not gonna happen. With what we are seeing, with the whole, you know, insensitivity that is going on, with, you know, the whole policies that is not working, it's really bound not to happen. So I don't know where you're seeing all those infrastructure getting us to paradise or whatever.
Is that there speaking?
I just
listen to. I say, now there's voice for this now. How you did?
I did, sir.
Okay.
I did, sir.
Yeah, welcome. All right.
Yeah. So, one man, is not gonna happen. I just pray though that one day that we can get to our senses and start saying the right things. And actually, I think that one man show our voice is heard far and wide. So if we start saying the right thing, hopefully the right people will hear us and, you know, start acting right. But if we keep lying to ourselves, I don't know. I mean, we're bound to be in the gutters. You know, I don't know. Let's go straight to the next news about Peter Obi talking about Nnamdi Kanu. I don't know. I think it's the right move to make. I think he says something somewhat in relation to IPOB, not necessarily about Nnamdi Kanu. I think it's the right move to make. I mean, first of all, I think someone says about, you know, if Nnamdi Kanu comes out and find out that he hasn't been talking about him, it's probably going to go negative to his campaign. I'm not sure how that is even possible because Obi is far way more than Nnamdi Kanu. He's way up here. Nnamdi Kanu is like way here. I mean, IPOB is not. I mean, I feel like people are thinking IPOB is a really huge number of people. IPOB is not Southeast. IPOB is like a minute number of Southeasterners. So if you're thinking that Nnamdi Kanu is gonna start convincing people against Obi, people are not gonna buy that as much. I mean, some people will buy the idea. Even the IPOB, you know, right now are still against Obi. Are still the same people that are still gonna be against Obi if whether Nnamdi Kanu comes out and say something against Obi or not. I mean, I don't see a lot of influence that Kanu is gonna put in when he comes out against Obi. But him coming out shows that he's actually in support of what the, you know, judicial, the court said about him coming, releasing him and all that stuff. You know, he's what he's supposed to say anyway, because the court already decided that this man should be released. So I don't see any fault in him coming out to say what the court already been told Nigerian government to do a long time ago. So whether he's playing his politics right or not is not going to affect him. He's just doing what I feel he thinks is right to do at the moment. He didn't say it before. I feel like he should have been saying that a long time ago, but that is he's his own man. It's his own decision. Whenever he wants to say something, he says it. But I mean, that's by the way. I'm just rapping through, one man. I'm not sure what else news you talked about. Shit.
The Arab youths were saying that if a referendum was
about the Arab youths. saying if referendum that the Igbos, let's not use IPO, the Igbos might not, Igbos are gonna lose or whatever, they're not gonna support referendum. I might disagree with Ekene on this.
No, they're not going to support leaving Nigeria.
Yeah, I might disagree with Ekene saying that they might not support leaving Nigeria. I think a lot of Easterners have some sort of how will I put this? Allegiance. I would say allegiance to, Biafra. Because they know the history. I mean, they've read the history, they know what it's all about, especially this last election. If this last election didn't happen, then I might say there might be, they wouldn't really care about still being in Nigeria. But this last election might actually, moved them towards we need to leave Nigeria. So if actually a referendum is being held right now, I kind of feel that, a lot of people would vote for it. Actually vote for it. I mean,
which way would your vote go?
They would vote for leaving Nigeria.
No.
Mine?
Your vote, yeah.
Oh, mine. I would actually vote for leaving Nigeria, to be honest. I mean, maybe it's just me thinking that there's something better that's going to come out from Biafra than Nigeria. Maybe it's just me thinking that, because Nigeria, we've tried Nigeria so many years and it's not working. So why keep trying the same shit? Sorry about my word. Why keep trying the same stuff and, expecting different results? That's insanity, right? So to me, I feel like I would towards, leaving Nigeria and actually having the country of my own and see how that works. So I don't know. I think, to be honest, if a referendum is being called right now, a lot of Southeasterners will be like, all right, we're leaving. I don't know. But that's it for me right now. I mean, thank you.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent. You've lost weight, Des. You used to be more rosy cheeked. Is it what's your rank? You cannot be more than a corporal. I'll be surprised if you are more than a corporal. What rank are you?
I'm E5 right now. Hopefully, I'm gonna be E6 very soon.
What is that? What is that? Is that a sergeant?
That's a second class petty officer.
All right, brilliant. And I hope money comes with that also. So well done. So that's Desmond doing God's work. So stay with us there. So that's the mighty Des, of course, a very clever man.
Desmond, let me thank you for your service to our nation. And God will continue to bless you. You see, seeing that uniform on you, I feel like, I feel
proud.
I feel very proud of you, and I feel highly disappointed in Nigeria. You should be wearing this uniform if Nigeria has worked well, if Nigeria is a country that works well for everybody. But here we are today, somebody, an energetic, brilliant, a man that really want to serve, in the position to serve his fatherland, but his fatherland rejected him, and you have to leave your fatherland to another land to go and serve, fight, and ready to, defend that country. It tells a lot. This uniform you are wearing is a message. If any Nigerian leader seeing you now in that uniform of another country, I think they should be crying. And I feel very emotional that we have thousands of Nigeria that are serving other land, wearing uniform, this kind of uniform that you have on. So it's just sad that Nigeria is a country that does not honor their own. They don't promote their own. They don't encourage their own, and they are never there for anybody. It doesn't matter where you are in that country, whether you are Fulani man, you are Yoruba man, Igbo man. So, but God will continue to bless you for the service that you are doing at the moment. I just feel very emotional looking at
Nigeria.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So we all echo that sentiment. So thank you, Ajale Koko, and thank you, Desmond. So thank you, Ajale Koko, and we all align around that. So well done, Des. We joke around with you a lot, but you're a man of many talents, a successful businessman, a patriot to his country of adoption, and all of those nice things. So a real good example. A good example. But are we able to say this same thing about gas them up? Gas them up. You're up next.
Yeah, you see, shout out to you for, as usual, doing your APC style partiality. Shout out to you, one man. I'm actually happy that I come on this platform because it serves as a testament to why Nigeria is the way it is, because it's just interesting. Before I launch into the topics, just I want to put this out there. I think for the men, particularly the men on the panels and chats, we have to stop acting. In America, we have a word called sassy. We have to stop acting sassy. Too often, what I've seen, and it's just the overall reflection of society, there's a lot of ways they try to control and stifle diversity of thought. If a person has passion, they try to instantly attack you and say, hey, you're too angry, you're too animated. And people have every right to be passionate. People have every right to speak with emotions, to speak with fervor. It's sickening when there's a difference of opinion. People aren't comfortable to accept there's a difference of opinion and defend that person's right to have that difference of opinion. We live in an era of censorship, and I'm shocked that this type of behavior of censorship, which is something that is becoming a mainstay in the West, particularly the Nigerian elite and the Nigerian copycat elites are trying to bring that type of censorship to Nigeria. So be very careful when you guys throw accusations of instability or someone not being of sound mind, because those very accusations can be used against you. As you can see, many of the people who prosecuted Trump, one of them is actually having the same accusations that he used to go after Donald Trump is now being used after him in the state of New York. So, as they say, when you point one finger, a few fingers are pointing back at you. So I'll launch into the topic. The Det0Nate topic about Nnamdi Kanu. I think I'll just say it the way it is. We're a tribal country, and I'll tell the people, anyone who tells you not to engage in tribalism, be very careful of that person. Quite often, in my experience, you come to find out that person who's telling you that, oh, we love Nigeria, we're one Nigeria, they're the most tribalistic and vicious type of people you'll come across. They're sassy often. They're very, very sneaky in ways that they'll sabotage you with their tribalism behind the scenes. And they're very partial. Like I always say, Nigeria is full of partiality. So I'm happy that Det0Nate is taking a stand to support Nnamdi Kanu, to say that he should be released. Or that's correct, right? He said he wanted Nnamdi Kanu to be released. Okay, yes, perfect. So I think he should have done that a while ago. We were all here when we saw the Raymond Hush Puppy scandal, where the guy snitched, and he told, he was just a big snitch, couldn't keep, hold water. He snitched on everybody, all his co-defendants. But what's funny is the chief of police that was aiding him, scot-free. If that's not tribalism, I don't know what is. But when you mention this, like I always say, the people who want to deceive you and manipulate you and hustle you will tell you, don't talk about that. No, one Nigeria, one Nigeria. It's all a lie. And until we can get rid of that, until we can speak truthfully to each other and talk with empathy with one another, we're all going to have to be tribalist in that country. So, it's unfortunate. I wish in a country we could speak our mind and say, hey, listen, that person's incorrect, or that person's of, bad moral character in terms of their actions, whether they come from this region or that region, and the people from that region can accept it. But we can't have a country like that. And so, I don't know you, brother. This is the first time I've engaged with you, but shout out to you, Des, because, you said some real stuff. And, I appreciate you speaking the way you spoke, so shout out to you. But yeah, I'm glad Peter Obi is finally growing some testicles and standing by his Igbo brother. Let's all be tribalist. Forget that one Nigeria. It's never going to work. This panel, these platforms show that it's never going to work.
Is that the best pathway to the presidency?
Listen, forget the presidency. Let's split the country. My time on these platforms have shown me that the sabotage and the manipulative schemings of people who push one Nigeria in front of you, but behind the scenes, they can't even help it. Like the tribalism reeks out when you call out impartialities and unfairness. They want to just cover it up so bad. So let's not kid ourselves. Everybody be a tribalist. Support your own, protect your own. So this should be a message to my Igbo brothers. I'm not an Igbo man. I don't have a dog in the fight, but shout out to them. You people better support yourselves. You better work together because you don't have any friends in that country. You people better stick together and fix your region. Are
you still smarting from Kulata's comment yesterday? Are you still smarting?
No, it has nothing to do with that. The point is that again, I'm going to repeat it. Even to my Yoruba brothers who are, the real Yorubas who aren't on the BS, fix your region, follow the Ibohos of that region, and get your act together. Don't follow these elites and these elite copycats. They don't mean well for you. So let's all be tribalist and let's fix our regions for ourselves. So let me go on to the next one. They said that they won't win a referendum. Maybe not. Let's try it.
No. Hold on. Commit to either from your informed view. Do you think if that referendum took place in the Southeast, you're not from the Southeast, of course, so we're just parachuting in. Because I'm on board with this comment, by the way. I don't think that up to 15-20% of the Southeast actually really buy into. If that referendum took place, are you on board with what our brothers in the North are saying, that it will fail categorically, that the Southeasterners don't actually want to leave Nigeria?
So again, I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm only a victim of that British real estate called Nigeria. But one thing I will say, as I said before, be very careful of people who try to dictate a narrative. Let it happen. Give them the referendum if you don't have anything to fear, right? That's what I've always said. Nigeria is a country where they know the reality is that they might lose. So, they try to come with these, silly narratives to say, oh, no, only 10% of the people will go for it. We all love Nigeria. Well, what Nigeria? Look at the wedding. The guy, this is the nonsense that we Nigerians do. So, look, if we don't have anything to fear, if Nigeria is working so well, give everybody a referendum. Give everybody a chance to have their walking papers, and let's see what happens. If Nigeria is such a unified country, there's nothing to fear. It's like I tell my Christian friends, right? They say, I can't go there. There's juju. I said, well, you got the greatest insurance policy, Jesus Christ. So what are you scared for? Then they start mumbling and stumbling. You know what I'm saying? If you got nothing to fear, if you have the strength and Nigeria is working well, give them their referendum. Stop creating narratives. So I think it's just reflective of the type of nonsense they're trying to keep people in that colonial zoo called Nigeria. And I'm glad these panels are on because it just shows that it's never going to work. So, I think that these people who wrote this, the Arawa youths, they're just being silly. give them the opportunity to have a referendum, and if they decide to stay, then everybody keeps quiet about it. But give every region a chance to stay in this so-called Nigeria that everybody says works because some idiot and some girl had a wedding in freaking Banana Island and a bunch of elites were dancing and spraying dollars on themselves. Yeah, that's proof that there's no tribalism in Nigeria. Sure. What's the next one here? Who's this person that said Nigeria has the potential for a $6 trillion economy? What's his name?
Is the chief executive officer of the CFG Advisory, Tilewa Adebajo. So some top functionary in whatever he's a top functionary in. I
would argue that Nigeria has a stronger chance to be a $1 trillion U.S. economy in terms of dollar, $1 trillion economy in terms of dollars, if we do the right thing. One of the things we can do, we can definitely nationalize our assets and run the country properly. We can have public-private partnerships, even with
nationalize our assets. Then the government will be...
Let me explain it. Let me explain it. You do this, right? Yeah. When other people, when Des was talking,
don't do that. Don't do that.
So can I get the same, please, if you don't mind?
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah,
thank you. I just appreciate that. I know, but I'm just saying.
No. Sometimes when you make a point, somebody wants to pause you just to engage on that point. So don't do that screechy something. Just carry on.
Yeah, but it's not screechy one, man. I'm just saying, if I'm in the middle of launching into something, to pause me on a particular point, I think you can wait. All right. So now my point is this. Nigeria can definitely do certain things. Like I said, we have to be creative. We can nationalize our assets to work for all Nigerians and have the perfect symbiosis of private and public relationships. So that would also include international private organizations and companies to say, hey, listen, if you're coming to invest in our country, we will make sure that the ease of doing business is there. However, you are going to make sure you are training our workforce, you are paying our workforce a livable wage with the same type of benefits that you pay your workforce in your country. You're going to give our workforce a pension, etc., blah, 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 health insurance, all the same things, right? All the same amenities that you give your unionized workers in your country. I think that can be done when we look at other countries that have national assets such as China, Russia, and a whole mix of other Nordic countries in Europe. So I think that can be done. I think also to get this $6 trillion economy, I think we can tie our naira to a basket of our commodities that we have, our resources, not just petroleum, but we can also tie with the newfound resources. We have gold now, we have lithium, we have a whole bunch of minerals that we found, we have natural gas. So I think we can tie our naira to some of our natural resources. We can peg it there and make our naira stronger. I sent you the article with Zimbabwe, where the IMF just admitted that the Zimbabwe currency is actually stable ever since they tied their currency, or they pegged their currency to gold. I sent it to you in Niger. I don't know if you guys shared it amongst your collective or you discussed it here, but that's a-okay, right? So the evidence is there. Zimbabwe just pegged their currency to their gold, and the IMF actually admitted and admits that actually strengthened and stabilized their currency. So hopefully they don't get sabotaged and Zimbabwe can keep growing. So my point is that definitely it's not just, I'm thinking even bigger. If Nigeria is working for all of us, if we open all our ports, it was admitted on this panel that majority of the containers still have to go through Lagos first before they reach any other port. That has to be changed. So we need to invest in making sure all our ports are open for import and export. I'm not a fan of importation-driven economies, but in the meantime, until we build stronger manufacturing industrial strength or capacity, we have to import, and I think we should open our ports, particularly in the South and the Southeast and the Southwest. We should open up those ports so that people can reduce the population chokehold that's happening in Lagos, and people can move back to their respective localities.
Sorry, you said you don't want people breaking your stride, but
yes, sir,
you are saying open up the ports in the Southeast with their agitation for Biafra so that they can start importing weapons. Are you serious?
What are you talking about, one man?
Okay, so
hold on, please. I'm sorry to interrupt. Yeah. What are you talking about, woman? What I mean? What I mean? Come on, woman.
Is that not the fear of the Nigerian state?
Hold on.
One man. That's very insidious statement.
Let me just address him.
People are watching this channel. I mean, you tend to perpetuate some narrative that some people here, we be buying the red meat. It's not nice. I mean, we're having a very good conversation here. Gasmond is making it some good point, and redirected. I know that's not the person you are, but sometimes you just throw red meat because you have some of this agbado here that want to eat all the whole meat.
Woman, who is in charge of custom? I mean, is it not the federal government that has the custom in charge? Are they not the one doing the inspection when containers comes in? So an Easterner will just bring in weapons, even the one that are passing through the Lagos seaport. Who are the people allowing it in? Come on, woman. You had one of President just tell you now, just call you out on this. You see, let's not do this. I mean, this is not good for us. If we want to really truly, I just hope you really want to move forward. That you want that one Nigeria. But if you keep saying things like this, it's not right.
Well, that's why I prefaced. So if you notice, I said in my earlier statement, I said I'm happy I'm on these platforms because it just exposes that at the end of the day, we'll never have a one Nigeria because this is what we do. We sabotage each other. We really don't trust each other. We don't like each other, and we play these games. But it's okay. I accept it. I hope it's a reflection. Like I said.
Hold on, guys. That's not actually my opinion, but that's a narrative that is out there, and that's a concern that I'm not sure that I've said anything that caught anybody off guard because it's a subsisting narrative that the government, especially when let me not even dig myself in, but the government has concerns about the agitation in that space. And the concerns wrap around if there's a port facility there, it facilitates the smuggling in of weapons even easier. But that's not my personal view, but it's a narrative that is out there.
But hold on, Gasmond. So if it is a narrative, I mean, can we change the narrative? You are perpetuating, the narrative more. If you bring it up, that's exactly what you're doing.
No, I'm inviting the conversation in order to...
I don't think that's I don't, but anyway, I don't think that's an amicable conversation to have, to have in this kind of platform.
Well,
I mean,
I'm glad that people
are
seeing
we're having in that country, okay?
Yes, sir, and I'm happy that everyone saw it was brought up when Gas Them Up was speaking, but that's okay. So look, listen, in terms of the ports, I'm going to repeat this again. If we open up all our ports, not just in the southeast, in the western region, southwest, in the south as well, we will have a free flow of goods into the economy, whereby reducing the population density that's in Lagos, right? People will go back to their respective localities and import their goods. I think if you now tell those importers, hey, listen, you have a 12-year window to reverse engineer the products and technology that you're importing and start locally manufacturing them up to a specific standard that's safe, that's ecologically sound and viable for the people of Nigeria to consume. I think then you give them a great incentive to import as much as they can, make some money, but take that profit and start manufacturing their local goods. We see it all the time. We're seeing, people bunkering. That's refining, right? That can be structured in...
minute.
Sure, go ahead. No, one man, this is my time, but go ahead.
Yeah, you said it more than one time, more than twice, that they should open up the ports in other places. Lagos is not only the place where we have the port. You have the ports in the south too that are well opened up, but people doesn't use it. So who do we blame? They use it, but at the very minimal level,
No, but Baba, that's not true. I did the research. Those ports, not just other than Port Harcourt Port, most of those ports are dilapidated and purposely underutilized. And then it was admitted on this panel by people who are major importers that even if you want to take your goods to another port in Nigeria, it still has to pass through Lagos first.
That is not
true. Was acknowledged. Well, I don't know. Listen,
Lagos. Hold on. The ship could pass through Lagos, but your container, if it's destined or the final destination is Port Harcourt, they will land it in Port Harcourt.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say, sir. For example, okay, but listen, wait, but hold on. I'm in the U.S. I believe you're in the U.S. as well. If goods that come in through the port, New York has a small harbor, but the largest harbor on the East Coast or the Northeast is actually in New Jersey. When you go to the South, I believe it's is it Georgia? Florida has a port as well. New Orleans has a port. Mississippi has a port, if I'm not mistaken. Alabama has a port towards the lower part. Texas has a port, and California has a port, right? So you have all these places of entry in which boats have to directly pass. It would make no sense unless they've calculated the logistics for me to send my goods, let's say from Europe or China to New York port. All the goods have to come through New York port and then ship it across in truck, car, or rail to California. That's not how it's done. So the boats go directly to the California port, and then Los Angeles, I believe Long Beach, that's the port. And then they go directly. So what I'm saying is the boats, if you create the ports properly and you manufacture and you build them up to capacity, the boats don't have to go through Lagos anymore. Let the boats go directly to their point of destination throughout the Southwest, South, and Southeast. So I don't want to get too dragged down on my port thing. I'm just saying, one man showed it, that the IMF admits that after the Zimbabweans pegged their currency to gold that they have as their natural resource, their currency has not only stabilized, it's gotten stronger. So I'm saying that Nigeria can also do the same. We can peg our naira not only to our oil, but to our other resources that we have in abundance. So even if, for example, there's a decrease in the demand for oil or petroleum, we can still make up with the strength of our naira for the demand for lithium, gold, and other minerals that we have in abundance in that country. So I'm saying that my imagination and my dream and my love for Nigeria is bigger than a 6 trillion naira economy. I'm saying if it's done properly, we can have a $1 trillion US economy. We can get to that place.
Sorry, gas them up. That 6 trillion is actually US dollars, not naira.
Okay, in the thing you posted, I thought it said N when he put it there. I don't know. It looked like it said N.
No, it's the dollar sign. That it is right there.
Oh, that's the dollar sign.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, perfect. So yeah, I agree with them, right? $6 trillion. That can be done in the span of 30 years with the right policies and with each region being able to develop politically. We can get contract laws in place. We can do it. I'll give you one more example before I move on to the next two topics and I'm done.
Gas, I'll take you to one more topic because I want to get to Jide. He's in Nigeria and I think he's running out of juice in his
in his thing. Okay, so I'll just say this quickly. With the car manufacturing, for example, the problem I have with the cars being manufactured in Nigeria, they're trying to compete with the Toyotas. They need to scale down the type of car that they're making. It's too expensive for the local person to make. So the imported cars are beating them. They can create a different type of car that would fit more for the local consumption. But let me go on to the gentleman who was arrested after he was, called to order for the misappropriation of funds. This is what should be done across the board in each region on every level in Nigeria. I hope it's the beginning of more. I hope this type of auditing happens all the way to the very top levels. That's the presidency, NNPC, the Senate, all these places. I hope they hold themselves to a standard. You cannot lead from the back. As we say, you can't be an armchair quarterback. You have to roll up your sleeves, get in there and lead from the front and lead by example. So what example are our elites showing us, the citizens, to portray and behave like? Well, if they're showing us weddings where they're throwing out foreign currency and people are insulting each other online about who had access to the wedding, that's just ridiculous, silly, and useless. But if our elites are showing us examples like this, that, hey, listen, I don't care how connected you are. If you do the wrong thing, you will be prosecuted. You will find yourself at the wrong end of the law, whether you're president, whether you're head of NNPC, whether you're this, whether you're that, you will be prosecuted. You will be called to order. That is the example I think that the Nigerian people will say, of course, when you give us this referendum, we'll stay in Nigeria. If you're doing this on a regular basis, if this is the customer service we receive as citizens from our leaders, hell yeah, we'll stay in Nigeria. We won't even, we'll take the referendum and we'll all gladly stay in Nigeria. But if this is not the norm and if this is not expansive and far reaching to everybody, then, like I said, we're just kidding ourselves. And with that, I yield the mic.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So brilliant, excellent. I still want your thoughts on Tinubu packing the government with Lagos crew, but hold thought on that as we hear from Jide, just to hear from me because it's been with us all the way through. I think he may be running out of juice. So we'll come to you next, Jide. Jide, you've heard the conversation. Let's hear your submission. Jide, good to have you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope my audio is better now.
Yeah, your audio is better, but if anybody tries to talk, okay, carry on. We can hear you. Carry on.
All right. So for me, I think I've listened to everybody since morning, and it's painful that what we think we have as a country is no longer what it used to be. Just some minutes ago in the chat section, I was trying to, put some submission across to gas them up, and he said something that shows us or shows me that even what he's saying on this platform is not his true identity. So for me, I would just make the submission that the best thing to do for this country would be to just say, everybody go to your house, bear your father's name, and let's just go our separate ways. Because we are just deceiving ourselves. The truth of the matter is, you were referring to Davido's wedding the other time. Those people that are there were not just Yoruba people, Igbo people, Hausa people, just almost all the tribes in Nigeria that was represented in one form or the other. And these people were there spraying money, dancing, jumping up and down. That's to show you what happens amongst the elite. That's to show you what happens when money is involved. That's to show you what happens when transactions and contracts, exchange hands and they are being signed. Some contracts will have even been closed at that wedding. Meanwhile, common Nigerian is out there fighting, calling the other group names, all in the name of what? Supporting the same elite. So for me, I feel the best thing to do would be we should have followed the advice of Awolowo and Sir Ahmadu Bello when they said it was a marriage that would not work. So, because you can't say you want Nigeria to move forward, and yes, we already have a president. Either is there by a process that you are happy with, or is there by a process you're not happy with. I think the next thing you should be discussing is the way forward, what to do, how to do it, and where they are not doing it right, we'll call it out. And that was what I have always been saying about Peter Obi. That instead of you staying in the position of pre-election conditions, why don't you put yourself in post-election conditions and put out concrete criticism, developmental criticism, and that is what we need. When you go on social media, the same people, the same set of people that will cry of victimization, marginalization, would at every slightest opportunity go after the other. And you feel those ones too will fold their hands. So for me, there's no end to this thing. There's nothing that can resolve it. And I don't see that leader in Nigeria, when you look across all tribes, that leader that can bring that unifying factor. I don't see it. I don't see it. So I think the best thing to do would be everybody go to your father's house. Let's split it. Pack your loads. Then we have embassies everywhere. And if you want to come into the country of the other person, you request for a visa and a passport. Because we are not telling ourselves the truth. We don't want this country to move forward. We don't. We are the ones that go out there to spoil the name of this country. Post-election, during election, we were saying it on this platform, that whatever you paint, all these names you're calling ourselves, the president is a this, is a that, will come back to haunt us. I remember then that when he was saying it, that it is a common Nigerian that they will stop at the airport, that they will search at the airport, that will go through all the hellfire at the airport, while these same elites will go on diplomatic passports. But we did not listen then. Now we are facing a lot of things here and there. And we are now going back to point accusing figures at the same people when we are the cause of the problem. So my own submission on everything is just that we should just split this country. I'm not afraid, and I'm very sure that our leaders are not afraid of this. I speak for the Southwest because that's where I belong to.
So, woman, can I quickly respond to what you said in the beginning?
No, don't respond, because whenever you're talking, you don't like interjection. So let's keep it that way. Any other person can respond, but not you. So, woman, what I'm saying is this. The Northerners might be afraid. Maybe that's why Arewa is coming out to say what they are saying. But I don't think we are afraid. No matter what is going to happen, I don't think the Southeasterners are afraid. They've been calling for it for a long time. So let's just split this thing. Let's go accept it.
Sorry, JD. Why would you say they are afraid? Because, sorry, let me mute you, because anytime people are speaking, you move. Yes. So, don't unmute. When I land, I'll just unmute you. Why do you think they are afraid? Because what they are saying is that, and it's not the whole Northern now, it's just the Arewa youth, but they speak somewhat a sentiment that is out there. What they are saying is that if that referendum takes place, there is no chance that the IPOB space will win it, because the Southeasterners, they're too embedded within the Nigerian space, and their greatest opportunities is really within that space. And even whisper it quietly, a lot of them actually even are proud of being Nigerians. And that is what they are contending. And I don't think they're entirely right. So I'm not sure what you think they're afraid of.
Well, woman, I want to say that they are afraid. I must say, because when you talk about those that feel more concerned about this thing the most, seems to be the Northerners. The Southeasterners have always been saying they want to go. I have a situation where I was in the market and something happened between me and a person. He was trying to, swindle me in such a way, and I got to know. And the next thing the guy reacted was, just give us our Biafra, you this and this and that. Yeah. It's the cry of every Southeasterner. So we can't deny that. And we are also ready for it. It doesn't matter. Let us split. Whatever anybody has invested in every area, yeah, if they are going to give you visa to come back and manage your property, then it depends on the government of the day. If you are going to sell it and take the assets or take your money or capital to your section, sell it and go. It's simple. See, woman, you don't know the problem we are creating for ourselves, and this is what I'm trying to point at. If tomorrow an Igbo man becomes president, with what the Yoruba man has faced during this election, do you think it will go easy with them? Any little mistake he makes, they will also want to pay back. They will want to pay back, they will ridicule, and we'll get to a point where the boiling water in the pot will spill, and then it becomes a full-fledged crisis. It's better we just go a separate way, because we don't know what we are sowing. We don't know what we are sowing. When you come, is a drug lord, is this, is that, okay, the other party to attack Obi and that and that. The day your man becomes the president, people will pay you back. They would pay you back. And the day a Yoruba man to get back there again, they would also pay back. So this thing is not going to end. And the Northerners too, during Buhari, it was Buhari that was Jubril, it was Buhari that was cloned, it was Buhari that was that, it was, for God's sake. For God's sake. We became a mocking and a laughing stock to other African nations that are not even up to us.
All right, start to bring it on,
For me, I think the best thing to do is this. I don't see any solution to this matter, because there's no unifying factor. There's nothing that will unify us, because what we are showing now, okay, it's like something that was trending on the internet today on this Det0Nate matter and Obi Kubana. Somebody came up and said, when people are shouting that they are disrespecting Obi Kubana, I think the lady is from Edo State, and the lady was like, now the Igbos are shouting that you should not disrespect them. That when they were disrespecting their own king, it was not disrespect to disrespect a whole king. That when Tinubu fell down, it was not disrespect to disrespect a president, somebody that is old at that age. It's not disrespect. Now Obi Kubana, everybody is shouting. Then the lady said it will not end. Then that is what we are sowing. That is just my point. That is what we are sowing. Tomorrow, an Igbo man will become president if we are not yet splitted as a nation, and he would face the same music. So let us continue to think of how we are going to split our nation, because there's no unifying factor. I don't see the leader that will come in that an Igbo man will love as much as a Yoruba man will love him, and an Hausa man will love him, and they would be able to put their hands together to work with him to push the nation forward. That is what we should be thinking of, pushing the nation forward, not pulling ourselves down. You find on different platforms, you Nigerians, somebody was talking about something that happened in Uganda, and the next thing was somebody just came and say, Nigeria is this. Now this thing happening. They did not call Nigeria into it. Why must you bring Nigeria into it as an example? You're just messing up the name of the nation everywhere. And you think it will be well with the nation when we are not working together to move it forward. One man, That is my own, and that's why I want to rest my case. I think we should just talk about a referendum. We are not afraid. Let the Southeasterners move it in the house. We want to go, or let the Southwesterners move it in the house. We want to go. Let's settle this thing. Let everybody go. Whoever has invested in Lagos, sell your thing and move out. And let us all be in peace instead of all these things. So that's just my point. Oh man, I am saying this. I am fine for.
Sorry, I thought you landed.
Just one statement. I said something in the comment section, and Gas Them Up said
No,
you were talking.
don't invite him into a debate because that would then go on.
I'm going out after this statement. I'm going out. Kolata said something about Davido's wedding, pointing to union between tribes, and Gas Them Up said marry their ladies and they will end up using you or putting you on that. It doesn't make any sense. If that is the mindset, then where are you coming from to come and talk about the development of Nigeria? Let us just split this thing and let everybody go. It's simple. Let's forget about it, woman. That's my own submission.
We're not splitting it.
Am I allowed to respond to this?
We will remain in it.
Am I
We all
allowed to
die. We all
respond?
die there. We all die there.
Wait, but hold on. Am I allowed to respond quickly? Because the comment, and I'll repeat that.
Hold on. You can respond, but he has left, and that's what I was trying to ask him.
Okay, so I won't even talk about him. I won't even talk about him. I'll say what I said, and people can judge it. What was said in the chat? They were trying to use Davido and Chiyoma's wedding as some sort of example that there's no tribalism in Nigeria because these useless elites spend time, as a bordello. They're sleeping with each other left and right. Nobody cares what the elites are doing. Who cares if they sleep and marry with each other? That's their business. And I said, hold on, I just want to say what I said. I know, but I want to say what I said because I stand by it. I said, you cannot sleep with the women of one region and now use that as a form to colonize them or to put a wool over their eyes so they still won't see the tribalism. That's nonsense. Women have always been used throughout history as a ruse to get in on things. Look at Genghis Khan. His wife was Chinese, one of his wives, and she was the one who he used her as a way to usher in his control over China, or vice versa. They say that she was sent to him to save China. So my point is, I'm not impressed because a guy is sleeping with the woman from a particular tribe. I don't care about that. If Nigeria is going to work, it's going to work. If not, don't BS me with a wedding by a bunch of useless elites. And I stand by my statement.
I didn't see that. Did you block me? Because I didn't see any comment.
Why would he block you? Does he have?
I don't have the power to block you. How can I block you? I'm not a
I
moderator.
was on YouTube. No, I was on YouTube. I didn't see any of your comments.
Listen, they probably blocked me. I probably got blocked. I don't know. I don't have the power to block or moderate. If I'm blocked, then once again, the APC partiality has shown itself.
You have to settle down with all of these things that you're saying. Everybody can see your comments there. I'm not quite sure why Kulata can't.
I couldn't. Well, on YouTube, I couldn't see any of his comments.
Yes,
I don't know.
I've seen his comments. I don't know. Maybe you blocked him. Maybe I don't know. That's
no,
the only way
at all. I don't block. Yeah. I don't block anybody at all.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just didn't see his comment.
You can block comments you don't want to see. So that's more, maybe inadvertently you did. But let's go to Rational Mind. But Rational Mind, let me just, this is from 7 months ago. I'll only play you about 30 seconds of it.
Come on, we can't hear your word though. One man, we can't hear a word. Can anybody hear me? Can you hear me, one man?
Oh, you can't hear it. All right. All right. So, okay. But you can see this, though. This is 7 months ago. You can see that. And you can read what's being said. So, custom intercepts arms and ammunition at One Port in Rivers. So, that was 7 months ago. And this one here, this was about 7 days ago. So, still the same port. But also the same narrative. So when I was saying that there might be concerns about opening up ports in some, I wasn't just saying it as a raw meat, as Prestige said. It's a narrative that is out there, but you can take us to the talking points. I just needed to show that to clear that up.
Let me say something, woman.
Yeah.
First of all, I just want to address our person that left. What's his name?
Jide.
I was trying to tell him that suddenly now you people realize that we're not breaking that country. We all died there. So suddenly, because of Tinubu now, his second time is in peril. It's been threatened of not going second time. Now you people just suddenly, you see what we're saying here, that these people are just
Rational mind. How do you know his second time is in peril?
No, didn't you hear what? Didn't you draw any inference from what he said?
No, I was watching. I've been watching Argentina, Peru. I've not been paying attention.
People realize now that Nigeria is not one. We have there's bigotry. There's this. We are not one. I mean, suddenly you realize that now because some people are making threat from the north, because he said that in his statement. That because if Tinubu do this now, even though there's an Igbo man that is there, he will not do anything out of it. I mean, come on, stop this BS. We know this politics in you people just because I've said it now.
Rational man, what kind of double standard you are playing? You even stand for Nigeria, to break up.
Not this.
It's a Yoruba nation now.
You stand for Yoruba nation. So what's the big deal? What are you saying?
This rule. Oh, that means we will not break. You will not break that country, or Yoruba people will not have their own country just because of Tinubu's second time in peril. Or some people are ganging up against it. Yeah, we're not going to do that. That's my point.
Rational mind. I never said anything because of Tinubu. I never said anything. If you listen very well to what I said, I never said anything because of Tinubu. I never said anything because I was only saying that where are we heading? Now, this gas them up said a lot of things that made sense. Let's do this. How are we going to do it when we are not backing ourselves up? That is just the point. And with what you are doing now is all of a sudden what I said. When did I mention Tinubu in what I said? All of a sudden now you're making wait.
We know what your politics is. It's okay. Let me just replay my floor. Yeah.
Rational mind. Wait. Thank you. What rational mind? Wait. You attacked me while I was not here. Let me wait. Just give me 1 minute.
I listened to you.
1 minute. Wait. You are going to Tinubu now. That is what I'm saying. Wait. I never mentioned Tinubu. But my point is this. Remember it and put it down. When Buhari was there, it was Jubilee, it was that, it was cloned, it was this. Fine, Tinubu is there. Okay? By the time an able man gets there, again, and the same thing plays back, you understand? You will now see that we are not doing ourselves any service. That is my point to you. So, and if you don't want to see it like that, then it means that what I'm saying is just true. There's no way for us. Let's just split it. That is simple. Thank you.
All right, Rational, back to you.
It's okay, woman. You don't need to tell me. You don't need to explain it to me. I heard you very well, and I know what I heard. And our listeners that really read between the lines of what even unspoken words can understand what you're saying. We understand it. It's okay. Well, woman, let me just quickly go to this issue of you see, woman, when my other friend Prestige called you out on this, you see, it's just sometimes one was I'm not saying you, one man, but I know some people on your platform here who that's what they want to hear, and but we want to stop this narrative of wanting to this guy just gave a very eloquent and very concise and very, I mean, any thinking human being will understand that to grow a $6 trillion economy, Nigeria is capable of. I mean, Nigeria has the capacity for that, if not even more than that. But it's this leaders that are starved of ideas. Who's starving them? Nobody's starving them. I don't know what other word can I even use. Who are bereft of ideas? Who doesn't have idea of how to grow a country? All they just do is just politics. you know, our own time to share and loot. That's all they care about. I mean, look at how I mean, this is what we have often said here, even before you came on this platform. I've been one of those people that have said it. Now, open up those ports. Open up the old coastal road, I mean, the coastal ports. Just open them up. So that let's see if all that state will not be viable. Ondo State has the capacity of being viable even more than Lagos, because that's a very deep sea, very close to the seashore there, to that shore there. But they will never allow it, because everything has to go through Lagos, because they want to create a 1 trillion naira or 1 trillion revenue generating.
Rational man, why are you saying that? Didn't they approve when Akeredolu was alive? They approved the initiative for PP. You won't even let me land. They approved PPP for Ondo. They're supposed to look for investors. Same thing with the EBOM port, and there was another port, maybe in Delta State.
Where was that? Where did you do that?
They approved, Buhari approved that Ondo State can go secure PPP for their port.
Okay.
And it was one part of Akeredolu's plans.
Okay.
Weren't you aware? You're from Ondo, you should have been aware of that.
I'm not aware of that. The last time I know of any port that was supposed to be built there was during Obasanjo's time. And they used politics to kill it, because the Ogun people also want part of it. They want it to be.
But no, this one is not even government.
I think we even discussed it here. That PPP.
Well, I don't know. I'm not aware of that. I mean, because anything that comes from this APC, it's all propaganda to me.
It's PPP, it's not APC.
But that of Obasanjo, I believe that one, but that's how I was in the know of that. They wanted to create.
Okay. I just wanted to correct the narrative. So
this Ogun power play in the Yoruba clan, among the Yoruba people, is just what killed it, because they wanted that the exit point of that port to be going ferrying through Ogun State. That was how they killed it. The politics they played around it. So let's just leave that. My point is this: is that woman, we're capable of even more than a $3 trillion economy that this guy said he wants to create. But the question is this: all the indices we're seeing, does that even show they can even create a $6 trillion economy? Far from it. Not even a $700 million, $700 billion worth economy at this point. Nigeria's GDP has shrunk. I don't know if you heard about it. The GDP has shrunk. By GDP, I mean the market size has shrunk, rather, because a lot of the companies are exiting, and who are replacing this economy? I mean, these multinationals or these big companies. No, I mean, even though they are being bought over by some local investors, but not at the scale that they're producing when they were there. So my point is this, woman, is that, you see, it's not very hard to understand why Nigeria is not moving forward. I mean, like our friend from Lagos just enumerated a while ago, the tribalism and all of that. But I know where they are going with their own tribalism, because Tinubu does suddenly is threatened. His second time is not sure, because the way these people are ganging up against him now. But remember that he himself ganged up against his own southern brother, in the person of Goodluck Jonathan. He was even one of the arrowhead, not the arrowhead of the whole campaign against Goodluck Jonathan. So I've said it, woman, be careful. What goes around comes around. I said it at the beginning. The same thing you do to other people will be done to you. And so I'm not surprised if we're seeing bombing going here and there. I just hope people will just not be a victim. But certain people are going to be victim. Like I heard what the one that happened in Borno State. People are going to be innocent. People are going to be victim of this. See, so the point is this, one man. Let me just quickly go to the $6 trillion economy. I believe it's possible, but not at the pace, and not at even with Tinubu. I don't believe Tinubu has the capacity to bring us to that, because look at all the borrowings they've been doing. It is not for production. It's just for consumption. They've been borrowing, buying themselves, building themselves houses, and buying cars, and buying a yacht, buying aircraft. I mean, come on, what are we talking about here? How many things have they been able to inject from that money into the economy? Whereby, okay, we subsidize this for the farmers. We subsidize this for for people who are ferrying agricultural product. We subsidize this. I mean, no, they're not doing that. All they do is just to consume for themselves. Pay National Assembly, pay for Hajj, pay for the. I mean, come on. And you want to grow it, and you get. I want to create a $3 trillion economy, all just because you just want to say something, so that you know that you like, sorry, during campaign. And what are we seeing now? The economy has shrunk under this guy. Let's leave that. Now, give me another topic.
Rational mind. Sorry, Jotero Long. Isn't it Tilewa Adebajo that says 6 trillion economy? It's not Tinubu that said that. That was Tilewa Adebajo. No, I'm just trying to clarify because the way you are talking.
I said 3 trillion. That's what Tinubu said, right?
No, Tinubu didn't say 3. He said 1.
Oh, is it 1? What was it that Tinubu said? Was it 3 or 1?
He said 1 trillion, and then you said
1 trillion. 1 trillion.
And then you said our economy is shrinking while we have positive GDP growth. So that's not shrinking now.
Oh,
I mean, if you're converting to dollar, but we don't have. I'm just trying to explain. We're not in a recession. We're not in a recession. We still have misery 2.8% growth, even though it's so low. But still a growth. So you can't say we're shrinking until we're in a recession.
Where are these growths? Tell us where are these
growths? So you don't calculate economy by just dollar. I mean, it's not just you don't. Otherwise, that means every time your economy is moving, it will be moving based on.
Calculate it now. Don't go on this long.
GDP now, and we're growing GDP growth.
But before he tells you how you calculate it, rational mind, do you want to realign that statement that you made that the economy is shrinking? So if the economy is experiencing growth, that is to say it is moving up from where it was before in terms of the GDP. So how can you have GDP growth and an economy shrinking at the same time?
Woman. You see, I've said it and I keep saying it. Those figures that your MBS and whatever is brandishing, I mean, you're talking about, you buy a super pack of what's it called? Indomie, just like let me just say like let's go back to good luck time. You buy a super bag for like 30 naira, 35 naira. Within 8 years or 9 years of APC, it jumped 1,000 naira from almost like 50 naira or 55 naira. Then you say 100 naira when last time I think I bought it in Lagos, maybe 100 naira. It jumped from 100 naira to 1,000 something naira now for super pack in Lagos. What is that? What is that? What inflation is that? You call that?
Sorry, rational mind. So because I think it just people just glazed over when you said it, and if Kulata had not challenged it, I think a lot of people that just how did you arrive at the economy? Is it your speculation or you have it on expert authority that the economy is shrinking? Are you just being speculative?
No, I'm not speculating. I just give an example. A real example of what you go out.
The price of Indomie
not just Indomie. I could give you everything. You were buying a bag of rice for 7,000 naira. Or let's say 8,000 naira. Now it's almost 90,000 naira.
Yes, you know why now. So do you not know why?
So, you see, don't give me this. I know why. I know we all know why. But I don't know. We are all on the same page on that why. But let's use that woman. But my point is this: that. And then your MBS is telling you we only have what's it called? Inflation of about is it 30 something? Is it 30 something percent or whatever? What was that inflation that we're brandishing? No, that is over 100% inflation. When something is jumping,
rational mind. In farmers market, I mean that's not that far from my house. I used to buy oxtail, $13 per pack. Today, I went there. I saw the oxtail. I wanted to make oxtail now. It's $27, more than double.
From what?
13.
From 13.
Before around COVID, just before COVID, it was like $13. Now it's like $27 oxtail. No. Is America finished?
But this one, what about the man?
Woman, what about that ice cream video about that little girl?
You compare America with Nigeria. You see, people are very good at that. That's why you're always here to come and defend your APC. We know that's what you do here. So, let me just go straight to. I know we can always debate that, but what you buy out there in the market will tell you what is that inflation percentage when you are having something from one single digit and it's jumping to triple digits. What is that? What would you call that? It's up to our people to figure that out. Now, on the quickly, woman, I just need you to give me those topics real quick because I know when these people they always.
Yes, this one is probably your bread and butter, rational mind. Ario in BPE, Edu in finance, Lagos ex-appointees in Tinubu's government. So hold your thoughts. Let me just rattle, because there's quite a few of them. Olatunji Bello, who was the former Environment Commissioner, he's now in FCC PC. Dayo Mo.
I think I heard you when you were reading it.
Yeah, so about 8 of them. So I suppose that is yes.
We all know. We all know. Look at the government now. Fela talk am now. Paddy, wayo, we give money. Put everything together. What will be the answer? That's what Fela said, the late Fela. So we all know it's come chop now. It's our turn to chop. You know, our local. It's no longer Yoruba local. I've been Nigerians local. Yeah, well, when you say Yoruba local, whatever, we know the Yoruba that he's talking about. It's the Yoruba of those their clique, those their inner circles that are time for them. Because look at it now, the list now. These are the people who were there with him in 1999 or maybe 2003 when he was there, and they are the same people that he's bringing back to come and chop again. You see, one man, and this is the same person that you people say he has eye for talent. So the same talent that he had almost 20-something years ago, the same talent is still bringing back again. I mean, are you telling me that other people that are better for that job than them? You see, and people here, Sherry, Bobo, Yoruba, Tinubu, where Oma Lane, like my people say from where I'm from, or Oma Lane, you people will soon find out. For me, this is what we get when we say our local. I mean, our local, our local. I mean, what am I even saying? I want local. I want Tinubu at you. I want MY. I want Kenya. I want local. I want little one. Don't surround it. So that's what you're getting, one man. So let's give me another topic, one man. I don't want to be bogged myself with all this their shenanigans.
All right. To the headline on the screen, then.
Yeah. So on the referendum, real quick. For me, you see, one man. You can't say this thing's not going to be. I mean, these Arewa people. I mean, just like somebody telling the Arewa people that those votes and those numbers that they had, that the Buhari had were all cooked up. You cannot say per se how these people are going to vote. Just give them that referendum. They've said it. Maybe not at this time. Maybe at this time. Maybe a lot of Igbos. Maybe their mind is already going off that referendum. Maybe it might not be that they will vote, but let us give them the referendum. Let's see. I mean, and I don't want the Nigerian INEC or whatever body in Nigeria to supervise that. It should be the UN that should come and supervise that. I think that's how they do it in most other countries where, like when the South Sudan seceded from North Sudan, it was the UN that went and did the supervised the whole referendum thing. So in this case, it should be, I just hope, because I know the Nigerian people are involved, the Nigerian officials are involved, they're going to, we know how they're going to do it, do their akadabra kind of magic. So that's it. So, but I believe that a lot of the Igbos, they are not happy with how they're being. Well, let me say how they are being treated. With the way the whole perception around the Igbos in that country. So I don't know, but I believe a lot of them would vote yes to secede. I mean, to not be part of Nigeria again. Which just let me do that. But all these things are just citing, just to distract us from the main thing, because one, I wanted to even attack you at the beginning that why didn't you even bring that headline? You see, this is what we say. We've relegated the life of our people to as nothing. People, that bombing in Borno State should have been the headline. But no, they'll never say that. So because it will make Tinubu look good. So we can bring in anything that Obi said or anything of the Southeasterners says or they do, or that's what we used to, just gloss over the whole feelings of Tinubu. And that's why we are saying the gang up going on around. Which I would love to see it. And I would love to see a repeat of 2015 happen to him.
You would love to see it?
I'm more than glad.
The amount of lives that were lost for
what I'm saying is the defeat at the election. That's what I'm saying. I'm not. No, woman, don't. Let's not do that. I'm not talking about the life of people. I'm talking about the election. That's what I'm talking about. That repeats the gang up against Jonathan. I want them to gang up against him and remove him from there. I hope they can do that, because this is a guy who himself is not Riro. He's not somebody you can just. When he has a state capture. Look at Lagos, how he captured Lagos. Since now he controls the military, everything is under his command. What do you expect? All the INEC sub-chairmen or whatever in different states, the ad hoc staff and everybody.
You know he's going to appoint the INEC chairman that is going to supervise the 2020.
He will do. I know. He will be the one to be. I think this one is tenure is ending very soon. Mahmoud, his tenure is ending very soon. So you can expect to see some kind of another APC kind of chairman. And they already have APC all stationed in. They already infiltrated the. I mean, the issue is not even Mahmoud. Mahmoud is just the guy who is at the head, who will declare the results. But the real foot soldiers are the ones there in the field. Those who are there in their different respective.
Which region are you anticipating? Which region are you anticipating that you will go to the INEC chairman?
Well, at this point,
he cannot appoint a Yoruba man, you know. So
yeah. Already Tinubu is having it hot from the Northerners now. I mean, let me say hot. I will say hot because of the hype that we're seeing by the news media now. That there's a gang up by like where Sheikh Usani talks about, and we see all these videos of the different meetings that some Northern elites are having among themselves. It's giving us that vibe that yes, it's like there's a gang up going on. There's something cooking up against Tinubu. But I believe there's much to it. I just believe that it's another distraction by the APC. Sincerely, that's my take on that. It's a distraction. I think I was thinking the former vice president should.
Sorry, 1 moment. What do you mean by distraction? So we've seen Atiku Abubakar visit Babangida and Abdul Salami, then only to land then in Daura, telling us that it was on a Salah tour. And just as soon as his car exited the Daura, whatever it is, the same journey repeated by El Rufai. We saw El Rufai's son yesterday come out on Twitter to tell us that the APC government is jittery. So there's clearly not so much a northerner, but a Fulani realignment going on, and it's going on in open glare. So what people are, we are also seeing it going on in all of the palaces in the north, the removal of Bayero to replace by Sanusi, threats to the Sultanate in Sokoto. So a lot of heavyweight movement going on in that space. So you're saying it's all a ruse.
Woman, you see, Tinubu, people don't know who Tinubu is. I mean, I'm not here to come and hype him. Don't get me wrong. I don't pedestalize any human. But what I'm trying to say is, I know Tinubu's. I mean, if it's the same Tinubu.
Rational mind. Can you? I'm very curious. How did you know Tinubu? Because it looks like you know him at another level outside of him being just governor of Lagos. No, I'm serious.
It's just I've studied that guy. I've studied him even before the election.
You studied him beyond governor of Lagos.
I don't know him one-on-one. I've not. I don't know if I've ever met him before. I don't think I've ever met him. But I read a lot. I've observed his political strategies and observed the way he plays politics. And I know a lot as to that.
Sorry, Rational Mind. Did he impact on you when he was governor of Lagos? Did he impact on you?
No, it did not. It did not. Not in a positive way.
Or did he beat your political camp at some point?
Yeah, boy, bog me down. Don't bog me down. Don't put me down. I mean, don't bog me down with this kind of questions. Let me just move forward. I mean, I think I've answered that question. It didn't impact on me in any positive way because I didn't say anything positive that he did. That he really impacted on the life of an average Lagosians. If not just the stupid, the crazy politics he played, and just to, people were caught up. A lot of people never knew that guy was going to impose himself. He's going to be like another Baba. We also he's going to go like the likes of Jakonde and maybe Otedola and the rest of them. He's just going to go out of the system like that. But we never knew that this guy was already planning and orchestrating things that was going to span over 20-something years, not even 30 years, for him to also remain in some kind of a Babasale, somebody who let me just go into. I don't want to say much of that, but I'm just trying to say that a lot of Yoruba elites were caught unaware that Tinubu was going to be like this. A lot of them, before they knew it, Tinubu has already. Oh my goodness, they could not do anything anymore. That was why he had to cut off the Afeni Ferry and kind of create his own camp of ACN. When they left APC, I mean AD rather. That was how he was. You see, that guy, you need to study Tinubu's politics. That division, that is what is going on in the North. I'm saying right now. There's division. And I just hope anybody can go and tell the former vice president. It's just being the same naive politician that he has always been. I mean, I think the vice president has lost. I mean, former vice president Atiku has lost it ever since when he decamped from PDP in 2003, the election that brought in Yar'Adua. I think that was where he lost it. Should not have left PDP. Well, I know we all know what led to that, why he had to leave. But ever since then, he has never got his mojo back, because it has always been this. This orphan. That is, they say it's a political orphan. Just move from one party to another party. Doesn't have a. So they are playing him again. He doesn't even know they're playing him. All the people that he's going with, forget this El-Rufai saga, whatever El-Rufai is happening with APC. Forget it. It's another ploy. They know the calculus that they cannot unseat Tinubu right now. And like Shehu said, Shehu Sani said, it's going to spell another kind of, we're going to see another kind of, if they ever do it, they remove Tinubu, like somebody was raking here that we should dissolve Nigeria, you will see it. Yoruba, let me say Yorubas. So Yorubas that are Ronukus then, those ones that seem to be the loudest among the Yoruba people who are the Tinubu camps, you will see how they will start making trouble for the next, you see how they will start making that trouble if ever Tinubu is responsible.
Do you mean the Ronus or the ally Nero knows?
I mean, they are Ronukus. They are Ronuku. Yoruba Ronu Tinubu, because of Tinubu's political life is in jeopardy. Now we should not start Ronu because of him. Is that right? Is that what it is? No. When Yoruba Ronu is that a near Jinle. You have to think about who you are as a Yoruba person. We're not bigots. We're not hostile to strangers among us. We welcome strangers. That's why the Southwest has this influx of people from all across Nigeria coming to the Southwest. If the Southwest were to be like other places whereby we use our religion or whatever, tell them and threaten people not to come to our space, why would we have that economy that at least if not more than half of the economy of Nigeria is situated in the Southwest, Lagos inclusive. So what are we talking about here? So that is the Ronu we're talking about here. The is because we act right amongst ourselves and also to strangers. But not that with the Tinubu the same. The Tinubu camps. Their own Ronu is because Tinubu's political problem. I mean, it's not. Let's not bog me down. Let me go to this mind. So what I'm saying here is that they know that if they unseat Tinubu right now, it's going to spell doom for them. So they better just like Shehu Sani said, allow him just do his 8 years complete. Another thing I see is this: is that if they want to do it, the next person.
Hold on. Tinubu's 8 years might well it might well portend an existential threat to the Fulani hegemony, and I think that's because if Tinubu completes that 8 years, you can see that Tinubu, the way Tinubu has been moving, is not really aligned to any, because nobody brought him into power, so it doesn't have field to anybody. So it's just moving in its own peculiar manner. And some of that movement, because they can't puppeteer him, it somewhat bothers them. If Tinubu completes 8 years, Tinubu is going to decide who in the North is going to succeed him. So not the North, not the Buhari El-Rufai caucus, not Tinubu will decide. And if Tinubu then decides that it's going to hand over to a Kanuri man, that permanently breaks forever Fulani hegemony that has lasted 100 years or even several centuries. So there are several intricacies at play there. Tinubu's 8 years is a real fundamental threat to Fulani hegemony. And I think that's what their conversation really is. They don't care about is 4 years or 8 years, but their existential threat is what they are calibrating. That's just my reading of it.
So, but if what you're saying is that it might break the bridge after he has crossed over. It might break the bridge if he crosses into that. If he got a second term, then anybody coming after him is going to break that bridge so that that way.
You know the Fulani have always controlled the north, and by extension they control Nigeria. They control the military structure. They control, because they have the understanding that if you control the weapons, then ultimately you control everything. So if Tinubu breaks that stranglehold, that finishes them, and they know it, and they know he's capacitated. They know he has the testicular fortitude, he has the bravity, and he has the cranial functioning, and he might even have the political leaning to want to do that. I think they are panicked, and what we're seeing is not even 2027, it's panic measures. That's just, maybe I'm getting a bit carried away, but I'm seeing that they're feeling threatened.
Well, man, I see your point too. I mean, you see, we're all just trying to throw out, we're always just speculating here, not as if we know for a fact. But for me, my own speculation, like I've said, is I got this as distraction because there's some other some grand plot by Tinubu to bring himself back. But this whole thing about wanting to unseat him, all this gang up that from some northern elites that we're saying, I think you see, whoever country, see, the only mistake that Jonathan did back then was that he played his politics too soft, which I know Tinubu must have learned from that. He wouldn't allow that to repeat in his own time. I wait to see. I really desire to see how these people are going to. If really this whole noise making that we're hearing, there's a substance to it that really they want to unseat this guy. I would love to see it happen, because I know it might portend, like Sheikh Usani said, the beginning of the end of that night, that country. Because I know some Ronukus of the Yoruba wing want to make this they have unseat our brother. You see, they hate we Yorubas. That's when they now revert to northern people. But the only thing I'm just trying to say is this: is that the only way that they can play it safe is that if they take somebody from the southeast. But I know they will never. Some of them will never want to do that, because they feel like, if I take somebody from southeast, then we might have to let him have another 8 years before he now comes to them. So that's the only way I feel they can really rival Tinubu. And if they get their people to support that Southeasterner, I think Tinubu will be unseated. But if they get their own candidate to now from the north, and not to unseat Tinubu, then that is where the problem might come in. Because if a Southeasterner, if they back a Southeasterner is able to unseat Tinubu, then it will not be look like, we hate the South, or we don't like the Yorubas. Because if the Yorubas start making noise, the Southeast and the northern.
Sorry. What would be the incentive for them to back a Southeasterner to unseat Tinubu?
That's what I'm saying, woman. Like I said, that is the only way there will be no uproar or some kind of uprising from the Yoruba people, the Yoruba wing. Because say,
but the North, especially the northern elites, they can relate and accommodate more with Tinubu than they might be able to with the Southeast, with the Peter Obi, for instance.
They can accommodate more, and the Tinubu is doing all this thing to some of the
yes. Okay. If it was a choice between Tinubu and Peter Obi, let's say, just for the purposes of the conversation, let's say that Buhari is the patriarchy that makes that decision. If it was a choice between Tinubu and Peter Obi, who do you think he can stomach more?
Woman, I just answered that question. That if they can stomach Tinubu more, why this? Why don't just let's just keep quiet. Let this guy do his 8 years, and let him.
But they want power for themselves is the thing.
They want power for themselves, like you said.
So they're not going to break Tinubu to replace him with a Southeasterner. So sorry, let me just say this and shut up. They're not going to break Tinubu to replace him with a Southeasterner, because not only does it not make sense in the ethnic backdrop of the history of that country, the interrelationship of all of the composing ethnic nations, or even their pecuniary interests in terms of being central to power. So none of it makes sense. The only way that they can look to break Tinubu's stride, Tinubu's run, is to replace him with the northerner. That's the only thing. So they will want power to themselves. Otherwise, they just let him be.
Well, man, what you just said now is just went on a long. I don't even understand what you said. But let me just. I want to ask you my understanding this way, but I think I just want to But my point is this, woman, is that you just said a while ago that they felt that Tinubu is a threat to their continued power play in that space. That is the Fulani clans of the northern part of Nigeria. Those Fulani who seem to be the prominent among the northerners, who virtually almost 95% of them, they control virtually the power block from that. Even though they are the minority there, but they control that power block. Now, because they feel that Tinubu might axe them on the back, as in you just take out the stool from them from sitting out. So, which already they are seeing that play out, because with all these proposal of regionalizing Nigeria and all of that, which people feel like Tinubu might want to do it, they see that as a threat. So who can better rival him without having to have an uprising from the southwest among the Yoruba, the Tinubu Yorubas? Is by using another southerner who has another political clout like him, maybe not at his own level. But I won't put Obi at his level, perhaps. But Obi has 6 million votes. But if they can get somebody from the north to merge with him, so that they can rival Tinubu, and then if they unseat Tinubu, then it means that, okay, if Yoruba people want to bring up uprising, they can put them down. So after all, people had it.
Who's gonna be top of the ticket?
I'm having a thought here, but let me just.
Okay, but who's gonna be top of the ticket?
You say what?
Who's gonna be top of that ticket?
I don't know. It's up to them. I don't know right now. I can't be speculating that. Let me not use that thought. If they,
Rashomai, if you land, can I come in after, please? If you land.
Well, if you can, I would allow that. So now my point is that they would put them down. Like, look, you had it 1 year. I mean, for one term. I mean, nobody make noise. Now we defeated you. Why must? I mean, they will shut them up because it's still in the south. So now they cannot strategize to them to now have it back. Maybe if you can limit a bit to 1 time. You can know those people that tell people of that because they have the machinery, or they have what I mean the machinery, the cooking. They can cook the figures in the north of so many figures that they might have that they had say that does not even up to a population of 1 million. They'll say they have 5 million there. So we know they can do that. So my point is this, woman, is that's the only way they can counterbalance that unrest within the southwest or within the south. Because if some they go back to the north after Tinubu 1 term, then it could be a wake-up call between the southwest and the southeast and the other south side. Oh, you people you've cheated us this time around. They might want to make it a southern thing against the northern thing, which is not going to bode well. That was what Shehu Sani was warning them against. So the only way it will not happen is if they can give it to another southerner, the person of Obi, because he has 6 million banked. Give it to him, support him, give him that massive support from him. Rally your people from the north against Tinubu, and then vote for Obi. Then they will shut them down. They will shut the southwest down. I mean, when I mean shut the south, I'm not talking about the Tinubu Ronukus, the Yoruba Ronukus, which I'm even sure that Tinubu is not even popular among the Yorubas. Tinubu is not popular. Let's say that fact. I mean, let's not talk about that right now.
It won Yoruba land.
Among Yorubas.
It won Yoruba land.
Well, he won. You said he won, but going forward, from what we've seen, Yoruba people are bitterly angry with it. But Yoruba people, both even the Ronukus and those people who are not Ronu like them, they are all bitterly angry about it. You don't go to the market and go and hear what people are saying. So, man, that's my own projection. If the northern people know what is good for them, like Shehu Sani said, do not unseat him. If you don't know, you cannot go give another southerner that space. Because I know that if they give it to another southerner, they can still unseat him. Because like they keep cooking out their figures from the north. They can now look for maybe another Yoruba person and make him a vice president. And then the northerner become because now they've had 2 southerners who have had their 8 years, at least one from southeast, one from southwest. Your 8 years are completed now, Abi. Then okay, you go and sit down, Obi. You've done 1 time. Now let's just go back to the north. They can do that because they have the figure. I think they are the denominator in this equation, in that Nigerian equation. They always say, okay, they align with either southwest or southeast. That is the only way I feel that unrest, that or whatever chaos that could come up, that Shehu Sani was talking about. That's the only way that will not happen. I leave it at that, woman.
Oh, all right. I think Prince wanted to come to that space, and I think Loud Bass came in for that space as well. So Prince, and then Loud Bass, and then we'll move on. Prince Daddy. Oh, I thought Prince wanted to come in. Oh, all right.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Woman.
Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you now.
All right.
You can hear me. Okay, all right. Yeah, okay. I've been trying to make a comment on this part of the topic for a while now. I think at the end of the day, the Northerners are going to miscalculate. They will miscalculate eventually. Now, based on what our restaurant was saying, if they succeeding in pushing out Tinubu, right? Well, the next Southerner will stop that person from going 8 years if you can. You think they're going to acquiesce or agree to only do 4 years to complete the Northerners, the Southerners' turn of 8 years? It's not going to work out like that. But the main point here is that I think the Fulani people, the Northerners, especially the Fulani people, they're more jittery about the Kanuris more so than Tinubu actually, because Tinubu has not done anything wrong. He has not wronged them. They've always been friends, partners, and they've worked together for so many years. So why are they so agitated at this point in time? Well, it tells me that it's because of the next transition in power to the north will go to the Kanuri. There's a reason why Tinubu, which he did not have to take that risk of selecting Kashim Shettima, okay, initially, because he had a much easier path to have chosen a Fulani Muslim than a Kanuri Muslim to be his partner. But he went for Shettima. You know, that was not strange because he trusted Shettima, and he's been trying for a long time. That's why I've always said it on the show. They do not, the Northerners don't trust, the Fulani especially don't trust Tinubu. They just respect him
The issue is
and
not
they do business with him.
Prince Daddy. I don't know if you had one man said when he was put in a position to me. The issue is not because they don't trust. I mean, well, it's a trust issue here. Yeah, it's a trust issue. Can they still? Well, let me not go into some things. So it's a trust issue here.
Okay.
Now the trust issue here is that, like one man said, there is this fear that this power hold that the Fulani elites in the north, which they are just a minute part of the north, but they control that. So let's just say that. So they feel threatened. Yeah. They feel threatened that Tinubu might restructure Nigeria in such a way whereby their hold on power will be diminished.
Okay, I think we kind of alluding to the same thing. Yeah, we can allude to the same thing.
You said that. What did you say?
I said we are kind of alluding to the same thing about them being threatened about Tinubu, where it could be restructuring. It could also be more likely the fact that the transition or the transfer of power back to the north again will go to a Kanuri man in the person of Kashim Shettima. And now, by the way, my main point here would be Shettima or a Kanuri person becoming the next president coming from the north. It's really incumbent on Tinubu taking the gamble. And at the end of the day, Tinubu might gamble the Kanuri's presidency. Why? If it gets so tough and hot coming 2027, that the Fulani think the Fulanis have a strong hold, and like hey, we got Tinubu by whatever, he can't win unless we do this and that. Then Tinubu will say, okay, let's make a deal. I will sacrifice the Kanuri presidency, and you guys just back down. Let me finish my second term, and that'll be the deal, okay? And in so doing, of course, expect someone like Kashim Shettima to become a multi-billionaire in dollars, because at the end of the day, they have to settle that person, which I'm guessing with Shettima, a lot of money for him not to pursue the presidency, so that Tinubu can go second term. But really, the goal here for Tinubu is to break that northern hegemony, more so like the Fulani hegemony is what Tinubu is going after. That's what he's going after. So they're going to throw everything at him. Just like you said, one man, and just like we know, Tinubu is in position in selecting the next INEC chairman, right? So we'll see that, and that person will be pivotal, absolutely pivotal, just like Mahmoud was. Mahmoud helped Tinubu a lot by announcing that result. because what Obasanjo and these other guys were trying to do was so nefarious that it had no place in Nigerian politics, so to speak.
All right.
So,
okay, go on, please. I just want to end with
5 more seconds. So again, it's to break the northern hegemony, the Fulani hegemony especially, and again, is to transfer power to the north via a Kanuri person. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a gamble if a Kanuri person will take it. If Tinubu is cornered, it will sacrifice the Kanuris, and it's going to.
All right, we lost you. Yeah. So one man, let me quickly, because one of the topic that brought me here was this. One man, can you hear me? One man, are you there?
We all can carry on.
Carry on. Real quick. So what brought me in here? Oh, one man is smart. So it's okay. You haven't. Anyway,
carry on.
So the Kano matter was one of the things. Your topic today, the main topic, was what brought me here. You see, one man, when you were saying that, when you were reading it, I was like asking, did you go to Pekam? I mean, what's going on here? But I understand one man. That's you. You see, for me, this narrative of every time we have to bring. I mean, during the election, even after the election, we know what some people come here and say. Oh, he's leading an IPOB turn obedient movement. They will come here. Didn't you see what he said when he was talking about he was being sympathetic to the IPOB? But look at it now. He has never said anything. All the while when we're arguing that point here, I mean, many months ago, over a year ago, about 2 years ago, when the whole election started, we were arguing that here. Some people were saying, no, he said it. Look at those people. They are all IPOB. Can you see it now? He does not even say anything. His silence means that he's supporting it. For the first time, he had to wade into this matter. Now, everybody had to pounce on it. The Agbado people and the APC, Ronokus, all of them. You all have to run, I mean, pounce on this.
Also, just to add to what you just said, quickly keep in mind, on this same platform, one man played us the video where Nnamdi Kanu said that Obi is a part of some Igbo group or particular group in Nigeria that you have to sleep with one Alaji boyfriend. One man has played this, I think, once or twice on this platform. And like you said, at that time, they were calling Obi this IPOB guy. And Nnamdi Kanu said that he has Alaji boyfriends. So it can be both, right? So this guy actually assaulted him.
It's so ridiculous what people come here and say here. Just sometimes it can be ridiculous what the obedient people also might come here and say. But don't get me wrong. These are some of those few things that I feel like sometimes we overflog. We just want to get people talking about things that are not really important. The important things is security of life and property of Nigerians in that country. But we use this kind of thing just to gloss over the main topical issues like the economy and all of that. And when some people will come here and say, we'll never come here and talk politics, all we come here is attack Tinubu and do everything. When we talk about
we talk about the economy plenty. Is that not what we do most times?
But then it seems like okay, it's okay. What man, we do. I agree with you. We do. But some people accuse us of. They accuse this guy. Was it our friend from Lagos? And when he was saying it again, he will come and say he did not say it now. But I'm grateful that we have recordings of this online here. Somebody people can just go back and listen to it. He said that he will never give any. What was that word he used? Any constructive. I think that was what he used. Any constructive criticism. Come on, what planet are you from, my dude? Dude, what planet are you from?
Rational mind is not here now. Don't talk about all that.
He's here, he's not here.
Talk about them, rational mind. Keep going. Don't mind them.
No, don't talk about people that are not here. It's not.
It's okay.
Cool.
We don't tell me not to talk about people.
They are listening.
No, it's not cool.
They should be listening. They should be listening.
It's okay.
But they should be listening.
Let him listen. So, well, I mean. This guy has always said things, but you see the problem with the Ronokus and this Agbado people and the northern supporters of them, some of them that come here, is that you just want to tell us, you want to give us a topic of how to talk about Tinubu. No, you won't tell me how to speak about Tinubu. I will speak about Tinubu or speak about the crap going on in that country the way I want to talk about it. You won't tell me that. Just the same way I can't tell you. I can only reason with you. I know you're not being reasonable. I'll leave it up to you. So my point is this, one man, is that these guys always talk about issues that you cannot run a country by not being productive, by borrowing for consumption. This guy has always said it. What don't you get from that? What don't you get from that? You're talking about 1 trillion economy. You can't even fix the light. All the borrowing you've been doing is for consuming, you and the legislators. You and your government officials. That's all you do. Look at what happened in Kenya. Just because of one thing, they went to borrow money and they give it a condition to go and tax their people. If Tinubu has his way, he's going to tax Nigeria. I mean, he already started it now. You know when we start making us about the NSA taxing, that they said, okay, he put it, he said they used the word postponed, meaning he hasn't forgotten it. He's still coming back to it. He has a guy, I don't know what they call the guy. He says he's one of the most renowned tax whatever from UK. He brought a guy to come and cook up some kind of tax law in Nigeria for us. He tells me that he's still coming. Yeah, so he said it. He said it in his one of his campaign speech. He says, "Oh, let us widen the tax net." Did not say it. So Nigerians should expect it, that he's going to tax you.
Well, is it wrong to widen the tax net?
You don't want people to pay taxes.
No, come on, dude. Let's not do this.
We have one of the lowest tax rates in the world.
Tax people, but all the policies that he has done, it has stifled the life of Nigerians. What has I mean? Are you going to draw blood from their body again for them to be able to pay you? Where are they going to get the money? A lot of Nigerians are out of jobs. They're not working. So are they going to pay tax?
Yeah, but the ones that are taxable are under-taxed. That's the thing.
The ones that are taxable, and
the black economy is not taxed at all.
Oh, one man. The ones that are not taxable, you tax them, right? And then who are they going to pass the whole bulk of the whole thing on? They will increase the price of, or they already increased price, inflated price of food on whatever crap that people need. Those basic things in Nigeria, they'll now jack it up the more because they have to pay tax on it, right? So you see, woman, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. He apparently doesn't know what he is. He said he knows. I know what I meant on. No, he doesn't know what he meant on. Right? It's one of those lies that he tells when he was even before election, after election. We know. So, woman, for me, is that I don't know what planet some of you are living. When you listen to somebody like Obi, it tells you that you cannot run a country by consuming what you borrow. You need to put that into projects that will make the life of Nigerians, that will spur the economy on. No, that's not what they're doing.
Is that his antecedent? You know, the only problem that Obi has is that he has antecedents in governance. So what you try to he has a history in governance. He has
So what's the point, woman? Make me understand.
What did he spend the money? Look, I'm putting together a special on Obi. I've been doing a lot of research.
You're always putting a special on Obi. You're always doing a special on Obi because he's not the president. But now,
I'm actually doing a real researched, thing on this guy.
But you're not going to get anything. You're not going to get anything.
I've already gotten plenty. Don't worry.
You're going to write with your bias.
You need to do a research on Tinubu. I mean, what research are you doing? Is it going to save Nigerian economy? Why are you bending on that narrative? What's he going to do to Nigerian economy?
Just leave them alone. They will never do research on Tinubu because they know that anything that is out there, they manufacture it. It's obedient now. You said what? Please, sorry.
I just said Tinubu is an open book, but Peter Obi is shrouded in mystery.
In conclusion, let me just so that other people are waiting. So my point is this: I don't know what planet some of you are from. I don't know what you don't get when somebody tells you you cannot run a country the way we're running a country. It gives you constructive, but if it goes into one and start calling, hey, it talks like a woman, it is like this. I mean, what is your problem? So you want to tell us to come and sing Kumbaya to you? Oh, hey, Tinubu did this. He has been in a rail project. Hey, we all clap like the Mumus. They always clap every time, even when it's not even making sense to anybody. They will all clap in any forum that he appears. You see, woman, I'm not like that. All kind of your person is not like that. I will say to your face, I will tell you this.
You are no son now. You're not your back.
So my point is this, woman. In conclusion, so let's us leave Obi out of this matter. Let us talk about it's good for us to talk about Obi because I think you're promoting him more and more because when the more people hear us like this talk about him, we try to stand for him. Don't get me wrong. It's not my messiah. I don't believe it's going to solve the problem of Nigeria. But I seen what happened in Kenya might happen to him. I've said it on this platform. I said the reason why I wanted Obi to be president is that if he messed up, it's easy to get rid of him. But not Tinubu. You cannot get rid of Tinubu easily. Like our brother Mr. Gomez was saying in the comment section. It's not easy. This guy is a strategy. He's very good at what he does. He has a state culture. I mean, if Obi wanted to be a Babaisan or whatever, he would have done that in Anambra State, but he could not do it. If I thought he had ever tried it, but like one man said, he has always tried it. He could not do it. So it will be easy for people to unseat him. He's a very naive guy when it comes to certain things. It will be easy. So that's why I wanted him. Let him show us what he got, what he has to under his sleeve, what magic he can do. But you see, the point is that, you see, let me just leave it at that. Let's other people talk. Thank you, everybody.
All right, brilliant. So that was Rational Mind. So thank you, Rational Mind. So let's go on from you, Rational Mind, to Isaac Black, who hopefully is still there. We've not heard a squeak out of him. Isaac, are you still there? Isaac? Yes. So, I push very hard to get to people quickly, but it's always lost in the conversation sometimes. Maybe I should be a bit more rigid with the timing. But we heard him, so we know Prestige is here. So Prestige, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you. Greeting to everybody. Before I begin, Kulata. Did you watch the game?
Argentina
is looking good, man.
They're gonna win. The way I'm looking at it.
They've been very scientific, in the Copa America. They are 3-0 right now, So they're the best team so far in Copa America.
9 points.
Yeah. I saw the game. I was watching it, what I'm doing. But anyway, let's go to the topic. And one man, please.
Man of Prestige, please, before you go further, I wanted to ask you and Kulata, what's your take on the debate?
I'm coming now. Hold on. This is my time. Okay, please let nobody. One man, please give me the preference. Okay, let nobody interrupt my monologue. I'm going to speak. If somebody wants to interject, if I allow the person,
yes. So that's the rule. Prestige. Okay. So you have the floor. If the interjection comes in, if you reject it, then it stays. If you allow it, then it flows. So the floor is yours.
Okay. Let me start. I'm going to talk about those 3 points. I've been following since, not since you started, but halfway. So I know some of the 3 topics I want to talk when it comes to Nigerian space. But the first topic, I'm going to just to cool down the temperature, because a lot of people here don't have any vested interest in this. It's about American politics, about the debate that happened, 2 days ago. So I wasn't here yesterday, during the post debates. But I listened to it a little bit. So having said that, this is my own opinion about what just transpired during the debate, and I know there's a lot of mega people here, so so that's going to suit them. A lot of independence America here, so let's go. This is my own personal opinion. Regardless of what happened, Biden is not going anywhere. The only means Biden is going to, the only mean somebody's going to replace Biden if he step down. Because a lot has already been taking place, the people in the Democrat inner party, they're not going to replace him. So having said that, let me talk about the debate. To be honest, like we said it, how I see it, and I'll be very, honest to, in my own opinion. Biden gave uneven performance. There's no doubt about it. And Trump, launches a lot of misleading information. That's just the fact on what happened. But the problem with Biden, they are making an excuse right now that, he had a cold before the debate. Okay, if you had a cold, before the debate, why not, postpone the debate? But they say they don't want to postpone it because if they did, some of the inner circle are saying, they're gonna think that he's chicken out or whatever. Okay, regardless, it doesn't matter. We know that Biden is weak. Look at their age. They're in the same age bracket. Trump is 78, Biden is 81. So what's the difference in terms of age? But head-wise, that's where that may be different. Because if you watch that debate, you can see that Biden appear weak, rapsy, although he won on substance, while Trump won on Gatic and gaslighting. Just know that about it. And I'm gonna tell you what I said. The reason why I said, he played a lot of misleading information. Trump had about 31st. This is the fact checker has checked it from both channel and everybody, the whole America, the independents, that do fact checking. Trump has a total about 30 false information. No doubt about it. And I'm gonna give you just few in order not to bore everybody. And he claimed during his 10 or 4 years, there was no terror attack anywhere in the world. This was his claim. Another claim that he did, he said the democratic state, are killing babies. He didn't say unborn baby. He said baby that has already been born, they're going to kill it. That's exactly what he said. Another assertion, that he made that was, that was typical force of him. He said he has a better economy. And he said that Biden called the black people predator. Biden never do that. So
He did. He did.
What did I say? Don't interrupt me, please.
But you can't be lying. You can't be lying your way like Joe Biden. We have said we are not forgetful like Biden.
Look,
we can't be just making straight points, making straight lies.
Can you move that guy?
No. You can. No, but you can. You can't be lying.
When you make some very bogus claim, somebody will just have to
correct you now. What's your problem? You go listen to CNN. You go listen to CNN and CBS and MSNBC, Joy Reid, the blondie, the blondie wannabe.
Hold on. You don't need to kill that. Okay. Let me tell. Hold on. When it comes to, I may not be savvy. Hold on. I may not be savvy when it comes to Nigerian politics. But in American politics, I'm very savvy. I'm not like a bad brain. I'm not like a bad brain like you.
You're not. You're not.
This is not about being savvy or not. It's about a claim.
It's about the information you're giving them. Whether you're savvy, you can be a liar at being savvy. That is not what we're talking about. You ought to come out here and tell us the facts. My senior brother, Rational Man, I hear you. Go ahead.
I mean. In a single debate, Trump, it has been said that Trump is the only president that told the highest lies in a single debate than any other president in living memory. Do you agree?
No, the information.
Let me finish my
the information wasn't really accurate, but that does not mean that we cannot. He just made some mistakes. That doesn't mean that it was all lies. The CNN and MSNBC get those things to want to make it as a lie, telling lies. No, he might be off a little bit with the date or with what he wants to give out there, but that does not mean that those were lies. Okay, let's just leave it at that. I'm not prestige.
You're making me lose my thought now. Joel, please, you're making me lose my thought.
I mean, what do you expect from a Biden supporter? You guys always forget your thoughts.
Let him continue now.
Go ahead.
You spotted one thing. Let him continue.
Okay, I've not even finished my. Okay, I'm going to start from. I'm going to pivot back because you make me lose my thought. So I'm trying to
continue lying.
Hold on. I'm trying to give us some fact about some misinformation that that he stated. So I'm going to start again. Maybe some people didn't hear what I'm saying before you start calling me a liar. So for one, he claimed that the democratic state, are executing born babies. That's a lie. And he claimed there's no terror attack in the world during his time. That's a lie.
But you guys are killing babies. You guys are killing babies.
See what I'm talking about? You won't let me land.
No, and but you guys are killing babies in your towns. Let us.
Sorry, hold on. Prestige has the floor.
Serious.
But Prestige, don't embellish, otherwise people will want to.
I'm not embellishing anything because they don't let me finish. Okay. Then he claimed
one man who is fighting for abortion law in the United States. It's the Democrat.
You're gonna have your time now.
They've been killing babies. You understand what I'm saying?
Joel, Prestige has the floor. Carry on, Prestige.
Okay, number 3. He said that Iran never found any terror group during his 4 years. I mean, how can that be far from being true? This is somebody claim, and he claimed that Biden has provided aid to Ukraine than the European country. It's not even close. Yeah, Biden has provided a lot of aid to Ukraine, but there's nothing like close to the amount of money U.S. is giving some other European countries. That's just some of the few false information that he claimed. I mean, it's about 30 of them, but I'm not going to go in detail. But having said that, it's not about the election. Believe me, I'm not here to say that Biden performed well. I mean, the poll that just came out after the election, they say 63% Trump, 33% for Biden. To me, it should have been 100% for Trump, nothing for Biden, because Biden didn't perform. So let's call it what it is. No, I don't know where that 3% come from. Maybe some sentiment or Democrat. But that's the way I see it at that particular debate. And it doesn't mean that much. And if you look at the focus group, I've watched like almost about 10 focus group in Fox and every other channel. And it was the same thing. They asked them, after the debate, what's going to be the outcome? 81% of the people that was polled said the debate doesn't make any difference to them. 4% of them said they may change their mind. But they didn't say which person they're going to, their mind changing. If they eventually change their mind, which person is going to tilt towards. And 5% said they're definitely going to change their mind. And they didn't say which to who. That's where we are. So it's not going to make any difference. If you watch Romney and the Obama time. I mean, Romney beat Obama during the first time. I'm not coming here to make an excuse now. To me, I mean, I would say how I see it right now, but all these poor your people seeing is just a prediction. It doesn't matter. I mean, Fox has had their own poll recently, and Biden was leading by 2 points. But election is not won by popular vote; it's won by electorate, state by state. So it has to go by different states. How many states you won? That's how they allocate the presidency in America. So to me, Trump has the momentum right now, even before the election, because I'm not just following the poll or whatever, just speaking to some people or some, particularly some black people. So he has the momentum, but anything is possible. So I don't know why, what's his name? And you were coming here after drinking a go to come talk, nonsense. But anyway, so I mean, anybody win, it doesn't make any difference. American economy is still going to flourish.
Manopres, can I ask you as a Democrat? Let me ask a question. So
yeah, I'm a Democrat. We know that.
Hold on. Let me ask a question. So this call for Biden to step down, if he cannot, so do you see Gavin Newsom being the candidate for? Because I think there's a poll that came out now. They said they put Gavin Newsom and Trump. It seems like Gavin Newsom might get traction if eventually becomes a nominee. So what do you think? What's your take on that? Do you think Biden should step down?
I'm very familiar with Gavin Newsom. As far as I don't agree with so much the economical policy has what he has made California to become in recent years. Of course, we still flourishing. But regardless, he's very eloquent debater because him and Trump had a debate. Remember about 3 or 4 months ago. So Trump was no match. But like I said, a debate doesn't win your election. So let's put that first. So to answer the question you're asking me. Yeah, there has been a room. Even during the debate, some of the hierarchy, the inner caucus of Democrat, they was calling, say it's time to remove this guy. Believe me, a lot of them was calling. This is just even the debate. Because Biden looked like that he had a brain dead. Like he wasn't even there. Whatever happened to him, neither the head or age. Of course, him and Trump are about close to the same age. So, but there's something going on with him. But it doesn't really matter. Biden doesn't make a decision. Biden doesn't rule this country. Believe me, it depends on who you surround yourself with. They're the one that make decisions, even Trump. What does Trump know? People here are coming to say during Trump time, the economy was booming. What does Trump know? Trump was a businessman, was never in politics before. I mean, a crooked businessman to begin with anyway. So it prospered because of what we had at that time. The structure was there and everything. And he had the opportunity to inherit a good economy that started from Obama. So having said that, inflation happened every 10 years. And this just happened to be the inflation rate that we have right now. Even without that, look at what the unemployment rate is right now. This is the best unemployment rate we had. It was better than Trump, era. Speaking about black unemployment, this is the best employment the black has ever had. I'm not making it. Just go there and Google it. So everything depends. Even Biden perform or not perform. But to answer your question,
your lie. That's another lie from the Democratic Party.
Okay.
The kind of jobs we have today, as it stands today, right? Especially during summer, all those what they call them, Colata, remind me, because this is the time you have to remind me, because I will need the assistant on this one.
Are you suffering a Biden?
Seasonal jobs. All the seasonal jobs, right?
Seasonal job now for illegal immigrants. Come on,
what is the unemployment rate?
You understand
Rate now?
Hold on. I don't look at those numbers being garnished by
Because you don't
by
know.
these
You don't know.
people.
That's why you don't know, and you come here and be giving
Hold
misleading information.
on. They tell us they've given us all the markers, right? That makes it look like America is doing good. But the normal people, when they go to the groceries, when they go to the streets, I'm ashamed of you that you say that Gavin Newsom should be the president, or if you should even consider running.
I've not
After
even
running down California,
answered
and you
my
have to run from
national
California to
rational
Florida, a
mind question.
Republican state.
You didn't let me land.
Hold on now. Hold on. Let me finish now. You are talking about Governor Newsom. Governor Newsom that had run down California. Look at what is going. Businesses living in droves in
Are you a
California.
resident of
My
California?
hold on now.
Do you know how we are prospering? Are you a
I
resident
am
of
not a
California?
resident of
You
California,
are living
but
in a
I have
backwards.
now
You are living
many.
in a
Hold
backwards
on now.
redneck
I have
state.
many. Listen now. Listen. Forget your backwards. I forget your. You come from Imo State, mind you. I beg, don't leave that your backward state.
Imo
We were
State is
talking
a
about.
backwards.
No, Imo State is backward now. You want to compare Imo State to Nashville? You want to compare Imo State to
Oh my
Accra?
God.
Well, come on.
Imo
What are
State
you
is
doing? What are you
backward.
doing here?
You know, so let's be realistic. No. No. Would you compare? Would you compare? Hold on now. Hold on.
You compare Nashville to California, even LA, and you can compare.
No. I cannot compare both.
Why
That's I'm not trying.
Why using
It is
Imo
not.
to Nashville?
No. Listen now. No, he's talking about that. I stay in a bush place. I'm telling you that. I'm trying to remind you where he comes from. You should stop talking about those bush things, right? What I'm trying to say here is this rational mind. California, businesses are leaving California. Insecurity in California is almost at the highest. You go to stores today, go to YouTube and look at mass looting of stores.
Hold on.
It is
You
only there
don't
in
live in California. I'm a resident over there.
No. You ran away. You ran away.
Largest economy in the world.
No, hold on. You can be, but it does not mean that you are not going down. Let me tell you, I've had 3 neighbors from other states here in Nashville. You know, I know that probably where you stay, you think that California is big, but Nashville is getting bigger, right? So now
I've been to Nashville. So what are you talking about?
Hold on. You've not been to Nashville recently. Come on.
Okay.
Let's clip that. See, let me tell you something, right? When I look at my neighbors, I see Michigans. What happened in Michigan? It was run down by Democrats, and now they are all running to red states.
One man.
What about? Hold on. Let me finish now.
Hold
on now. California. Hold on now. I have California. I have California neighbors, right? I have California neighbors too. They are moving. Hold on. This is important. It's important. The California residents.
Hold on now. I think Prestige wants to take his floor back. That's what he's saying.
I know. But let me just.
Your interjection is sounding like
no. Just one man. No. Just no. I'm not Tinubu. I can't capture anybody. See, let me just say this, right? My neighbors, right? Californians, right? They come here, and let me tell you something. They come here. I love them. They come here and buy houses, cash, because the value of the houses in California, when they sell those houses, it's easier for them to buy houses here, right?
Do you know how much we make compared to Nashville or any other place?
Forget how much you make.
Do you know how much you make? Let me give you the stats.
Hold on.
Okay? People in California that make about
only for 4 years.
About 100,000. You know,
he did not make California. He did not make California. He's only a governor. He did not make California. He's only a governor. He did not build California. Stop making it look like he made California. He did not make California. He said he taking it from California. What are you talking about?
Income.
Well, Prestige, let somebody else interject, please. You know, woman, I'd like to say one thing also. See, it's okay. Westwood has a floor. It's their floor, and they can express their own opinion. But for someone to lie, I don't think they have that right to do so like Prestige is doing right now. I mean, since we've been talking about American politics, it's been lying. We should always, we should always have the right to interject to dispel those lies. What you saying?
Right, but yeah, let him talk. It's his opinion.
No. Well, he can talk, but not lie. He can talk but not lie. That's the point.
Call him out, and leave it at that, and then don't go on this long conversation, this long.
I've only spoken for like 10 seconds. You two are getting agitated. I don't know why. Okay,
yeah,
because you guys are.
You're pointing finger, but then the rest is pointing at you too. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. It doesn't make any sense. But the point here is that, he can talk but not lie. Okay, he can talk, but if he's lying, then we should have the right to interject to stop those lies. But anyway, give me a minute. Okay, so Prestige, you just said it yourself. Gavin Newsom is a disaster in California, but you guys are pushing Gavin Newsom to replace Biden. That doesn't even make any sense. Does that make sense to you? And I can tell the way you talk anyway that you might be or you are an elitist, because you say there's inflation in this country that people are not suffering. They can't feel the impact on their paycheck. Is that what you're saying, Prestige? See, since Biden,
apparently you don't even know politics. You don't even know the politics. You don't even know the policies and how it works in the red state. I mean, in the blue states. People just use this.
I don't know how it works in the blue state, and okay, but you live in Chad anyway.
Apparently you don't. You don't know what is blue state politics all about.
Rational mind. The money, the number does not add up.
What number?
The number does not add up. Come on, man.
This is beyond interjection now.
Okay, go on.
Okay, allow me. Let me land. See, Russia keeps saying something incoherent that I don't know blue state politics. Do you know what state I freaking live and the politics that I study? I'm even a damn registered Democrat for that matter. And just couple of days, I listened into Selena's anyway. Russia Prestige. Okay, don't embarrass yourself. Say the truth, okay? But if you lie, I think we have the right to interject and dispel your lies, okay? The economy is terrible. Biden is like a carcass for the most part, and that's why you guys are complaining and wanting to replace him. And if he was such a good leader, and by the way, when Trump was in power, he was making the decisions, not people around him. So don't pretend like the president doesn't have the right or the power to make decisions. Biden he doesn't know his left from right. He doesn't have a clue what is going on right now. You know that, and I know that.
And yet he was debating your Trump. He doesn't know
right. If you call that debate, good luck, rational mind. It shows how much you know, anyways. But the point here is that look, even all the Democrats, it doesn't matter which trial you put on, they're all complaining. Oh, we have to replace Joe Biden. They don't even want Kamala Harris. They want somebody else like Gavin Newsom.
Everywhere they're complaining.
All right,
they're complaining.
Please.
Complaining. MAGAs are complaining, or Republicans. You people are complaining.
Can you just make it use these MAGAs? I mean,
I'm going to get all my time now because I've not even spoken about Nigeria.
Yes, you get all your time back. But you know what? See, when I know on the platform, one might say is, the people say, oh, no American politics. But every time Dan Prestige comes on the show, he talks about American politics because he knows people don't know, so he can spread his lies. If I'm not here or Joe, he runs away like a loose train and keeps lying to everybody. But thank God we get to spread his lies.
About in United States, they are the Abados in the United States. They are the Abados in the United States. Leave them alone.
You are the people that caught.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate everybody.
Sorry, Prestige. We're not averse to American politics. I think we are going to have to enter the American politics space now because that's where politics is now. So we're bringing on a lot more American politics. But Prestige,
let me hold on. Let me wrap up. Give me 2 minutes.
Before you wrap up, let me just acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat. He said, which is still to that space. It says, if Trump loses the upcoming election, I will donate £1,000 to this platform. Biden is unfit to be president of the most powerful nation in the world. Cognitive decline has kicked in. So that's Alexander Gomez categorical. You don't bend against incumbency. Is just what I've always thought. But back to you, Prestige.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Alexander is a man I respect very much, but I completely disagree with you. Of course, you have a lot of money to burn, so I'm not going to debate you. You are too rich for me. But having said that, yeah, one thing I agree with him is that the cognizance has really kicked in when it comes to Biden. There's no doubt about it, but I still stand by what I've said. I'm not going to come here and enumerate the whole force misleading information that he said. But to be, to be clear, if there's any independence-minded people like Ajali Koko and Kulata that have no dog in this fight, they can fact check what I said. That really was the debate. If some of the fact check that have enumerated here, if I made any false claim, I didn't even go more detail. He even claimed that that the terror that happened in this never really happened, and the insurrection never happened, and the white supremacy, in Virginia, and he claimed that never even happened. That he never
He
said
didn't say that. That's
he
another
never.
lie. He didn't say that. That's a lie.
Will you just shut up, man? You're getting on my nerve.
Yeah, I'll
And
rather get on your nerves and get kicked
and he
out than you lie.
said he said he never said there's good people on both sides. So these are part of
Well,
the lie. But
that is a debunk also.
Biden was so weak. Biden was so weak. Like, I don't know what land he was at that particular time. He couldn't
Biden was
encounter
as
that
weak as
guy.
your
But
argument right now.
even I thought he tried to counter him, he wouldn't come out, he wouldn't articulate it very well because he appeared so weak and rapsy. I don't know what happened, but to be honestly, if you really deep into that debate, if you are somebody who is very savvy, you can understand like that Biden, even the little that he articulate that he won on substance, all Trump did was part of gaslighting. So that's let me just summarize it in that way. I don't want to go deep because you have some of these mega here, that there's something wrong with their head.
And regarding the abortion, quickly, let me tell you, I said it on this show like months ago. People didn't believe me, and I put up the article. It's in North or South Carolina. I read this article years ago. You can give a birth to a baby, nothing wrong with the baby, and the mother can decide if you want to kill the baby or not. It's nothing new, and Trump's not lying. Only you and the liberal media are lying. It's a fact.
Wait a minute.
Google
Hold on. Let's make the conversation just a minute. Because we are not here. We don't have any dog in this. Whomever win, you're still gonna live your life. Your life is not gonna change, and definitely, my life, my business is not gonna change. So, are you telling me that the Democratic state are executing bomb babies? Are you gonna come here and prove that? That's what Trump
That's
said.
what I'm telling you. See, you're a latecomer, Prestige, and you don't know much. It's quite clear. I'm telling you an article from 3 years ago.
Come on, dude.
Rational mind, you gotta be quiet, man. I'm talking. Because you don't know what you're talking about. You don't have a clue. Let me land.
I know you can be very rational. Can you even believe what this guy is putting here?
I mean, I don't even know.
They're killing a bomb baby. And you believe that?
3 years ago, there was the North or South Carolina legislators, they were going to pass a law that if you give a birth, the governor actually, I can't remember the governor's name, if you give a birth to a child, okay, a part of the abortion galore, you can decide as the mother if you want to keep the baby or not. I'm telling you what I know. It just didn't happen, and Trump was not lying. I read the article.
Where's the article to that?
Rational mind. You live under the rock. You don't have a clue what is going on. So don't ask me where it's at. Google it yourself and find out.
You want to spread this MAGA conspircy?
Rational mind. When it comes to content of any debate, you're so weak and lightweight. You can't debate me. So go do your own research and figure it out. Don't debate me. Okay, you don't know. I know you don't know. I listen to you. I know you don't know.
Can you give me and this guy a space for us to come and debate? I want to debate with this guy one day. This guy, he's calling me lame. He's calling me weak.
All right. So we've got Ajanle Koko. We've got Ajanle Koko versus Pansat. Pansat ran away. We've got Gas Demok versus Kulata. That one we're still hoping that it will come in about 6-7 days. So now we have it has to be an even match. It has to be an even match, and I think Prince Daddy is equal weight certainly to Rational Mind. So yes, we want to. But
okay, whatever. One man, if you want a bloodbath, go ahead. I don't care.
No. He wants to debate you on a one-on-one.
That's what I said. I said if you want a bloodbath, go ahead. I don't care.
Yeah, well, all right. So we do that, but we have to pick the topic, and it will be a structured something. So yes. So there it is.
One man. I can't wait.
We have to find somebody to match you up against. Maybe we match you up against Solly.
Gas them up, and the Kulata should be very interesting. Rational mind and Prince Daddy should be very interesting. So I can't wait. I know Pansat and the other one is not going to happen.
Pansat and Ajanle Koko, that would be the best one.
I don't. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. That would be very interesting. We are just here conversating.
Babati versus Prince Daddy will be boring because I think they are one and the same person.
No. Babati can't debate Prince Daddy because
one man. I can
Babati
debate.
is a reasonable conservative.
I can debate man
Prince
of
Daddy is a
prestige.
MAGA, so it's not gonna work.
I can debate man of prestige.
Yeah,
on
but
Joel,
Joel, can you function in a structured debate? It's not both battle. Not both.
No. I can function.
Joel like to fight.
No. I can function. The only thing I don't like liars. You know, I'm an honorable person.
But
I love honorable people.
What are you doing? Kulata can fact check what I said. That's all I said.
No. The thing that your problem is this, right? Man of prestige. You listen a lot to CNN and CBS and
There you go. And you what do you listen to?
Can I bust their bubble? Can I bust their bubble?
I get my news. Okay, let me tell you.
I can tell you every lineup.
I go
beginning at
through
7
all
o'clock. Beginning at 7 o'clock to 12 o'clock. Every lineup of Fox News. I can tell you the lineup. You can't even tell me. I can tell you who begins.
Because you don't have much doing. You don't have much doing. You don't have much doing.
What do you mean? I don't have much doing. So I'm jobless.
You don't have much
I'm a broke jobless man, right?
Who is going to know all the news time? Rich men don't know that. I mean, what do you mean that I should know all the news time from morning till 12 o'clock? And you want me to? I should clap for you. Is that responsible? Is that a responsible life for a man from Nigeria? Please, let's leave that alone.
I like to consume American news, and I have the time. I have the privilege.
And you've learned nothing. You've learned nothing from what you say. You've learned nothing. So what are you talking about? So stop it. Look, a rational mind. I get my news from different sources, right? If you tell me somebody said something.
Yeah?
Hold on now. I go to academic. I go to newspapers.
Joel, do you get it from that gay Turkish guy? What's it, Breitbart or something like that? That guy, you know that one that I told you.
No. I listen to different perspectives. Whenever it comes to, like, even when they say Trump, because if you have man of prestige now, man of prestige will be like, oh, Trump said that they should spray people with Lysol. You know, these are the kind of things that they talk. That's why I said that the Abado branch of the United States, they don't know anything. They are just like amajiris. They tell them stuff. That's what they do. So that is what I'm saying. But when you look at, hold on now. When you look at what Trump said, right? I'm in the health field, and I have said it on this show. We do not cure. What we do mostly in the healthcare system is just manage symptoms. And if Trump is saying that COVID has cost us so much and he needs something like a cure, after all, we have like gastric lavage, right? People started saying, oh, Trump said we should use Lysol on people. That's the kind of news man of prestige will throw out there. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not. Look.
Okay.
I used to be a Democrat.
Hold on.
It's called soap opera analysis.
Guy, okay?
Yeah, right. It's called soap opera analysis.
And I can tell
That's
you,
what you get.
I can tell you who start Fox News from 7 o'clock, water to the end of, Honey and Shoe and everybody. And I can tell you.
That's what I'm saying. I don't have that time. I know where to go to, and I get my
I watch
news.
CNN. I watch every channel. This is how good I am. I like it. It doesn't bother me.
Man of prestige, when was the last time you read a Times magazine?
Why do I have to read a Time magazine?
You can never do that. You can never read it, because when you want to hide something from a black man, you hide it in a book. So I read magazines, I read newspapers, and I
don't read newspapers.
It's okay. I know you wouldn't.
I don't read newspapers. I get my news from the media.
Most times you get your truth from print media, because you have.
That's what you say.
You say?
All right.
No, I'm a different kind of black man. I'm an honorable one.
One voice.
I'm an honorable one. I'm an honorable one, so I don't.
Honorable one, right?
I do. I do.
Come on.
All right, Prestige. Let me play you this clip. Let me play you this clip, and then we move on from there.
Go ahead, one man.
Putting what you're calling the alt left and white supremacists. You putting what you're calling the alt left and white supremacists on the same moral plane.
I'm not putting anybody on a moral plane. What I'm saying is this: you had a group on one side and you had a group on the other, and they came at each other with clubs, and it was vicious, and it was horrible, and it was a horrible thing to watch. But there is another side. There was a group on this side, you can call them the left, you've just called them the left, that came violently attacking the other group. So you can say what you want, but that's the way it is.
On both sides, sir, you said there was hatred, there was violence on both sides.
Well, I do think there's blame. Yes, I think there's blame on both sides. You look at both sides. I think there's blame on both sides, and I have no doubt about it, and you don't have any doubt about it either. And if you reported it accurately, you would say.
Kill the person. Heather hired
Charlottesville. They showed up in Charlottesville to protest. Excuse me. They didn't let themselves down as you. And you had some very bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had.
So he did say.
One man. You see what I'm talking about? Yeah. This is a guy who said there's good people. You have the white supremacy.
Yes.
You know, that's carrying
but
life and everything. The Jewish, the black cannot replace us. The black should be terminated, and all that kind of thing that they were saying. And you come and say there's good people on both sides. I mean, what could be good from fascism and Nazism? You know, coming to say the black and the Jew cannot replace us. You need to terminate them in this age. What could be good from that?
One man, we need to know the genesis of what happened in this situation.
You didn't watch it.
Everybody knows.
Everybody sees it now.
Can I just say something? Let me just say something, please.
Joel, hold on, Joel. Let's get back to Prestige, just because others have not spoken as well. So we can
but anyway, I'm not going to dwell on this because I have a few minutes to talk on the other ones. So I mean, this is a summary of what I said. But anything that I brought here, you know, the fact check. Kulata, I'm giving you, you know, I know you are very bright, the same with Ajali Kuka. You are independent people. If I said anything wrong about some of the fact check that I enumerated here, that misleading information, come back anytime, and bring it back. Then I will take it back. Because the few that I just said, it's all there. I didn't make anything up. I watched the debate here. Remember one man I was here when I started watching the debate. So I was writing it down, all those false information. And after the debate, the whole channel played, even false news. Say, yeah, they say, but they just criticizing Biden that he's unfit to be. But those false claims, it's everywhere. So, but anyway, that's it from there, you know. So, but guys, Nigeria, we're all brothers. So, we're not going to die on American politics, okay? It just fun to me.
All right. Do you want to go to what we've been speaking about?
Yeah. Let me go briefly because I think I already spent a lot of time there. So let me go to the one of let me see. I've been rambling, so I forgot some of. Okay, let me go to the one of Obi.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, the one of Obi. So I think it's the right thing to do. You know, like I said, I never really follow Nnamdi Kanu, whatever people say during that time or something like that, you know, the kind of politics that he played. But regardless, you know, I just feel like it's about time it need to be released. You know, I mean, I'm not the president. I mean, I think the president, you know, have the authority, but people going to be coming and say, you know, legal or whatever, you know, he can do it. I mean, to have peace reign. I mean, releasing Nnamdi Kanu, give him the condition or just say go back to British or whatever. I mean, they're probably not going to do that. Give him the condition just for peace to reign, because anything that affects the Southeast affect the country as a whole. Whatever the minority in the in the Southeast that is called the unknown government or something like that, whatever, you know, they are perpetuating in that part of the land, that's making that place, you know, uneven, you know, lack of development, you know. I mean, do you know the economic depredation from that part of the country, this unknown government and something, you know? But just let peace that reign. If that's what's going to make it, you know, make it rain, let it rain. At least we have some peace. Then we can concentrate, you know, on the north, where there's more problematic right now. It's about, you can say, about 2/3 of the country is unsafe. So why not release him? I mean, just my opinion. So Obi is doing the right thing, and it's the time. I believe he's doing it right. If he had done it during the election, one man, you're gonna be one of those people that's gonna be championing that. He's an IPOB candidate. You probably have said it. Maybe I didn't hear you, but if I have to bet, I would say one man has said it. Of course, a lot of people have said it that he's an IPOB candidate at that time. So because of the kind of politics he was playing, but to do it right now is the right time. So I wouldn't fault him for not saying it. Some people are calling him weak, why he didn't say it at that particular time. No. Even this Soludo, everybody's championing right now, that have requested for his release. If he come out tomorrow and say he's running for presidency, they're gonna say he's an IPOB candidate because he was, lobbying for Kanu to be released. So you can't win both ways. We need peace in that country. At least that would be a gesture to that part of the people that already like him. So that's it. I don't see what Obi is doing the right thing right now. Okay, so depending on how people see it. So what other topic I wanted to speak briefly?
Yeah, let me take you to this space as well. It's still within the East, but
okay.
and it's still within that sort of a storyline. So
yeah.
We have two different opinions. Ekene agrees with the commentaries of the space,
Okay.
but Des disagrees. It's coming from the Arewa space, the Arewa youth, and
yeah. You don't have to go in detail. I was there,
right.
so I'm familiar with everything. I just forget the topic. So, in my own opinion about this, but this Arewa youth something, I mean, they play certain kind of politics that doesn't even make sense. Okay, what they say to in my own opinion, yeah, I align with them. This is just my own personal opinion, maybe because I don't live in that part of the south. I don't live in the southeast. Maybe that's where I'm coming. I would say if they give referendum today, it's not going to pass. This is just my own personal opinion. Okay, I may be right. I may not be wrong. Maybe it's due to my sentiment that I want to remain as a one Nigeria. So maybe that's the angle I'm looking at it. But if I have to bet money, if there's if say put your money down, which way do you think it's going to go? I say majority of people want to remain in Nigeria. I don't know about after the election if the paradigm shift has set in. Maybe the people will start leaning towards more having Biafra, but I still stand with my opinion that it's not going to work. There was the majority of people from Southeast still want to remain as a Biafra. I mean, as a Nigerian. So I mean that's the way I see it in that regard. I mean I had what Des said, and I had what Ekene said, but this is what I think about that. But talking about this, I mean IPOB is not. It's not even close. What percentage is IPOB? They're not even up to 1%. I mean, you can say people are sympathized to them. That's the only thing I can say. They're not even up to 1% in the Southeast. So I don't know why all this ROY youth always play that. Use the word IPOB. Why not say the Southeast is not going to pass? What is IPOB? Who are the IPOB? Just people. Just people ransacking the Southeast. That's what. I mean, they don't have any. They don't have any. I mean, their position in the Southeast is not. It's not that much. So using the word IPOB, that's why I have an issue with their statement. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I align with their point. If they have used say the Southeast referendum, it's not going to pass. Yeah, that's where I stand on that one, man.
And to the headline on the screen, Prestige.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. To the headline on the screen, Nigeria has what do you say? I'm using my phone. Okay, $6 trillion in economy. Yeah, we have the potential. I mean, we have gas, natural gas, oil, and something like that. Good. I mean, whatever you can think. Agriculture, if we properly implemented, but not with the kind of policy we're implementing right now. It's not going to happen, and I don't see it happening anytime soon. I mean, unless the economy started changing, is in 20, 30 years time, is it possible? That may happen, but at this present time, I don't really see, the trajectory we are heading to, because all this money we are borrowing right now, we're using most of them to service debt, and this is exactly what's happening in Kenya. I mean, everybody saw what's going on in Kenya. I mean, you have to, you have to implement what bank told you to do. They want you to remove subsidy, you have to do that. If they want you to tax your people, you have to do that. So we are relying on borrowing money. There's nothing really wrong in borrowing money, in my own opinion. Like I stated the other day, if you look at debt ratio in terms of anything, Nigeria is not even the top 20, to GDP. I mean, probably one of the most developed, if not the third largest economy in the world, Japan. I think Japan, I think Japan is about the third. They have the highest debt ratio to GDP. You see, but they are doing well because they're using the money they are borrowing. They are is very productive. They're using it for production purpose, and it's yielding result and developing their country. The only one with that fall into that category, with the highest debt to GDP rate is Sudan. Sudan is number 2, but a country like Singapore is number 4. Even Italy fall in that, one of the highest, one of the highest debt to GDP rate. Italy is there, Singapore is there, but it's what you use with the money. So we have the potential to, we have the potential to get there. It's if, but I don't know if we're gonna go there. So we need a lot of work in that country, in order to achieve that. But I don't see it any. I don't want to be pessimistic. So, but hopefully it's in my lifetime. I don't know, but that's the way I see that one more. But then the last one, let me speak about the last one. I remember the last one is about Tinubu, right? Appointing the whole. I'm not going to say the whole Southwest because it's mainly Lagos Southwest. Let me just say Lagos Southwest in his cabinet. When is he going to learn about this nepotism? And he saw what happened during the Buhari time. He appointed some incompetent people. Let's assume most of these people that he's appointed, most of them from Lagos. Some of them are educated, but education is not about everything. The policy they're implemented is not working right now, and he's still playing that nepotism. Are they the only brilliant people we have in Nigeria? That's why he's making mistakes. He hasn't learned. He has been in office for a year. And if you count the cabinet, I have not been able to come, you can say maybe about 20% of his cabinet. If I'm wrong, let somebody correct me. Maybe 20 to 30% of his cabinet, they are all from Lagos. And their policy they are doing is not working. Is it not time for you to change the direction and make your president work? So, but power to him. But to me, I think he is doing the wrong thing. But I guess what he's thinking by the time he leave office, maybe in 3 years' time or 4 years' time, people in Lagos, he's going to create more millionaires, mostly of them from Lagos. That's exactly what's going on right now. So, but that's the way he wants to run his politics. We are not going nowhere. That's the way I see it, one man.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Prestige. Stay with us, Prestige. Let's go on from you to let's see if Det0Nate is ready for us. Det0Nate has been quiet all the way through. Det0Nate, Omoba, Kavesi, Prince, Aremo. All right, Kulata certainly. No. Joel of Nashville. Whoever is ready can take the floor.
How about Ajale Koko?
Ajale Koko dropped.
I'm here.
All right, the floor is yours, Joel of Nashville.
Thank you very much. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. Joel of Nashville on the One Man Show. Like, share, subscribe. One man. Actually, let me start with the Obi and Nnamdi Kanu issue. First and foremost, I think what he said is right. Every right thinking, we shouldn't wait for Peter Obi to make that statement in order for it to be even for it to be considered or to be listened to or for it to gather any weight. It's a commonsensical thing. If Tinubu knows what is going on in Nigeria today, and he is not trying to solidify the South, he's going to lose that election. That 2027, he's going to lose it. I see them doing all this, their razzmatazz, southern governors. Common sense will tell you, first and foremost, increase your numbers. If what you're trying to do has no hypocrisy behind it, increase the numbers of your states. You know that the Southeast has 5. Increase the number, increase the representation of the South. Let us be stronger, not only by our mouth, but in numbers. The idea that you give Southeast 1, that you have to give this place 1, give this place 1, that is arrant nonsense. Give Ibadan State, give this one, give Kanuri, that is bullshit. When we want to play politics, that is the reason why the Northerners are far ahead of us. Because we don't like each other. We do not. We see each other as competition. But when you gather our both economies in the, or let me say the southern economies, what is it? What is the what of our economy? What are we fighting? What are we competing? We should be developing ourselves. Nnamdi Kanu shouldn't be an issue for Tinubu. He ought to have done that the first day he came into office. But because Tinubu is not a leader, Tinubu is a politician, and he's only interested in the next election. He's not a leader that thinks of the next generation. And that is my qualms with him. This idea of the ballet for the northern elite, that's the reason why they have the staff to do all this nonsense they're doing. Why would a northerner at this point in time talk about coming into power? What is all this gathering all about? What are you gathering for? Morons, you're going to meet Buhari that kept this economy where it is. You're going to rally up. So it shows you it's about winning elections. So we don't have leaders. And clearly you can see that it is evidence in what you see in the north. You have been in power for over 60 years. Ordinarily, the northerners should be banned from power. Ordinarily. If it were a private sector, there is nobody from the northern elite sector that will man any column. They will only be cleaners and security guards. Look at the amount of money they've all amassed. Talking about the northern elite. Look at that place. Look at the power they wielded in the past. Look at that place. It amounts to nothing. That's what my dad said, garbage in, garbage out. If you don't have it, you don't have it. Wiki said, it didn't day. So the issue about how we're going to run Nigeria vis-a-vis how Tinubu wants to protect his 2027 ambition, which I feel is stupid, is that Tinubu should start looking at what really matters. Think as a leader. Obi taught you something in the last election. If you work for the people will reward you. If the people believe in you, it does not matter what the elites say. After all, you have the position, you have the instruments of power. So nobody's going to talk about rigging. You can make that, you can clip that. So what are you going to do to get those numbers? Work for the people. Be reasonable in your spending. All this gallivanting around, all this, buying that, building this, all to what extent? To what extent are we going to go with all this nonsense going on? The spending habit of Tinubu has not changed. Or the spending habit of the average Nigerian government has not changed under Tinubu. So there is a plausible cause that for anyone that says, hey, you know what, we want to put this guy out. It's plausible. But he seems not to know what he's doing. Regardless whether it is north or south. My problem is that these people talking about it in the north, who are they? They're going to bring out these same demons. It's not like a new set of leaders. In Igbo land, you say you say goodbye monkey. If you throw away Tinubu, who you replacing with? Replacing with who? And I've always had problem with how people come into power. You know, I always tell you this one, man. And that is the problem Tinubu is facing today. Because most of these redundant ministers were forced on him by the government, by the people that supported him in power. And those people must be compensated. And that's the reason why he had such numbers. I mean, apart from what the Constitution says, I believe that if he wants to work with 15 ministers, he can also do that. But he's not doing that, woman, because his hands are tied. I'm waiting for the day he's going to say, you know what? I'm going to chase all these morons. Pick 10 of them, 15 of them that are capable, that can go there and deliver. The economy is not working the way it ought to work. And one man, any person here, President Tinubu, must be a moron or a hypocrite. Or you don't know what is doing, what is going on in Nigeria. So one man, I'm going to leave that Obi. If they have to, if Tinubu wants to do something on Obi, if Tinubu wants to, he ought to have done it long ago. Obi putting his voice, adding his voice to it, you know, wasn't necessary, but it's also important. Nnamdi Kanu should be released. We are making a little god out of that man. The same way Buhari, the same mistake Buhari made is what Tinubu is making. Leave that man to go. Attack issues that have to do with insecurity in Nigeria. Broadly, stop all this. Oh, it is IPOP. This is a way of deflecting. If a criminal kills someone, go and look for the criminal. Don't make it, oh, it's IPOP, it is Yoruba Nation, it is Boko Haram. No, they are criminals. If you are able to kill someone, you should be killed. Or if you're able to buy someone, you should be paid. It has nothing to do with color, it has nothing to do with tribe. If you're a criminal, you're a criminal. If you say you're an on-go man and you're going about killing people, you should be fished out and you know, the necessary should be done on you. What you meted at other people should be meted at you. Period. Until we stop aligning or aligning criminality in Nigeria with tribe or I mean, we don't have issue of color or religion, then we will continue in this path. We must arrest that to be able to move forward as a nation. Thank you, one man. If there's any other thing I can talk about, let me go.
All right, take us to the headline on the screen, Joel. IPOB cannot win referendum. Igbos prefer Nigeria. This is coming from the Arable youth, and that is a sentiment.
Right.
Yeah.
They are right. I've said it on this show. IPOB is about only 3% or 2%. And if I even put their sympathizers, let me give them 3 to 5%. They cannot win it. However, if somebody says that I don't want to belong here because of this, and you're telling the person belong here because of this, it is hard now because of what is happening to Nnamdi Kanu. It is hard now for people like us to even stay in one Nigeria. When you look at the Southeast and the economic, the ecological issues that we have in the Southeast, and the issues that has to do with Southeast when it comes to protests and all that, some of us don't feel like we are needed in the country. Those issues have to be addressed. In fact, these days the Igbophobia is very, very glaring. It shouldn't be so. The Igbo man does not come and take your land by force. All the Igbo man does is business. He comes down, he invests. Everything the Igbo man earns today, he has today, he earned it. He worked for it. Unlike some people that will come and live in your bushes. And those ones are the ones you praise. You dare not even talk against them unless they kill your own. So that's the hypocrisy, and that's the problem that we have in Nigeria. But going to what this guy said, the other one you said, it is true, they're right. But everyone, for this to, I mean, from my own point of view, I would say they're right. But when you put that to vote, people will have to reflect and say, are we really needed here? Or should we just go and develop our place? Even if we have one state, let us develop it and just stay there and manage it. We do not push people to that extent. If you want to have a referendum, I mean, it happened in the Britain and in the UK. Many people, some people say we want to stay, we don't want to stay, and all that. You saw how divided they were. Let's not just make it like, you know, a wrap. I mean, an election that was decided before, you know, it actually happened. If you were to put referendum out there, and these people have been so marginalized, you don't have to even organize a referendum. You know what the result is going to be. But for now, even as it stands today, I believe that IPOB cannot win a referendum in the Southeast. It's not possible.
And the potential of the Nigerian economy turning into a $6 trillion economy, a financial guru is professing that is preferring that as a possibility.
Forget about it. The fundamentals are not there.
It's not a Tinubu something, no. It's actually the country itself, the potential to.
What I'm just, if it's the potential, yes. I mean, we can do more than this. But if you're telling me that potential and actuality are two different things, the facts speaks for itself. The fact remains that we do not have the right people to spur us to that level, and that's the fact. You cannot say you want to build a $6 trillion and you're buying private jets. You cannot say you want to you have potential for this, or you're working towards a $6 trillion economy and you are building a $1 building for the VP. No, it has to be all hands on deck. Mostly led by the private sector. Then you now see how many people, even as it stands today, how many people does the government employ? That's to tell you, it is still the private sector. Not now many companies that live in Nigeria. Some people here the other day, I wanted to talk, but I had some stuff going on at work. There are companies that live in the United States, companies that live in, if one man, let me tell you, and I want you to be on record, for people like Man of Prestige that will come here to spew lies. Most businesses live in blue states like California are living because of insecurity. Insecurity, call it what it is. You have people go in there. No. Hold on. I can give you. Hold on now. Hold on. Rational mind. Rational mind. You said rational mind.
Can I interject you? Hold on. Let him interject. Then you can push back at him.
Go ahead.
Thank you. You said insecurity. What are you talking about? Do you even live in California? These people are living because of the cost of living there. You just said a while ago, some people come, they will sell their $2-3 million home that you can buy maybe in Nashville for $700,000 or $800,000, and they sell it over there in their own state in California. They sell it for $3 million, and they come to your state and buy that same size of a property or land, or even buy more with the money they have. It's because the cost of living there is insane. That's the problem. Of course,
good.
No. When you say insecurity, if you talk about the homelessness, yeah, that's a problem. But insecurity, why are you living? What planet are you
It
living?
is insecurity. I stand by what I said. A rational mind. The issue of the high cost of Californians.
Are they breaking into?
Can I respond now? Let me respond now.
Are they breaking into in the Valley?
Hold on now. The issue of high cost of living in California is well documented. It is part of the reason why humans are living. When you talk about companies closing up in black neighborhoods, it's mainly about insecurity. And if you want me to furnish you with that, I can furnish you that. It is not even hidden. It is everywhere. Hold on, let me just make my point. Most of them, and it's not only in California. You go to Chicago, it's also happening in Chicago. In the white areas of Chicago, you don't see those companies living. Here in Nashville, hold on now, let me tell you now. Here in Nashville, I'm not going to say because I'm black, I am not going to say the wrong things, the bad things that we do. Here in Nashville, in the black-dominated area, our malls have left. Why? After shopping, you see people that come and rob you. It is your own people that will rob you. So let's stop all this because the Democrats, that's the work of the Democrats.
Can you give me a minute? You interjected on my time. Just give me a minute, Joel.
No. Well,
you interjected on me now. Why are you being partial? Just a minute.
Go ahead.
Okay, all these things you are saying. Hold on. I'm a resident of California, so I can give you the right information. Okay, I live in La Jolla, which is called the Tech Triangle. We have all this biotech and every kind of tech. Nobody's living in California. I'm in the part that I'm living. So don't come here and be saying that. But having said that, in terms of income disparity, let me tell you, somebody making 100,000 in Tennessee where you live, 100,000, naira. Somebody in California is going to be making 2 or 3 times that. That is the disparity in income. So we can afford, to purchase, even at all, we have high cost of living because of how much we are making.
I know you do. But the problem is this: it's not everyone. Most of the people that have the wherewithal to earn that amount of money.
Don't you have a poor rich area? I've been to Memphis.
Listen now.
I've been to Tennessee. I've been to Nashville.
Memphis is not it shouldn't be mentioning Memphis. Memphis is a forgotten area.
I'm just telling you where I have been in Tennessee.
No. See, let me tell you this. Let me just tell you this. Memphis, the same thing I was complaining about that's happening in California is also happening in Memphis.
That's what I'm telling you, that I have been in Memphis.
Moving in droves. So that's what I was saying, that it is not the same thing as Nigeria. Right, because somebody made a reference. I was making reference to the person, someone that made a reference to that in on one man show, I think 4 or 5 days ago. Right? Yes. So what I'm saying is this: in business living black communities, for instance, like he said, are not living because they want to live. They are living for a reason, and that reason is insecurity. Mostly insecurity.
Why you use the word insecurity? So hold on.
Security.
Who give you the privilege? Hold on. Who give you the privilege to speak about California? Like I said, I've been to Nashville, the music center. I've been to Memphis.
Joel,
Martin Luther King. I've been to the museum where Martin Luther King was killed. So I'm just telling you where I've been, but I can't hear be talking about Tennessee that I don't know much.
Hold on. Man of prestige. Do we see mob robbery in California?
Where? If you said there's more homeless in San Francisco, that's not homeless.
I'm only asking you a question now.
Hold on, Joel. I think Adeleko wants to come into your conversation.
Joel,
go ahead, Baba.
Look, California is a big state. You can't just say California. Are you talking about? Hold on now. Are you talking about San Francisco? Are you referring to San Francisco when you are talking about insecurity? Which part of California are you referring to?
If you're following what I said, the person made reference to the black community, the black communities. and I was making reference to the black community. So all these things you are bringing up now is unnecessary because I didn't make reference to
But
all these
can you
people you're
define the kind
talking
of
about.
insecurity you're speaking about? What do you mean by insecurity? I'm kind of
Look,
baffled by that word.
Look, you are not totally correct. Insecurity represents a small proportion of the problem why people are living. High cost of living is the major reason why a lot of people.
Babaja, I have not talked about the general reason why people are leaving. I mean, that is not what we're talking about. I was making a reference. Hold on now. I was making a reference. I was listen
You're
now.
not making
I
the
am
right phrase.
talking. Listen now. Listen. Because you guys are not listening.
Angelico can
You know,
just tell
it
you the
has to
reason
come.
why the cost of living. We are losing people, and more people are
Let me
coming.
tell you.
I mean, we can
It is
afford it.
hard
People
to
here can
convince.
afford
It
it.
is hard to
I'm
convince
here. We can afford it,
anyone.
and more
It
people
is
who
hard
can
to
afford it
have
are
an
moving.
honest
It's
debate
the poor
with
people that are moving out.
someone
So
that follows
we don't
Biden
need all those poor
because
people. They can come to
you
their
guys
place.
don't you guys
We have
don't
people
you
who
don't pay
who can
attention.
survive here.
No. I'm not saying people cannot survive. People can survive anywhere. But if you are paying attention, you pay attention to details. And that's the
You can't
problem of
tell me the kind of attention
most
I'm paying when I'm
Democrats.
living there. It's my residence.
No. I said
You
pay
can't tell
attention
me.
to the details. The details in what I was saying, where the question was coming from. Right now, you guys are broadening up the argument. I was talking about something specific.
You
I'm
say
not talking about
insecurity,
the
right?
whole of California. Oh, hold on now. I was being specific. Somebody talking about business leaving the black communities on this show about 4 or 5 days ago. I was specific. I'm not talking about the whole of California. Definitely, there's no how there will be insecurity in the whole of California. There will be some areas where that's like kind of bougie. I understand that. But I'm just saying that businesses are leaving the black areas, just like in Memphis. Babaja will tell you that too. It's not safe. So let's tell ourselves the truth. Are black folks. So that's that. What my point? The point I was trying to point out here is this: we cannot say it is the same reason with that of Nigeria. Besides, the United States economy can lose 1,000 companies and they will still stand gidiba. Our own, it's not that way. We need to stop those companies from leaving. One, then encourage more to come in. And if we cannot, and not just by going, encourage more even from us to build companies. So one man, the issue of $6 trillion economy, I think we can do more than that. But the right people has to be at the right place for this to happen. But if you're wishing this under the Tinubu government, you must be a gunner.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So I think Adale Koko has resurfaced. We came to him severally. Let's see if he's ready for us now. Adale Koko, are you ready for us now?
Yeah, one man. What's up?
All right, brilliant. We did try to come to you earlier, then you dropped. But it's really the potential for 6 trillion economy, which this guy is flagging off. Tinubu flags off Akwa Ibom section of Lagos Calabar Coastal Road in August. So if you understand anything about politics, then you know that this is all about politics right there. So they started building from Lagos, of course, to head towards Calabar. But crucially, they are starting to build from Calabar now. So they would have made sufficient enough progress on that stretch by the time 2027 comes, and that will be the calling card to seize hold of the South. So that's clever politics from Tinubu right there. Releasing Nandekano, Peter Obi enters that fray, a language that we've been waiting to see if we ever hear from him. So it's somewhat gone into the ethnic politics, but the Arewa youths are telling us that even if they release Nandekano, it means nothing, because if you call a referendum, the Southeastern Easterners are not interested in exiting Nigeria. So that's their position. And this last one invites us to realize that Tinubu is essentially creating a Lagos Yoruba government with about 8 of the senior positions occupied by his former commissioners when he was the governor of Lagos State. So let's hear from you, Adale Koko.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Let us start with, let me start with Arewa Youth saying that if referendum is conducted in Igbo land today for whether to go or not to go out of Nigeria, that majority of Igbo will won't want to go out of Nigeria. I mean, majority of Igbo will vote not to go out of Nigeria. That's a lie. You see all these Igbo people on this platform, like Joel, like Kene, like I didn't hear what Man of Prestige said. All these people are just, all of them that are saying, yes, those guys are right. They align with Igbo staying with Nigeria. But in reality, majority of Igbo on the ground in Igbo land, they don't want Nigeria. And they've demonstrated it in recent time with, they demonstrated it, they acted strongly that, yes, we are
Hold on,
angry, we are
let me interject.
we
Because
are
of the word you use.
dissatisfied with Nigerian state.
Can
and we want
Baba, furnish us with the evidence, please.
Let me intervene because of the word you use, please. When you use the word that you mentioned me, you mentioned Joel, you mentioned Kenneth, that we are lying about, that was a wrong word to use. One not said,
you are wrong. Let me say you are wrong. You guys
just say we are wrong, but don't tell me what what I believe is a lie.
Okay, I agree. I accepted that. Yes, yes. I'm wrong to say yes. You are lying. You people are not lying, but you guys are wrong. Since Nnamdi Kanu days, or maybe after he was, arrested, they've been calling for what do you call this thing? Stay at home. And these people responded and acted strongly in compliance to that stay at home. That is a message to Nigeria that we are not happy with Nigeria.
Babaja,
we want Biafra.
Babaja,
And this guy that is fighting for Biafra's
Babaja, can I just say something, please?
We stand with him.
Babaja.
So,
Babaja, are you hearing me?
Yeah, who is that? Coming.
Hey, Joel, please. Yeah. Enough of this, your generalization. The issue there is this. There is no way you can say what you just said and you just say people were all out, stay at home. The stay at home issue you're talking about. People stayed at home because of fear. Are you not seeing what is going on? The people that went against it, don't you see what happened to them? The government that is meant to give you that confidence to go out there, provide security for you, they are not providing security for you. They kill somebody and the people will leave, go home, no pursuit, no nothing. So I think you're being a little bit harsh on the people of the Southeast. Now that the governor of someone like Enugu State is telling them to come out, don't they go out? They do. The security is there. But in all those places like Imo State, especially that Olu Azix, where you have a little bit of forest and all that, where this thing is really, really happening. It's not in the whole of Southeast. It's in that only area. There's some part of Anambra State. And when they say they stay at home, they stay at home for fear. So I don't think you're fair to the people of the Southeast, just to put it out there.
So you just confirm to me that by action, they acted in compliance to that call, meaning that when that referendum is called, the fear will make them to vote for Biafra state.
No, that is false generalization.
Hold on now, because you are saying that it's the fear that make them to comply for with stay at home. So that fear as well we force them, we push them to vote for what do you call it? To vote to vote together from Nigeria when referendum is conducted. Look, let us tell ourselves the truth. This is not lie. Look, if, like I said earlier, look at this. Even in Lagos, during the time of, when Nnamdi Kanu was captured, we saw demonstration in Alaba in some places, all of them singing, Holy, Holy, Nnamdi Kanu is our savior. We saw some politicians went to campaign in some big market in Lagos, and the response they got was Biafra. We want Biafra, Holy, Holy, Biafra state. Why are we deceiving ourselves?
Where did it happen? Abaja, I don't know. Abaja.
Look at this guy. If you don't know, say you don't know.
Is it a wrong thing?
It happened in Lagos.
Is it a wrong thing to agitate?
Igbo youth demonstrated against the politician that came to campaign during the time of governorship of Anambra State before Soludo. Some of them, and maybe which other state, they came to campaign in Lagos, but the pushback against them was Biafra. The youth.
It's a lie. It's a lie, Abaja. It's a lie. It's a lie.
Okay.
It didn't happen.
No, one man, you didn't remember?
I do remember.
Akini Baba you saw now. What is he talking like this?
Sorry, 1 second. Rational mind. Before you come in and that conversation carries on, let me bail out. I hand over to Ajale Koko. I've been the background orchestrating matters. The super chatters Ayo severally. And still Ayo, so you know that's Ayo rattling it us as it often does, or even always does. So that's Lato Rich right there. So he with some frequency always joins Ayo. Skulata, before he decided to come on the screen, he was conversing with the debates via super chat. So that's Skulata severally right there. Tope O passed by and she engaged in the conversation via super chat. So that's Tope O right there. Alexander Gomez making a bet that he's almost starting to lose. So those are super chatters. I'll keep them going still. And then let me hand over to you. I'll be in the background. Thank everyone. See.
All right. Thank you, Woman.
Ajale Koko, let me ask a question. All the things you just said, is it the wrong thing to agitate? Is that what you're saying?
That is not what I'm saying.
So what's the point then?
The point is that if referendum is conducted today, majority of people will vote for Biafra state. Majority, and they've demonstrated it by this stay at home, complying to call of agitators that they should stay at home.
Babaja, you're not being fair. You're not being fair to the people of the Southeast. That's all I can tell you.
You are not even a Southeasterner. You don't even live there.
Oh my goodness. Oh God.
How can you say you are a Southeasterner? You are not even a Southeasterner.
Joel, to be fair, okay, that is the prison.
You live in America. You live in Lagos. You are not Easterner, man.
I don't have any issue with Ajale Koka's submission. Okay, that's the prison that he sit. I mean, I don't see it that way, but I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, Joel. So let him continue.
A lot of Easterners even look at the election of what do you call it? Soludo before OB election, they were not coming out to vote. They refused to even register. Soludo, that election, the last election in Anambra State, under 25%. 25% of registered voters voted. They were begged to go and register to vote because they have lost confidence in Nigeria. What is this Joel saying? He's
What is
talking.
the what?
Are you a
Baba
real?
Aja,
Are
Baba
you a
Aja,
real
Baba
Igbo
Aja,
man? What are you talking?
What is the national average of voters
Yeah,
voters out in
thank you,
Nigeria?
Joel. If we're going to use that parameter to judge what your narrative, when
What
we
is
had
the
the last election, in terms of, I'm not saying the Southeast has the in terms of population, but on ratio wise, they have the highest rate that people that come out and vote, judging by their population over there. So why are you going to say that if they come out and vote a lot by their population, more than any other,
I don't want to go. I don't
more than
want to
any
go.
other region? So
Hold
does it
on.
mean what does that tell you? You are negating your
man
point.
of prestige? Man of prestige. I'm talking about national average of voters, the people that voted in the last election in
Yeah, that's what I
Nigeria.
just said. I said the Southeast
The
has the
total
most.
average. The total, no, I'm even talking about it was low. That my point was that was even low. It was about 30%.
Oh, you're talking about the
So
national average, okay.
national average. So
Okay.
what are you talking about?
Well, look, I don't even.
It has always been like that in Nigeria. It's not only the Southeast that lost hope in Nigeria. The Europeans have lost hope in Nigeria. That is why you see the issue of Yoruba nation coming up. People in the north have lost hope in Nigeria. People in the middle belt have lost hope in Nigeria. A lot of people have lost hope in Nigeria. It's not a Southeast thing. That's my point.
That you make a very good point now. But let me change my position on.
I'll continue with your lies. Democrats, you guys know how to lie.
Yeah. Truth is bitter now. Truth is very bitter. You
We can't call anything lie or true. I mean, that is the prison
Truth is
that Jalukuka sit.
Truth is very bitter. So let me say this.
I mean, nobody has the
Look,
fact.
in Nigeria, among all geopolitical zone, the least registered voters, zone, the zone where we have the least registered voters is Southeast. And why? It's a total loss of confidence in Nigerian state. You understand what I'm saying? I as a person, don't even want Nigerian state. You guys can continue to lie, but in the heart of your heart, you wish you can have your own small place where you can
you're making the same mistake,
and manage
you're making the same mistake. This is why I have to interject, because you can't come here and be insulting us that we are lying. Okay,
I'm not
making the same mistake again.
Now.
I don't know why you are.
Sorry that I used that word.
I'm tired of your sorry. Okay.
Okay, sorry that I used that word. Look, but I don't want Nigeria anymore. If you go and conduct,
tell me why you don't want Nigeria anymore.
Because Nigeria is not working for anybody. It only works for political class. It's not working for Nigerian people.
So you think dividing the country will be better for you?
It's going to be better.
Okay.
And we have historical fact to that effect. When we were in regional arrangement, it worked better
because people are not corrupt like they are today. People are corrupt from all regions.
Look, when Nigeria, if we should break it up today, you see, everybody we automatically control their own resources. That resource control that we are fighting for today, it will be a matter of the past. Whatever you have in Igbo land belongs to only the Igbo, and then you can develop it. at your own pace. Whatever Yoruba people have in their own land automatically belong to them. Hausa Fulani is not coming there to push for any policy that will not work for you. Or as you are accusing Tinubu today, that Tinubu is colluding with some people to run the country to the advantage of Yoruba people and some this thing, that will be a matter of the past. Nigeria is not working for Nigerian people. It used to work for Nigeria, for each region, when we are under regional arrangement. So what are we talking about? How can we continue to deceive ourselves? Even the Hausa people, it works better for them. The Northerner, does it work for the people of the North now? Do you think it works for them? Except those, the oligarchs and those in the political class. Those are the ones that Nigerian state work for. Look at the North, the majority percentage, greater percentage of people that live in multidimensional poverty. I mean, let me be even be precise. 80% come from the North. 80%, according to the statistic coming out from Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. 80% of people that live in, multidimensional poverty are from the North. Tell me how Nigeria works for the Northerner. Stop it, people. Don't let us deceive ourselves. Nigeria cannot work for anybody, any ordinary person at all. Never. It can never. So if you are saying, oh, Igbo people doesn't want Nigeria, you are just saying you just want to continue, remain where you continue to suffer. Or Yoruba love Nigeria. You just want to majority of your people where they continue to suffer. You can brag from today to tomorrow. Go to Igbo land, you will see what we call poverty there that you never see. The same way, go to Yoruba land and Hausa land, you will see poverty that you never seen before. That is what you will see in present Nigeria. So what are we talking about? So don't let us continue to deceive ourselves. I believe that, those guys from the North are just trying to be very deceitful. They don't know what is on the ground in Igbo land, and they are closer to people in power, so they want Nigerian state to remain like this because they are benefiting from it. But by what I've seen so far, and a lot of some Igbo friends that I have, I know a lot of them believe that Biafran state will be better because it used to be better when we had regional arrangement for them, So that's my take on that. Then on Peter Obi, look, Obi calling for Nnamdi Kanu to be released. I think he's playing the right politics. He's playing the right politics at the right time. Right politics at the right time.
Did you find it? Oh my god. Oh my god.
What do you call it?
Baba, are you okay?
No, I'm okay. What am I trying to say? Peter Obi is playing the right politics at the right time. Because look, considerable number of IPOB supporters, or should I say IPOB members, support Obi for president. We know that. And those people are still supporting him today. They still, if election should be conducted today, they will still vote for Obi. They want Biafran state, but Obi, as an Igbo man, does not run conflicts to their interests. It doesn't run conflict because it's an Igbo man. And, a lot of them are against Nigeria today, pushing for Biafran state because of reason of what they see as marginalization of the Southeast. So if Igbo man is given that opportunity, that chance to be president of Nigeria, that marginalization problem to them is solved. They won't see it again that Igbo is being marginalized. You understand what I'm saying? So I think it's just trying to energize that base that were with him, that supported him, that voted for him. What can he do to carry them along? That statement will surely carry them along. That statement will show to them that, yes, Obi sees them as partners in progress and a reliable person, a reliable leader that can take them to the promised land. Where is the promised land? It's to the top of the ladder in Nigerian political arrangement. So, Obi has done well this time, making that statement, and I see it as a right statement at the right time. To give hope to IPOB members that majority of them are demoralized because of their leader, who has been in incarceration for over 3 years now, maybe going to 4 years. So I think he has done well as far as I'm concerned. I think it's playing the politics and it's playing it well. So that statement is a good statement, that can give hope to the IPOB that, look, Obi is not, it can be a reliable partner. They should continue to support him. So it's the right statement as far as I'm concerned. I don't see, I'm not going to interpret it that, he's playing a dirty politics. Politics, you have to play it in such a way that can yield result for you. So he's playing it. That statement, yes, to IPOB member, is a signal that, look, I can be your reliable partner, even though that we are pursuing this thing on a different, we are pursuing the same goal on a different course. I'm pursuing it as a believer in Nigerian state. I'm pursuing it to take Igbo people, the political interests of Igbo, to the top, you are pursuing it that due to marginalization, you won't be a France state. Look, we can solve that marginalization problem when we get to the top. So it's the right politics. Kudos to Obi. I give him kudos to that effect. So what's the third topic there?
6 trillion economy.
6 trillion. Look, Nigeria have the super potential to even be more than 6 trillion economy if we have people that can, if you have set of leadership across that country at all levels of government that can manage the resources of that country, where the natural resources, the human resources, and all resources that we are all blessed with. If we can well manage it, Nigerian can, we can be more than 6 trillion economy. Look, I want to look at food. Let us look at food as number one. Do you know variety of food that we have in that country? Thousands. If we can develop a culture of processing our food for export, I'm not talking about cash crop and some other agricultural produce. I'm talking the food on its own that are very organic, that are very, very healthy, that can yield billions for that country. And then let's go to fruit. Is it mango you want to talk about? Is it cashew? What is it that you want to talk about?
Babaja, you know that they're trying to give us GMO foods now. In fact, it is the GMO.
They want to kill everybody now. They want to, set of people are bad people. They want to, I will be surprised.
That is what I'm saying, Babaja. No, it is on already. It is on already.
No, he has not signed it.
No. They said that the company is dead. Let me just say this, right? There has been some conspiracies, right? That some corn farms, go up in flames, especially in the north, for known causes. And they've been pushing the GMO thing. In fact, the company, the Bill Gates Foundation and all their stuff, I think they have the company now in Nigeria. Now, it is part of the seeds that is being given to farmers. And you know what happened with those GMO seedlings? They're very dominant. If they go in there, they're going to kill all the crops. So you have to just stay dependent on that. And it has no seed. So you cannot, replant, as it were. So you have to depend on them to give you the seedlings to grow those GMO foods. And right now in Nigeria, GMO is a thing. So tell me, even here, the GMO, the consequences of GMO, we see it in the hospitals. All this cancer that we see every day. How do you know that it's not part of it? We eat 3 weeks chicken old, 3 weeks chicken old chickens here. It only takes, they build them. We have seen their eggs, right? Since they bomb me, I never see white egg. Now here I begin to see white egg. These are lies.
Conspiracy theories. These are all conspiracy theories.
No, it could be conspiracy theory to you. It could be conspiracy theory to you, but we all know that GMO food is not good for us. That's the point.
Conspiracy theories. If one man
hold on. But we do not need GMO foods in Nigeria. You can call it conspiracy theory or not. The numbers don't lie. What we see, especially in the West, especially in America.
Well, even in Europe, it's not allowed in most countries in Europe. They don't allow GMO.
That's what I'm saying. But rational mind. You know that when I went to on my way to Nigeria, I stopped at the Netherlands, right? When I went in there, let me tell you, because when I was leaving United States, I was having the disorientation, right? Everything was not just right with my body. But then I've been here like 2 years without traveling to Nigeria. I know my body it has gotten a lot of junk. Rational mind. I got to this is my personal experience. I'm not saying it's an experience of anybody. I got to Netherlands and they gave me fries. One man, I said one man. Rational mind. I ate that fries. Rational mind, organic. Rational mind. My belly, everything they started fighting. And honestly, anytime I leave the United States and go home and I eat anything organic from Nigeria or from Europe, my belly will start fighting. I'll start having excessive diarrhea. I'm being honest with you. And when you go to Europe, look at how they look. Smart.
Fake news. This is fake news.
Mr. Man, I don't know. You don't just bump in. Introduce yourself and you make your point. Don't just like we know the Agboro. We know the Agboro field here.
It's not. I got them up. It's not Agboro, okay?
No, I said whether I gas them up or whether they gas himself up. I'm just saying that if he wants to interject, you interject responsibly. You don't interject like a tout. That's my point. Let me just round up this point. I'll just 30 seconds. My point is this: when you look at those that are dependent on GMO foods and those that are not, there's a disparity in weight as well. Thank you.
I don't know if gas them up. If you've, I don't know what your point is all about because one thing you need to understand is, I don't know, maybe you were born and raised here in America, or you've ever lived in Nigeria. We who are from Nigeria, we can tell the difference of the kind of quality of food that we eat compared to Nigeria. For the most part, I would say 98% of the food grown in Nigeria are organic. When I mean organic, not the kind of organic they call organic here. I mean real organic. You know, besides the maybe pesticide and maybe fertilizer that they use, but everything is grown organic. You can reuse the seedlings from any of those plants. But then when somebody takes something to a laboratory and then tweak it, and at the end of the day, let me say this to you. I've seen some videos of people who bought groceries. When I mean groceries, I mean vegetables, and they were showing the difference between the GMOs. I don't even like calling them non-GMOs, but I mean the GMOs and those who are really the organic food. Some of them look so plastic, kind of. And you wonder. Some of us, we've seen some of those food here in America. Some food, even the taste, even the taste of the meat of the one we eat here in America, as against the one we eat in Nigeria, there's a huge difference. I mean, the chicken
here. This is fake news. This is fake news. I've been to Nigeria. They tried to give me the juju. Fake news.
Okay.
What are you doing here? I mean, doctor. I mean, but getting advice for boy, I will let you. I'll give it back to you. I'll give it to you. What are you talking about? If you want to argue your points, just go argue your points. No, fake news. They give it to me, juju. What are you talking about? Why are you acting like I believe?
Where is he from? Where is he from?
Because you speak like somebody who is more educated.
Where is he from? National man. Where is he from?
I think he said he's from New York. I mean, he said he lives in New York, but he says he's a Nigerian. So, but then
he can't be Nigerian.
Does
it matter where gas them up is from? He's okay. From Nigeria. So that's all you need to know.
I can't wait for Lefu.
Gas them up. If you want to argue your point, argue your point. Over to
you. Okay.
Well,
okay. But can I just address that GMO concern that people have?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Our doctor in the house.
So, do we have enough empirical data to say GMO foods lead to cancer? We don't have enough studies. We have concerns about them. What I can say is when you do grow GMO agricultural produce, you should be more concerned with the herbicides, those sprays that they use on the farms. That is where we have enough data to prove that, like the glyphosate, part of that herbicide will have cancers, can even change your DNA formations. You can discuss that when we have enough studies about the preservatives and the insecticide and herbicides used on the farm lands on agricultural produce. Those ones are cancerous. So we have enough studies because they have enough carcinogens in them. But the GMO studies, even if you go to MD Anderson, I have friends that work in MD Anderson as research partners. We have concerns. Of course, people will encourage you to eat more organic and eat much fresh produce. I agree with that. The healthier, the more organic, the better. But to say that GMO leads to something without any research data to present, I think
you're not saying
Babati, you know the reason why okay, go ahead.
We're not saying
I would like to respond because this is more the doctor is saying
we've asked you to respond. Initially you were not responding, so just
I was being polite. I was trying to be polite. Go ahead.
And then you can comment, and maybe if Joel will allow you. So my point is, Babati, we're not saying that there's a fact out there that studies or whatever out there, and besides, this is a nascent kind of just developing industry, and the powers behind it. I don't know that if you take that into cognizance too, into account that these are powerful men who are behind this idea of the GMOs. So just like this HIV/AIDS, whatever thing, some drugs, some pharmaceutical companies, I heard they have they've done extensive research to even overcome that whatever virus. But they don't want to. But we're still within the realm of speculation. Let me just put that aside. So my point is that there are powerful people who would not allow things to be some research to be done and to be confirmed. But the point is this: so your pesticide and that are carcinogenic, I know, yes, this pesticide and whatever they have those potential to cause cancer. But the point is this: back home in Nigeria, we do not have the rate of cancer that we see today. Our parents, all of them were all raised, and some of them, they use this herbicide. I know my mom used herbicide. Some of this pesticide for cocoa farm, because that cocoa takes a lot of invites a lot of pests, a lot of those kokoro. They call them insects, so they have to use them. But then I don't know of anybody who had a cancer from my mom's side or whatever. So my point, but I understand. I understand that concern. But my point is this: is that if you look at it, in Europe, they don't have this kind of a problem that we have here in the United States. That's not to say they don't have cancer over there. But I'm just trying to draw that contrast from what we can see. That
this is fake news. This is fake news. The doctor has already told people.
Can you just allow me, please, before you start saying your fake news? Let me just land my point. Then you can use your whatever adjective you want to use to qualify it. But my point is this: is that what is obvious to the eyes is that people who eat organic versus the GMOs. I've seen a lot of them looks earthy. They look very earthy than those people who are not. Like you said, it's true, but there's no study to that effect. But I'm just going by what I can see, based on what I can see back home and people in Europe.
So once again,
they eat very healthy. They eat organic. They don't even call it organic, but their food is all grown naturally. It's only here you go by this label, organic, GMO, and non-GMO, whatever crap we call them here in America, but over there they don't have. So, but these people look healthy. Look at the men in Europe; they look bigger, they look more healthier than even our men here. So these are some of them I'm just trying to take into.
So once again, Doctor, the gentleman has said some fake news. We have to address it. He mentioned a conspiracy theory of Bill Gates and Dangote and Tinubu. At the end of the day, I've been in Nigeria, fine people. Bill Gates is our friend. He wants to feed us. He wants to make sure we're healthy. He's providing seeds with Monsanto. They're going to feed the Nigerian people. We're going to be healthy right now. Nigeria needs all the help we can get. So stop with the fake news.
So the increase in cancer in Nigeria, or whatever, can be linked to the preservatives that are used with, people are not using pizza now, they're eating processed foods and stuff like that, but they're processed foods, so we can link those ones to cancer increase, to breast cancer, ovarian cancer. Of course, you have history of STDs, but that's besides the point. But will I, on a personal note, encourage anybody to eat a lot of GMO foods? I personally would not. But the reason that I don't want to go that road, because I have to also rely on studies from different channels, so I follow all of this. Like I said, I have friends who work in MD Anderson. I have, even in my own personal practice, we have conversations about, people always encourage you to eat organic, but in this world, what is really organic anymore? Even your so-called organic food is really
organic only means has carbon in it. It's a marketing ploy used by the media, the woke media, the left media. It's fake news. This is what they do.
So even your so-called organic. By the way, when you go to the store, your food, the label, and look at it. If it has a different number that starts besides 9, it's not organic. So when they label those oranges, look at those tags. It has to start with the number 9. That tells you it's organic. But that's just besides the point, just for anybody that wants to know. But I would say it's good for people like Joe to have concerns about GMO food producing. It's safe. It's a good thing to have, because
the GMO food has increased yield production in African countries that were starving. Nigeria needs to use GMO seeds so they can increase yield production. Nigerians are starving.
The problem with
don't be dismissive of their concern is what I'm trying to say here. People have concerns, and it's legitimate to have concerns.
But they're conspiracy theorists, doctor. These are conspiracy. They said Bill Gates. They talked about seeds and stuff. This sounds like conspiracy, doctor. This is fake news.
Well, it's okay. If you want to do that, let me also just...
go ahead, man.
I'm sorry. So my point is this, is that if you look at it, for me, I just think the problem we have in Nigeria is not... we know we have problem with food production. And the reason why over the years it has gone downhill, and we're having this inflation in food, even locally grown food, is because our farmers they're just quitting entirely going to their farms, because they're having this issue of insecurity. They can't go to farms. And even when they do grow stuff, we've seen videos of these people, herders, who goes in there. So I think what they should be concerned.
Is he still there?
Okay. Sorry. Can you? I think.
Am I talking? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know.
Yeah, you dropped out. You dropped out.
I muted myself. I thought I muted because I was just gesturing here. I have my man on my front of my laptop. So anyway, so my point is that if you look at the whole thing, is this corporate greed we're seeing in America, where we see where some companies, even though they have some top secrets about the side effect of their drugs and whatever to the people who buy them, they will just hide those information until we'll find out later that, oh, this thing was causing breast cancer, it was causing this, it was causing that to them. And then we see this class action that has been filed against them. That's what we're saying here. These guys, these are corporate people who wants to, they come under the guys who want to help you mass produce food, want to help you, and then they bring this stuff in. And well, like you said, maybe there is no research that has been done to confirm the side effect of all these things, or even maybe they even know they don't want to release it, because like some of these companies here in America, these pharmaceutical companies, they do the same thing. So my point is this: the problem we're having in Nigeria is not bringing this GMO, whatever crap they call it. Even our locally sourced grain, seedlings that we believe are the ones we've been using over centuries can still be. But the only thing is our farmers cannot go to farm, because the issue is not it's not about what they produce. Being able to produce, we have the lands, but being able to go to farms and farm. So now when you use a small space now and you mass produce this GMO food, does that really solve the question, solve the problem of food? Maybe it does.
Of course it does, sir. So are you trying to tell me, are you saying you're smarter than your president? Your president
mind you, these cattle cannot even go into those farms and eat those things, because I believe the leaves are not really natural to these animals. I don't know.
Sir, are you saying that you're smarter than your president and people like Aliko Dangote?
No.
Okay, sorry.
Can you guys?
Gentlemen.
Can I talk?
Okay. All right, gentlemen. Let us everybody.
Can everybody have time to talk, please? I want to talk too.
Everybody can hold it. Everybody can hold it. Look, I still have the floor. Let me round up. Then the next person.
Kick anybody out. Kick anybody that's not listening to you out.
Yeah. Anybody that don't listen will be kicked.
I go kick him out. But because Simba deals with pediatrics, so on this food issue, I think it's important that he also addresses it as well. Just saying, as a pediatrician. So.
Okay. Let Simba speak. After Simba, then I will take back the floor and round up, and another person can jump on the talking point. All right. Yeah, Simba.
Okay, good morning, guys. My own take about this is that, first of all, we have to understand the concept behind this GMO. And what it simply means is that genetically modified organism, not only related to food only, genetically modified organism. And there are so many ways organism has been modified to suit and to help human survival. Apart from food, which most people focus on, maybe something like oranges and crops, they also affect animals. Animal production, they are also genetically modified. Vaccines that we use today, they are genetically modified, and which has been helping human race to survive. So that's another aspect of it. So if we are discussing GMO, we have to look at it from different angles. Now, the world population is growing, because I want to speak to what Rational Mind is talking about. Okay, people cannot go to farm. Hey, you are just being limited to Nigeria. What about the whole world? You understand? The land space that we have is decreasing for farming. Population is growing at astronomical. If not because of GMOs, I don't think the whole world will not be talking about starvation now. So, and then another thing is that you are talking about our own traditional seeds and seedlings that we have been using for decades that has not been modified. Can you use that one? Can you compete favorably in this present world with that? And that is why most people are moving away from farming. Leave this insecurity thing that we normally talk about every time. Before the insecurity, are we food sufficient in Nigeria?
We're better off. We're far better off.
Hey, leave that. Leave that one. Every time Nigerians have been talking now, you can say it's worse now, but it's not insecurity that's actually the major.
It is far worse.
Let me finish what I'm talking about, please. If you have engaged in agricultural production, you discover that if you need to cultivate 10 acres to produce 10 tons of seed, of maize, and somebody uses the same resources, cultivate only 1 acre, and then get 12 tons, more than what you get from 10, will you be able to compete? And if you are not able to compete, will you be able to sell at the same price to people? And that is why people are leaving farming, because it's not profitable. They don't have access to all these high yield seed and seedlings. So if somebody is not coming that is because of insecurity, that's even if there is no insecurity, you cannot compete. And that is why even in Nigeria, I discovered that imported grains are far cheaper than the one that we even grow in our country.
Mr. Simba, issues of
so let me finish. When I finish, then another. So, but if I want now, because there is something that has an advantage that doesn't have disadvantages, because all these things are modified. It actually doesn't go well with our natural body function. So now, GMOs actually, it has been confirmed. Studies are proving it that it predisposes people to more allergy, and that's why you see people with more skin allergy, asthma, all form of allergy these days. And you find that it is even more common in developed world. Here, where I work now, in fact, I can say 90% of them have allergies to one thing or the other. Every time, all the children will have to be doing food allergy. Is that they're allergic to milk? They're
But
allergic to.
sorry for interruption.
So
Those
what's the reason? What's the basis for that?
diagnoses that you can. Sorry, Mr. Irrational Mind, please. Let me just interject
Irrational
you.
mind.
Please, let me just interject you, please. Those diagnoses that you can make, all those food allergy, can you make it in Nigeria? We might be having those same allergy in Nigeria, but you can't make it. That is why you can see the numbers here.
Excuse me,
That is the reason that there's
Doctor
for the numbers here.
BQB. Wait.
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay. The issue is this: before we even make diagnosis, you see certain symptoms and signs. You're a doctor. Why are you talking like this?
No,
you understand?
what I'm saying is
Just wait.
what shows that increase in number is because you can diagnose it. Not really
God.
because it's not in Nigeria. That is what we know.
BKB, and let Simba speak. Then you will counter him.
There are some interjection I'll be able to do, but
Can
I'm
I
saying
speak too?
which is what I'm trying to do.
But let us structure it. Let him land. Then you will come.
No problem.
You cannot. We know our problem in developing world. We know the problem of developed world. You understand? It's a proven fact that the Caucasians are more prone to allergic diseases, even because of before the advent of GMOs, than the blacks. It's a proven fact. It's not something that we have to be arguing about.
So, sorry, Simba, BQB is a practicing doctor in Nigeria. So I didn't know that.
He's not practicing in Nigeria. Well, the two of us are here in Saudi Arabia, and I know he's area of specialty. So I know him more than everybody here. So he cannot be arguing with me on this issue.
Oh, okay.
I'm not arguing. I'm just telling
you understand?
you
It doesn't treat children. It doesn't treat children. It's an anesthetist.
So guys, quickly to dispel Simba's point about we don't have farmlands. In fact, it's been determined that most people, as we continue to grow in population, most people are living in urban areas. So if that's the case, meaning that there's plenty of land for farming. So that notion that we don't have farmland, it's incorrect. It doesn't compute.
This is fake news.
And to you to get them up, it behooves me that you think Bill Gates is Nigeria or African's friend. I can't even fathom that. That blows my mind. Our friend in what regards? See, nobody's going to dispute that the GMOs, yes, they have a higher yield than traditional seeds. No doubt about that. But I subscribe to Joel's position and rational mind to the point that we don't know the effect long term on this GMO seeds on our
Are you
body.
smarter than your president?
Okay, I know, but he said we don't have data, which I agree. But nonetheless, why should we submit to the caprices of these medical people? They are known to be dubious. Sorry?
Are you smarter than your president? President Tinubu.
Okay, one second. On that point about not being smarter than the president or Bill Gates is such I don't know what kind of colorful word to use to describe that, but it doesn't make any sense. Let's put it in a simple term. It's pretty dumb to say. Because you're a president, does that mean you have the entire permutation of knowledge in the world? Do you know everything? No, stop. Don't say that. It makes you look. It sounds childish. I mean, Tinubu is good at in his own regard, in whatever specialty he is good at. But to say that, am I smarter than Tinubu? No, I don't have to be smarter at all. Actually, I just have to know to apply my common sense on issues. And wisdom is key here. Again, about wisdom. Wisdom supersedes anything else. It doesn't matter how much degree you then have, or anybody else for that matter. Your wisdom, the ability to be able to parse information and come to a reasonable conclusion is gold. I don't know if you know that. So forget about being smart. I don't have to be smart. All I know is I just have to be able to apply my own logic in solving problems. GMO, just like Babati said, I think, well, we don't have enough data, fine. But it doesn't preclude us from being careful about something we're not sure about. I mean, how come we can't grow our food naturally? Okay, I can be a friend to Nigeria. When did?
What kind of a talk is that? They're friends to Nigeria. What kind of a talk is that?
That's what Gatmo said. That's what Gatmo said.
He's friends with our president. I've been to Nigeria many times with people like you. They tried to give me the juju. They tried to give me the juju.
Ben, can we just
hello. Let us structure.
Respect yourself. And this your juju. This your juju nonsense.
Yeah,
respect yourself.
Please.
They did not even allow me to finish.
This confirmation. Let us structure this. Gentlemen, hold on, everybody. Look, Simba was speaking. Somebody interjected him, and then he's rolling down, is getting to free fall. No, we don't want to do that. Okay, let Simba land. Then BKB can speak, because BKB have a different dimension to on this issue. So let Simba land, then BKB can counter Simba.
It's just a question for Simba, but by the way, Simba, because you're talking about the reaction, the allergies, right? Also, in pediatrics, do you notice that anything that is linked to like your antibiotics with GMOs as well, like your? So I know kids they have a lot of.
Yes. Another thing that we notice, yes, is about antibiotic resistance.
Yeah, that one too. Yes. Yeah, those two.
Yes, antibiotic resistance is in fact is alarming. And the funny thing is that the last time a new antibiotics was actually produced or manufactured was almost 30 years ago. We are not producing any antibiotics again. And the resistance that we're now having against the common microbes that causes diseases is actually very alarming.
So Simba, why don't you? Okay, this is my question. Why don't they just call it GMO resistant? Because they call it community resistant. They don't want to use that word GMO because, for instance,
it's because they cannot actually say categorically that it's only GMO that is responsible.
Right. Okay,
even our own practice as medical practitioners also contributed to these antibiotics.
Even too much resistance. Okay. Wait, hold on now. You know how you will do amoxicillin first before you do augmenting. Now you just go to augmenting. You don't even do amoxicillin anymore for the FAF.
Even that augmenting, you have to give it at a higher dose.
Really?
Believe me, you have to give at a higher dose because the minimum inhibitory concentration for those microorganisms has risen astronomically. So ordinarily, where you needed like a 20 milligram per kg, you have to be doing twice for it to be effective.
Wait. So even past the pharmaceutical recommendation, you go over that just to clear that infection?
No, even the pharmaceutical company have recognized that, and they have also increased their own prescription, their own recommended dosage.
Wow. Okay, that's crazy.
Especially for augmenting.
Oh, okay.
And Babati, let me tell you, as far back as 2008, 2009, when we did a study in my own center, even in Nigeria, where even people, though in Nigeria, you know, people have access to antibiotics without restriction, we discovered that amoxicillin has 30% sensitivity to most of the organisms, only 30%. Now, common disease that you have to use simple antibiotics, you have to be giving.
Are you talking about Ampiclos?
We don't even talk. Nobody talks about Ampiclos again. Nobody talks about
nobody uses Ampiclos again.
I still use it now. I have people sending it for me from Nigeria.
Ampicillin is a stronger version.
By the way. I shall not mind.
Well, anyways, it's penicillin.
So the other thing that also, but this one has not been fully proven. Me, I'm not talking. I'm just talking in favor and against, because as I said earlier, there is nothing that has an advantage that doesn't have the disadvantage. So the proven disadvantage of the GMO include what I mentioned earlier, like allergic reaction, antibiotic resistance, immunosuppression. It makes us weak immunologically.
Simba, those and things you just mentioned, I did not.
Some of these. Hold on, Prince Daddy. Also, because of the DNA of this organism that has been altered, they also interfere with the normal DNAs of the body, and it, apart from predisposing us to infection, it also predisposes us to cancer. And that is why you see that all over the world, the rate of the cancer rate has also increased. But the only problem is that there are so many other factors that can also add this to this. So they cannot single out GMOs as the sole factors responsible for all these things. So, and that is why some people are too skeptical about it.
But why ask you it then? Since we don't know, but I mean, you just said something now about the drug resistance. That's of the our body are becoming.
Okay, Simba land. So Simba, I mean, you don't have to be like a genius. So you mentioned all those things that are capable of suppressing our immune system, our body. You don't think that's a recipe for cancer or cancer growth in our body? I mean, it simply tells me that almost commonsensical in a lot of ways. You suppress the body, you change the DNA. I mean, how come that can be a recipe for cancer? I mean, what else do we need?
Okay.
I do understand.
Simba want to respond, so we can go to BKB.
No, I think he's also just speaking to what I mentioned earlier. I don't think he's saying anything differently from what I said.
No, let me help Simba, please, because it's very important. Nobody is saying that it might not cause or not. All we're saying that we don't have enough studies yet to make that conclusion for now. Until even if you have foods that were made organically,
bring that chicken down.
Okay, chicken get. I'm saying that, for instance, Joel, let's even say you have chicken that went through, it was organically made, it was in the farms. If you dip that chicken in trans fat that has been boiling over 700 degrees and has been used for over a week at the chicken place, and you consume that chicken and something happens to you, you can't say, "Oh, it's the chicken that because it was not properly." No, it's the way it was done. Yes. So it's the trans fat oil, not the chicken. So it's the way we preserve food. Is the way we make food. That's the issue for me.
Babati.
Yeah.
Babati, please, for the love of God, if something is not happening before, let's go the way of our elders. If something is not happening before and it starts happening, we ask questions.
Sorry, it's not that it's not happening. They don't know.
I am agreeing.
No. And BQB, yes. You can let me tell you something. If I have headache, I cannot hide it. If I have cancer, I cannot hide it.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Even in Nigeria, as we speak,
slow growing cancer for a long.
No. Hold on now. It depends. Depending. Hold on now.
There are so many things that people live with that they don't know how to diagnose or stuff.
Hold on. It's not about the diagnosis now. If you have cancer, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the non-malignant ones. If you have cancer, nobody will tell you. You don't need to hide it. Your body will tell you. That is my point. During COVID, right? When people started dying somewhere in the north and they were burying them in the night, people started asking questions. We have a way, even though we are not as developed as the West, locally we have a way we source our information. These things that we are talking about, GMO foods, it has to be looked into. No matter how, somebody was saying there's no enough report or research on it.
Yes,
there's enough research on it. Do you know the reason why? Hold on, there's enough research on it. Do you know the reason why it's not out? Because it's an ideology by some people. The same people that are forcing us to use it are hiding it away. You're talking about Bill Gates, who controls the Google you use. Is it not him? There is a grand effort to cover that shit up. It's just like what we're seeing with the what they call them, with the LGBTQs. It's the same thing. Where people of younger than 18 are meant to go through a sex change.
So why are your president
the report
hanging out with Bill Gates?
Gas them up, please. Well, elders are talking. Just please hold on. Elders are
No,
talking.
I just why is it that
elders are talking. I know that you don't understand what elders mean, but elders are talking.
I don't know how to spell it. Yeah,
I know you don't know how to spell it. I wouldn't expect you to know that.
You don't want us to interject you. You don't want anybody to interject you.
No, not because I don't want anybody to interject me, but when it's stupid. No, my brother. When it's stupid,
you are not the moderator now.
When it's stupid, you know, it's not everything you respond to. Somebody came up and just say juju, like for real.
Okay. Thank you.
Come on now.
Joel, let's calm it down. Okay, make your
Let
point.
me make my point. Just tell him to just shut up, please. So the issue there is this: we have to look at issues that has to do with GMO and prevent it from coming to our country.
So if I told you to shut up,
it's already there.
We have the land.
It's already there.
I know it is. I know. I'm not doubting you. All I'm saying is that somebody is making us feel like we don't have enough land to do that. Civilization came. No, it is planlessness.
So why is your president?
We have enough land. We have enough land to cultivate, and we have sun all year round. And the issue there is this, and Babati. The issue there is this: we have all those resources that the West does not have. If someone in the United States is talking about GMO, I may understand them. I might understand them because they have, I mean, the season is like, summer is like 3 or 4 months, right? Then others are, you now go into the cool season. I might understand them. But in Nigeria, we have no reason, absolutely no reason to go GMO. This is just another way. It's a lazy way. It's a lazy way to incorporate GMO into our diet in Nigeria. Thank you.
I want to ask him a question. I want to ask him a question if that's okay.
I think Joel is done. Let's go to BKB. Let's hear his own perspective on this issue, so we can move ahead. BKB, are you there?
Oh, okay. Yes, BKB. I'm here. Can I speak?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so, just like somebody said, I believe also that there is no conclusive evidence for us to adduce those negativity to genetically modified foods, because most of those allergies are multifactorial. There is usually no one thing that you can specifically say is the one responsible. If you check very well, you will see so many other things. Now, the environmental factor that is not in our own country that is here. Different people, different countries live in different environments. But one thing that is common that we all agree with is that in the West and developed countries, they have an advanced technology, an advanced way of diagnosing a disease, and they have more data than underdeveloped countries in Africa. So they document most of those statistics more. So you are likely going to see more in those places than for us in Africa. I think those are just the basic point I would like to put forward. So then the second point is that I wanted to make is, I see so many of APC supporters always trying to want to make a case for the bad situation that we are, that the situation has always been bad anyway. Companies have been leaving. That doesn't mean that we are in the worst situation currently now that we can ever be. That doesn't give excuse that Tinubu is not performing. There's no debate that we can do around that to justify that, because the economic has always been bad. Now means that we can excuse that for Tinubu. I think those are just the 2 points, especially that economic point before this GMO issue came in. Those are the 2 points. I just said I should chip in. Thank you very much, Baba.
Okay.
Okay. So quickly, gas them up. If you don't mind, actually, why don't you give us your true submission on this matter when it comes to this GMO thing? Okay.
I already gave you guys my true submission. Everyone exposed themselves for it. It's easy. That's why my name is Gas Them Up. They showed their hand. Look, listen, Nigeria is working. I have no more complaints because it's interesting. Someone said they want to go back to the ways of their elders. Well, I challenge them to live out what they said. If that's the case, I think you'll see a difference in Nigeria. But way earlier in the platform, when other people, I think some people may have dropped off, when we were talking about a $6 trillion dollar economy, and I mentioned that, for example, I think one man, but he's not here now, but I talked about how the IMF just admitted that Zimbabwe, when they pegged their currency to their gold reserves, they actually stabled their currency, and their currency has gotten stronger. And I was saying that Nigeria can do other things, but I know that our people, on one hand, they want Western development. On one hand, they want Western success. On one hand, they want Western acknowledgement. But when they, see the end result of pursuing a Western system or a Western narrative for your development, then they start complaining. Oh man, we're getting cancer. Oh man, we're getting this. So, excuse me. That's why I was asking the question. If GMO is so bad, why is your president and your richest man hanging out with the father of GMO? Why is he hanging out with Bill Gates? Why does Bill Gates have access to your president? Why do Monsanto and these people have access to our president?
I don't think anybody will want to attempt to answer that question because it's very, very illogical. Are you telling me that what do you call it? Bill Gates, are you telling me that there's a country on earth that Bill Gates cannot walk into? I mean, what's the point? I say, why is your president hanging out with Bill Gates? Why this and why that? I don't think you're addressing the point. You just, if you don't have anything to say,
Babaja, you stay in Memphis. You shouldn't waste time with Gas Them Up.
So
you know what they talk. Yeah, I don't want them blocked here. That's what they think. They know they think straight. This one, they burn up abroad. You understand me? They don't know.
Hold on. Babaj, I said this to you yesterday.
Don't go after him. Let us talk.
No, I tell you, let's move on. Let's move on from him. He's not going to contribute anything meaningful.
Let's
okay, you see, but this is the bias that I'm talking about, right? I asked a specific question, and to say that it's illogical, it's not illogical. It's reflective of the power dynamics. Our president is powerless in the face of people who are flooding our countries with GMO. Our governments are powerless in the face of IOCs. That's the whole point of the question. It's not an illogical question. And Babaja, I'm really surprised that the last few days, it's like when it comes to Gas Them Up, maybe I've done something to you. You've really not shown the type of way that we had a certain rapport, but it's okay. I'm not here to make friends per se, but I'm quite shocked at how you've reacted towards me. I didn't ask an illogical question. I'm showing the people here that the truth of the matter is that our president, our nation, everything is just powerless in the face of the West. As for Jewel, I think you've never really engaged with me, so you're not understanding.
What has the president done on this GMO that you are talking about? Have they signed it into law? Or what's the president?
I didn't specifically say that they signed anything into law. I stated
president on this. What is the president issue?
It's not just it's not just the fact that it's not single to Tinubu. I'm not coming after Tinubu the person. I'm saying the presidency in general. And I didn't just ask about Bill Gates. I asked about.
There's no way you talk about the president.
You say your president. You say your president. You didn't say presidency. You say your president is. You say your president is hanging out with. So don't change. Don't change your style.
I'm not changing I stand by everything I said. I also said the richest man in your country. I also said the international oil companies. I didn't just say it's not specific to Tinubu. And so, Jewel, when you say what you're saying, I think you would probably it'd be best if you ask me for clarification as opposed to dismissing me. I wouldn't tell you to shut
No,
up.
I'm not dismissing you, but the thing that is that you can't be saying juju. You can't be
Jewel,
saying juju. It's irresponsible. Somebody's
Jewel,
making
hold
a
on.
statement that you're saying juju.
Okay,
That's not
okay.
It's like it's a
Thank you,
church play.
gentlemen. Let us end it there. Let us end
Okay,
it
but
there. So
he said some wrong things that I didn't say.
make your point.
It was
Gas
okay.
to be
I'll wrap it up.
gas
I'll wrap
them
it up.
up.
Give me
Make your
12
point,
seconds.
and let's
All
move
right,
on.
I'll wrap it up. 12 seconds, just specifically to Jewel. What I was saying earlier was tongue in cheek. I was playing on the Trump trope, which when he was saying, fake news, they tried to give me the virus. I was making a joke. I've been in Nigeria. They tried to give me the juju. It was tongue in cheek. Maybe you didn't understand what I was doing. It was a joke.
Okay. I mean, I don't come here to do tongue in cheek. I come here to discuss serious issues. You understand me? If it's a joke, I understand it's a joke. But bringing that up, like putting it in while people are making a statement does not look right. It doesn't sound right. So I'm not trying to be dismissive, but I just thought that you were just here to play. But now, thank you for clarifying, so we can move forward. Let's just discuss something serious, please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. So, I think I had the floor. I was making my point on 6 trillion economy, and the point I was trying to make then is that Nigeria can even, we have the potential to, develop that country more than even 6 trillion economy. And I started with the food. Thousands of, food and variety, thousands of it across the country. Food in Yoruba land, we know they are there in their thousands. We have not even talked about Igbo land. We are not talking about other people. That alone is a potential to make huge money if we can develop the capacity on how to process food.
And we have the land, Babaja. We have the land. So people keep talking that we don't have land. We have land.
Wait, I'm not talking about agricultural produce. I'm not talking about cocoa, palm oil, ginger, hibiscus flower, and sesame seed, all those cash crop for export. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about the food itself, the processing of food for export. We have not even developed. We are trying, don't let me say, yeah, we have started something, but how can we develop that capacity to process food, organic food that we can export around the world? God so good for us that we have millions of Nigeria that reside outside the country. And we are people that love our food. So if we can process, Nigerians outside the country would like to eat it. And people, depending on the marketing, people around the world can jump into it. And that is how we build the economy. But we have not even developed that. So that alone, that's a huge money right there for us.
Babaja.
Yes.
Babaja, let me tell you. See, before I came here, I was doing projects for big farms, right? Both arable and livestock. You see, Babaja, as at that time, 60% of arable land in Nigeria was uncultivated. Then insecurity has not come to this level that we see it today. So now, with all this insecurity and grabbing of lands going on in the north, it might have come down to even maybe like 25%. So about 75% of our arable land is not cultivated. And somebody is telling me about civilization. What civilization? We have, you know, I wrote there was something I wrote a project on how oil destroyed the Nigerian economy, and it was a very good one. When I did my research on that, since the discovery of oil, nobody wants to think, nobody wants to wait, because for a leader, you know that if you're dependent on agriculture, you have to wait. Those days they had the patience to wait, so they had to plan. This one is oil, you just dig it out and sell. So everybody left every areas that could push us or spur us to the next level. And this is where we are. And we ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. We're still where we are. With this kind of leaders we have. It's not possible.
Well, it's unfortunate, but you know, as I was saying, we can develop. We have people. Look, even the value chain to attach to, you know, cocoa. Why should we be exporting cocoa when we can, if we have industry that can process it and turn it to chocolate and export it around the world? This is a real raw, and we can have it in variety. The sugarless, the dark chocolate, and export it and make more money. We have the industry, we hire more people, government will make more money, revenue, and people will.
Hey, but Jack, quickly, before the white man came with that chocolate and this other stuff, what were we doing with cocoa? What were we doing with it?
Oh, before they came, I think we were processing it locally and just eat it and stuff like that. But I don't even know, man. So, but let us focus on what we have now. If we want to go back to
Baba Ajay Koko,
yes.
Sorry, you made a very valid point. Okay, now we have the knowledge, instead of us to come online every time, just lambasting and talking about our leaders, what are we doing on our own? You understand? I don't want you to start giving excuses, because that's what we are very good at. You start giving this, this is why it's not possible. So if it's not possible, why are you talking about it?
The environment is not there, Simba. It is not as it is not. Okay. See, Simba.
So why?
Simba,
We shouldn't come online. Let me tell you, we shouldn't come online and be talking again. He is making a point, a valid point.
No, that's why we're talking about leaders. That's why we're talking about our leaders. Let me start with our leaders.
Now he is giving us an idea. So we that we know, we that we are in the diaspora, what are we doing? On our own.
Hold on. Is that Remy or Simba? Is that Simba?
That's Simba.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, Simba. Okay. See, Simba.
So you want to issue between their voices?
No.
Is it because
no.
Tinubu? Agbado, that's why you don't know the name.
No, Agbado, their voice. All their voices resemble this. It's like the same now. I can. The obedience here, their voices are very distinct. Look at
very unique.
Rational mind. Even Prince Daddy, he talks like an Abado, but thinks like an obedient. So I know that maybe I see, but they are one and the same. They are one and the same. Yeah. So talking about what were we talking about now? You made me lose my train of thought, Papa Jack.
No, we're talking about what the points that Babajale Koko made.
No, okay. Talking about oh God, there was this particular point I wanted to make. But
Okay, is it
anyways,
because I mentioned our leader that why
you say?
is it the points I made about that we
No,
should not be giving
sorry,
excuses?
Simba, you are making allusion to what individual can contribute to make
Okay,
the
contribute. Thank you very much. Thank you. So this is the thing, Simba. There was one day I came on this show and I said, right, unless you've not been following like social media and all that, you will see a lot of us that have gone home to invest and they lost their money. Okay, let me tell you. 3 years ago, I bought I bought 3 lands. I paid about around $35,000 for those 3 lands, right? Because I was paying through a company, like all these P1. I used P1, right? Now, when I purchased those land, dollar I was purchasing at 250, 280, 250, 280. Today, that same land now, that same land now is what the value today, right, of the dollar is about 1,500. So you've seen how much I've lost. Oh, somebody turn up there is banging, right? Is anyone hearing me?
Yeah, we are hearing you. It's not the noise is
Yes.
coming from here. I mean, I don't know.
Okay. Yes. So the issue is this: you see, money always go to where it is needed, where it is comfortable. Money is like a woman. You bring a woman into a house that is not well kept, right? In terms of finances and all that. The problem starts from there. Money does not go where it is not needed. Nigeria has not acted like people that need money to be invested in within their space. Because the woman I have put in there, right, about 30,000, if 35,000, the value today, if I'm about to go back, is about $12,000. So you are not going to, if you're a businessman, if somebody is telling you today, go and invest in Nigeria, you'll be like that person hates you. So I came on this show and I said it then. I said, Tinubu can tell us, I have 100,000 acres of land. Invest acres by acres. This is an idea. Invest acres by acres. The security of the place, the government will give security to those crops. The insurance, the government will give us insurance. If anything happens to those goods, there's expectation to those crops or whatever thing we are producing. If anything happens to them, the government pays us. Now we know we have security. Then if he is telling us to come and buy those acres, I can go there and buy 5 or 10 acres. Not even buying them, just renting it. And they will not tell us what to go there. You calculate it, they will tell us what to get. It's so easy. You can do it. But if you're saying that you want to go do it as a private individual, it means that you don't understand Nigeria. You're not going to throw your money away like that.
Can I come in here, please?
Go ahead.
I understand what you are trying to narrate, but you should remember that when you invest in Nigeria, first you have to ask yourself a question. Are you investing for long term or are you investing to reap your profit immediately and repatriate it back to America where you're staying? Because of so many factors will affect your investment, the economic situation and the world, all other factors that affect the world. So if you are investing in the long term and you invest a huge amount of money like that, as an individual, you must have a control over your investment. So if you stay in America and then you said, okay, I just call them on phone or just oversee by camera, that is not done that way. So even people like Aliko Dangote, that's why they don't leave Nigeria. When they invested, they see everything by themselves. And when you mention that you want insurance and you also want government security, let's assume that your investment is about planting corn or whatever. The associated costs that come with your insurance and security that government provide you already, you put that cost into you factor that cost when you are pricing your product. That means whether you like it or not, the price of your product will increase.
No, it's going to be shared. It's going to be shared. It's going to be shared with everyone that is there, right?
It's the same thing we are saying here. So what I think the government should do, instead of us talking about central government every time, is that instead of using our energy fighting ourselves unnecessary, we should call for more state security, whereby states are the only one that provide security for that state.
Those ones are not low-hanging fruits. Those ones has to go through. See, my brother. Those ones will go through. Those ones will go through National Assembly, state governors, and all that. The low-hanging fruit is that come together with a governor, even if it's Niger State or Plateau or Benue, just have an agreement. You're talking about
it's not going to be easy for you if you are not a non-indigenous of that state and walk up to that state and then you just tell them you want to buy 500 or 1,000 acres of land.
You're not buying. You are not buying. You're not buying. You don't get the business. You don't get the idea. What my idea is this: it can be a red. That's why I said it could be red, but it will be under the federal government program. We are not saying the federal government should pay for anything. No, we are saying just grant us, give us security of the place. It could also be its own social responsibility, making sure that that investment is protected. Then the idea, hold on now, the idea is bringing in foreign investment from Nigerians living abroad. If you want Nigerians to bring in money, listen now, I'm telling you, if you want Nigerians to bring in money, right, give them that security that they need and protect the place. That's it. The Nigerians are going to invest.
When you talk about security, when you look at the 36 states of the Federation, you have to look at those ones that are agrarian, more agrarian. So when you talk about security, I still believe that responsibility should be state government. It's not supposed to be federal government, because anything produced in your state will give you more internet generated revenue by way of tax or by way of levy against the product that is coming out from your state. So the government cannot, the central, because if we are trying to like reduce the power at the center, but when you are giving them more power, more responsibility to do, then the central government will be more powerful. And when they become more powerful, there is no way they can control the state, because we are practicing democracy. The state also have their own power. But if the state are the one that are responsible for the security of their state, there will not be like most of these governors always say that it's not my purview. Most of the time, they always say, I don't have control by state commissioner of police. It's from Abuja. But at least when each state have their own state police and they know they are the one responsible for taking care of good lives and animals in their state, then we are talking. Then you will see real governance. You will see that people that will become your leaders will not be people that are going there to siphon the money, because of course there's no money to siphon anymore, because you have to think about how you are going to pay your state civil servant, how you are going to develop the state. And people will ask more questions. But the way we practice it now, that is the way you want the central government still providing cover for everything, then they will have more control. And at the end of the day, the result we want, we won't get it. So that is one aspect. And the second aspect is this: if you're in Nigerian diaspora and you are still waiting for the government to provide all the security, I think you are not going to move. But if you move and then you also have a good Marshall Plan by yourself, at least I've seen a lot of successful cases in Nigeria that have went into farming, and today they are smiling, they are happy. While some might not be very successful, but it does not deter you from not taking up a position by yourself that you want to go into farming. I think whatever one person wants to do in life, you don't need to worry too much about, okay, I know there is insecurity, but when we talk about insecurity in Nigeria, still 90% or 85% of the food we are eating in Nigeria are still coming from the same north that they are insecure. So how did they plant it? How did they get the food if most of their land are insecure? And most people in the southern part of Nigeria are relatively peaceful, but they still depend on the north to bring them the food that is predominantly insecure. So sometimes there are so many questions to ask yourself. These places are not, the people there are not going to farm, but the food we still continue to eat are also coming from them. How are they doing it? Are they lying to us? Or maybe there's no insecurity in the north. It's all a fallacy.
Remy, Remy, let me respond to you.
Yes, sir.
They are not lying. It is not fallacy. There's insecurity in the north. Yes. The food basket of the nation, which is Benue State, a lot of 2/3 of their local government are under the control of bandits. People have been driven out. So what that means is that food that should have been produced and supplied to the population are not coming. So that's a shortfall right there. Many places in the north have the same problem. And another dimension to it is that some places where they are still farming, bandits allow them to farm. They take levy from them before they start the season, plantation. They take levy from them. When it's time for harvest, they take levy from them, and those are the things that cause, high cost of those food, even with the little that are coming out. So those bandits, it's not that they are different groups of them. Some are land grabbers. Some are just, turned themselves to a constituted authority. They drove out the legitimate authority from there. They turned themselves to, the constituted authority, taking levy and governing the place at their own will. So it's not that, yes, we have insecurity. Why are we not producing food, but food are still coming? So there are so many factors that, are responsible for this insecurity. So it is not a total violence that.
Baba Jellico, I want to ask you a question. All those narrations you have made, you are 100% right. So the question I want to ask you is this. Apart from that, we have all of these things you have enumerated. What makes our people in the South not to go back to the land themselves?
They gone back to the land.
Baba, hold on. Hold on. I will give you one example. Let me just give me 20 seconds, and then I will give back to you.
Okay.
What makes our people not to go back to the land? Assuming that you are right, there are some farmers, others clash, but it's not in the total area of the Southwest alone. The total area of Lagos State, of Oyo State, the total land area of Oyo State is bigger than the 5 southeastern states. So recently, I stumbled upon a video in which they grow tomatoes in Ekiti State, and they are selling one big basket to Hausa people that came from the north for 4,000 naira per bag. And those Hausa people will now take it to Mile 12 and sell it at 12,000 naira per bag, that big basket, making a huge profit times 3 or times 2 or so, times 3. Yeah. So
that cannot be a huge profit. Do you know the cost of transportation? Do you know how much police and army they paid on their way there? Do you know Omolile and all these Agbero that we take money from them?
I don't know. You might be right, but at the
Yes.
same time,
Remy,
those are things.
Remy, even in the market, they pay fees when you bring the food.
They
now.
pay fees.
It's not
Immediately you just pack. You don't pack for nothing.
Oh, delivery now. Oh, jale. Don't you know how
so,
the thing
so the question, Babadeli Koko, from Ekiti State alone, they are producing that tomato in large quantity. So, and at the end of the day, they say there's scarcity of tomato. So when you make all your narration,
the
exploitation of the seller or the wholesaler or people that are in charge of buying this particular agricultural product and sell it to a different market. I think to me, that is the most
Remy. So are you suggesting that the one way to stabilize that price, if that's what you're concerned about, will be for the government to buy back the farm produce? So they will set the price. They will buy from the farmers at that rate. That way the farmers can make the profit. They will not.
I like that kind of idea, but most
that
of
would be the only way to.
Most of Nigeria say that is not no more a free market and free.
That is the only way you can stabilize the market. But to address the thing that Joel brought up, the concern he had about the arable lands and why it's not being made available, I think you should go back and watch this speech of Tinubu in when Bagudu was commissioning the tractors for his own farmings in his own state. Tinubu was literally begging all the governors in the Middle Belt, that release your land to us.
Yes.
So they want to do what you're talking about, but as of now, per our constitution, the state governors are the ones that actually have the most land in Nigeria. They are the ones in charge. And the reason why they are not releasing their lands to be used for things that you were talking about is what I don't understand either. Because if the federal government is willing to work with you, bring people like Joel in that want to invest their cash in that, it won't cost the state that much money to partner with you. So I don't understand. Now people bought
I think it's also the sincerity of purpose of most of the governors. Because I think majority of Nigerian governors are just there to make money. They are just there to find a way to even enrich themselves. Most of them. I'm sorry to say this.
Well, how much of it do you think is one tribal, and also because we should also dismiss the fact that they might not be receptive to so-called outsiders.
So that's why I told. That's why
maybe they will prefer Igbo or Chinese to their fellow Nigerians sometimes. Unfortunately,
yes. I think it's because of the tribal sentiment and the narration that come out most time. That is why sometimes people will not sell their land or invest.
And by the way, how big are we willing to go here? Because I'm thinking perhaps the state might not want to release their land for just somebody that is not. Maybe they want commercial size farming, like mechanized farming is what they're looking for, not just somebody coming there and having something. So maybe they will be more receptive if what you're selling to them will be in commercial, like a mechanized farming. I think I'm not sure. I'm thinking if you come up.
Yeah, but at least it gave them another 7 days. To go and come out with each state should come out with the agricultural plan.
When?
Just 3 or 4 days ago, when he had the National Council of Privatization, Tinubu gave all the 36 state governors 7 days to come back to him with their
But Remy, this is the thing. Do they really need the federal government? They should know this already now. Do you really need federal government to tell you that your land is available in Ogun State to know that you're supposed to be farming?
So that is why I'm trying to say that with all the narration about Jaliko could make is 100% right, but I still believe that most of our governors in the South are very lazy.
They have the land, they own
the land, and they don't want to. I don't know why they don't want to do agriculture in big way. Nasarawa State recently they commissioned a kind of tractor company, Stay or whatever in Nasarawa State. These people are going ahead, continue to go ahead, going back to the farmland. We in the South, we are just complaining we are not doing the right thing. I just mentioned of Oyo State alone, that their land mass alone is all over, is more than all the 5 states of the Southeast. They have a lot of arable land for farming. Most of our people are leaving the hinterland, going to the city. And when they get to the city, sometimes nothing to do. So it's a big issue. And most of these governors are not coming out with a plan. Is it they are just thinking, just settle some of the power brokers and build road, do some simple things, and it's over. That is not supposed to be.
Remy, I want to agree with you that our governors are not doing enough to support agricultural sector in their state. They don't even have policy on, policy for agricultural produce and other, agricultural. For the development of the agricultural agri sector in their state, I will want to agree with you. But let me tell you, you see, some people have, some private individuals on their own invested huge sum of money into farming. And what happened to them? Their experience that other people saw discouraged a lot of people from going to farming. Farming in Nigeria is not easy. Look, we can talk, people don't want to go to farm. It is the hardest thing to do.
I agree, because we don't have
The hardest thing to do. To have, farming in commercial, as a to have it in a commercial,
the mechanized
farming. Babajale Koko, look at Niger State governor. Why are the South government like that?
Hold on. It requires financing, particularly from the bank. If you don't, financing, equipment, workers, and if all those one are successful, then harvesting, packaging, transporting, all those stages, particularly financing. If financing carries high interest and for short time, then you are not going to have food security. We must, as a country, have, a long-term loan for farmers with low interest rates. Because this effort is to achieve food security for the country. Low interest rate and long-term loan. That is how farmers, that will give that leverage for farmers to put in his effort, commitment into that farming, to succeed. And at the end of the day, the nation is going to benefit the most from this thing. And the farmers, when they make money, they want to expand. And that expansion we guarantee more food for the people. And when we produce more, the food price will come down. We are not a serious country. How can you say you want farmers to go to farm and you have interest rate at 33? Is it not 24%? You don't have, and that is on the side of, the government and the system. The system does not even encourage farming. That is number one. Then number two, some people have, by their own effort, invested their own money into farming, but only for some miscreants, terrorists, to run their cow and destroy that farm. Do you think, having seen that, I want to go and put my own investment into such thing? And when that happens, consequence, there's not going to be any consequence against that people. That people will do it at free will, and they go away and nothing happened to them. No, you look, don't our people, you know us, that we are peace-loving people. But when you see a situation when some criminals will come into your farm, destroy it, particularly when it is time to harvest, they will bring some thugs or some criminals to come and harvest everything and go away free, and nothing happened to them. You don't want to go and invest your money in there. That is where we are saying insecurity is still militating against, farming in our country. And the president said it in his statement, saying we must provide security for our people so that they can go back to farm. Why do you think it makes that statement if we don't have insecurity problem? So we have to look at it.
Babaja, see, I have done this thing in the past. It is not rocket science. Do you understand? It's not rocket science. The problem, like I said, the problem this government has is legitimacy issue. People don't see them as being serious. You see, this farm thing you're talking about, right? Give diaspora 100 acres. It does not matter if it is in 5 states. Protect it. Tell us what you want us to do, what you expect from that place. All these private companies can now bring in their companies to benefit from the ones that want to process and all that. You can create such in that nation. If they bring, we're not talking buying we are not buying, the diasporas are not buying the land. Have an agreement with the state government. We rent it, 100 acres, 100,000 acres, fine. We start buying acres by acres. Tell us what you want us to grow there. It becomes a planning, a national planning in areas where we know we have needs or where we want to explore. All those things, bring it down. Just tell us this is where you want it in this place. Not all states will agree to it. Fine. It mustn't be all states. Some states can give you can come into an agreement with even Benue State. You don't have to take 37 state government, go and come back within 7 days. Are you talking to kids? When you want to cook soup, you don't bring too many hands. A state can have that agreement with you. We're coming there now and do our thing. But no, I don't think any diaspora will trust any state government. That is why I was talking about the federal. And the federal does not have to do anything. Just provide the environment. And every other factors of production we key in. It's only natural. But the thing there is that, everything in Nigeria, governance is looked at as if it's very difficult. Our education system is difficult. Even the food we eat is difficult. Everything in Nigeria is difficult. They make it look like it is something out of this world. It is not. Tell us where. We go in there, rent out the place, provide us with security, so that when you allow those your cows that you have refused to get ranched to come into that place and eat up crops, Do not come and tell me, oh, it is no. It's an investment that you pay us. That's the kind of security I'm talking about. Or you provide physical security and open up that country. I have told you that our leaders are not. Our leaders are. They don't think. I have told you, oil destroyed our nation. Good oil destroyed our nation. Nobody thinks no more. Everybody's thinking, if I just get it, because of what? You said it the following day, they give you your money. Right there, they'll give you your money. So why do you have to wait for corn that will grow for maybe like 4 months or 5 months? So that is what destroyed our nation. So we cultivated the habit of now. That is what is killing us in Nigeria. Nobody wants to plan. Now everybody, I'm talking about those in government. It's not rocket science, Baja. This is not rocket science.
Okay.
Provide the environment.
To address what George just said, he said the collaborations. I think the diaspora are coming in too, and he was asking that how many states. I think one has shown interest, Bagudu has shown interest, and the question I raised earlier is how, because they are going into it at the state. So the government of Niger State is going into agriculture. Now, I don't know how much they are partnering with the private sector, but what I'm seeing right now is more of a state government project, which it's okay, but I'm not really sold on the state. You know, I would have prefer some kind of PPP or project where you will bring in the private sector to help. That would have been a better approach, because the issue you have. Yeah.
Babati, so you want to invest in Bagudu's economy?
No. I'm saying that is he even open to the idea? Because right now it's just the state.
Babati, you are talking about Bago, the governor of Niger.
Bago in
not Bagudo.
Okay. It's not the minister. Bagudo.
Yeah,
okay,
the governor.
What he does is very simple.
Okay.
Babati, what he does is very simple. He got all those tractors, which are in hundreds or even thousands, and there's this American famous tractor producer also work with him. They are in collaboration.
John Deere or something like that.
Thank you. So what they did is very simple. They are going to give all this tractor by local government by helping their farmers to till the land, or all the produce. At the end of the day, the state government is going to buy from them. And when they buy, then I don't know whether it's going to settle the rest of the Nigeria.
No, Remy. No, they are doing that. Plus, the state itself is also going to go into it.
Yes.
So it's not just the farmer.
It's a big.
I know, but that is local farmer, but I'm saying the non-indigens, the diaspora that want to come in. They have any plans for them to say, okay, I know you are giving your guys A, B, C, and D. Don't worry, I will bring my own tractor. I
don't think if you are not an indigen or probably
that is the problem. To me, that's the problem.
It's not going to be easy
because
for you.
That was why I was talking about the federal government, Babati.
The federal government about the federal government. The land belongs to the state.
You don't understand what I'm talking about. You don't understand what I'm talking about. Now they're building hold on. This coastal road they're building, is it not going to go through state land? Did they negotiate? That is the point. You can negotiate anything. My thing is just this.
No, it's not through state land, though. Hold on. It's federal land, though.
You don't know what
No, Babaja. See, I understand. I understand it's a coastal road, right?
Mm-hmm.
But some of those lands belong to state government.
No,
you cannot just say
no. They are all federal government.
The negotiation was with the locals, with the villages.
Going through are all federal government own land.
So those villages. So why are they paying compensation to those villages?
No, to some people that they are encroaching into their land, so they give them compensation. Maybe
they moved some of those. They changed some of those.
That's why they call human face. Put human face to it.
They have to
Yes.
pay
So
them. Yeah.
Because they
it's
have
not
been
it's
there
not
for
human
a
face.
long time.
No, it's not human face. You're paying them their due. It's not human. You're not begging. You're not. They're not begging you. You're paying them their due. You can't just come and you sack them for where they say it's human face.
Can we? Okay, sorry. On this agricultural thing, when Tinubu was speaking, right? What Joel was saying, he said he was willing to partner with Bagu, but about maybe I will find out about what they really mean by partnership. I know you mentioned security.
You know that day he also talked to Kwara State government.
Yeah, they were all there now. They were all there.
Yeah. And he told them categorically, you Benue, you Kwara, whatever you need, come to me. Because seeing that big, massive initiative from Niger State governor, it's a very big, massive one. And till today, Niger State
Remy,
forge ahead,
Remy,
Kwara and the rest.
Remy, that is what I'm talking about. I believe if the federal government want to negotiate with a state on a program, the state will gladly give them land.
Oh, look.
You understand me? After all, they're still going to pay taxes. Hold on now. Hold on.
Is not about
hold on. Hold on. Make I talk now. Hold on. Make I talk. I am not telling you nobody is taking the land away from them. It's still going to be on a rent basis, but it's going to be long term. But if a state government can say yes to it, after all, those lands are lying fallow. Nothing is happening on those lands. It's not like you're going to tell them to destroy. You're seeing like vast land, uncultivated. So what I'm just saying is just this: the federal government, call it human face, call it anything, can go into partnership with the state government and make that opportunity available to diaspora, and we will fund it. That is my point.
Okay,
it's nothing hard. I don't know this thing about state government as if we are not talking about Nigeria. We are still talking about Nigeria.
One thing you must first know is that all land in Nigeria, whether in the forest or wherever, belong to individual in a state or family. And it is that land that most is being controlled by the state. All the land in a state belong to state, not to the federal government. The initiative we are talking about, let me finish, please. The initiative we are talking about, Niger State, is not about negotiation or dialogue. It is support. That state governor see an incentive and see a way to move his state ahead because they are food basket or one of the food basket of the federation. He came up with a big plan. He went to the CNC and this is my plan. I want support, and they supported him. That's what we are talking about here. If Tinubu even call all the state governors that okay, let's negotiate and blah blah blah, do you think all of them will be interested? So it's just like, for example, you want to pass an examination and you're asking about it to come and help you pass it because it's your father. I think you have to make the move first by studying hard, working hard to pass the examination, and then you can now go to your father. I don't have this book.
No, I don't have this. The reason why
how can you help me? So what you are saying is an idea, but in factor of there is separation between federal and state government. You cannot just lord it over them. If it can be lord over the state.
I said a partnership. A partnership. If you've been to the north, I was born in the north. You're going to see vast land. Nothing is going on. That is my point. I'm not talking about even if you have to. It's not like in the south where you say, okay, let me sack a village now. You start thinking of billions because when you start looking at it, you are looking at mud houses, communities living in mud houses.
Okay, I want to ask you.
So what I'm just saying is this, right? This is my thing. I'm not asking for forcefully sacking anybody. Mm-hmm. If they're there, if they want to be paid out, they can be paid out. If they want to, enumerate the money into like maybe shares in the company, things can be worked out. These things are not the issues.
Okay,
The issue there is that the federal government can have a partnership with the state government.
So,
and they
Geoff,
can run
you made mention, you said you grew up in the north and there's vast land for agriculture, right? Now, the question I want to ask you is, let's say you are the money bag, you have the money, and you want to go to extensive agriculture, mechanized farming. Can you easily walk up to any governor in the north or the northern state you grew up that, oh, blah, 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 these are big vast of land and I want to invest? Would they give you that land to do? Would they allow you to do what you have in mind? They're not compare. You walk up to a southeastern governor, which you are from that state. Which one will be more easier for you to do? Is it from your state of origin or from the northern state you grew up from?
I mean, it's not going to be. It's not a yes or no answer. I might get a favorable response. I might have a favorable response. I might have a favorable response from another governor, probably because he has the land.
So if that is the issue, why do we not have a lot of investors in agricultural farmland in the north? Why are we not having people from other part of Nigeria going up north because they have a big, vast land? Why don't
that is what you don't know. There are a lot of southerners too that have farmlands in the north. That is what you don't know. My uncle, until they had this riot in Plateau State, had about 20 to 30,000 birds farm, right? So what I'm just saying is that there are southerners too that live in the north that own farms.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is just this: the federal government.
How many northerners have farms
in
the southern part of Nigeria? How many northerners have a big farm?
Cannot say that. You cannot say that because this is my thing. This is my thing, right? When you talk about farming, you're talking about space, right? Whereas while you can do that in the north, you don't have that vast space in the south. Depending on what you want to do, if you want to do in livestock, for instance, you can do it in the south. It requires space, but not enough space to cultivate, corn to the point of making profit. So that's the point. So there are businesses you can do, in the south, and I've been, Babaja was talking about chocolate, was cocoa. I was even trying to ask, is there no place where we grow coffee in Nigeria?
I'm not sure.
That would be just does
area.
Tea. Because they do tea. I know they do tea in the north.
Coffee and yeah.
I think it's just area.
Plateau area, yeah.
Taraba.
Those.
Taraba. So they do tea. So we should be able to do coffee. Now,
they do coffee too. But
they do coffee. So now,
Côte d'Ivoire, we have. It look like maybe in
Ethiopia.
Yeah, I have somebody
from Ethiopia and Kenya.
From Kenya, yeah, he's from Kenya. He was telling me about coffee. It was asking me about coffee because he has a coffee shop.
Kenya, they do more tea.
Yeah, they do. So he tries to collaborate with some Nigerians to expand the business.
Ethiopia,
they are exploiting them a lot. Oh my God!
And it's very cheap. It's cheap labor.
If you know 50 kg of coffee is $50. I can't.
So that's the point I'm trying to make, Remy. The point I'm trying to make is this: if we can grow coffee, look at what is going on in America and coffee. Some people cannot go through the day without coffee. Look at Starbucks, all these places.
Even in Asia, I can't believe. Even
you understand what I'm saying? And those coffees are being grown in Africa.
And
it's being grown here.
The value chain.
So we have not tapped from that one.
Brazil grow coffee too. Côte d'Ivoire, they grow coffee too.
Babajale Koko, the issue with Africa is this. How can we come together as a continent and fight? Because it's not going to be easy for you. Because the value chain is being controlled by the Western world. They will buy the real coffee. And when you see the value chain of it, you cannot believe that when I went to Nigeria, one of my Chinese friends begged me to buy a coffee, a seed coffee from Ethiopia. And when I bought it for him, I see the joy and happiness because it's real coffee. But unfortunately, the Western world control the value chain of it. So
Remy, we don't need, see, the issue is this, right? You are talking about the BP ones. We actually don't really need to control all of it. Let us just control, even if it is 20 or 30%. You know what that is? You know, we cannot control everything. Yes, we already control.
We cannot just be selling the raw coffee beans like that.
See, so this is the thing, Remy. If you look at the United States, for instance, right? I think even in most Western nations, there is this, there is this thing in the air about, black this, black that, black this. And I asked one guy that was talking buy black. I asked him, what do you produce? I say, among black people, among black nations, right? Our transaction is like probably like 10, 20, 10, 15%, or even less. Why? Because we are not a productive continent, considering the amount of people we have and the kind of resources that we have. We are not a productive nation. We are not a productive continent. Come to Nigeria, it's the same thing. We are not producing. If I ask you now, look at yourself, what you're putting on right now, from head to toe, including your phone, none was made by a black person. The same thing for me. And I know it's the same thing for Babaja, everyone on this panel.
So white man own you completely. Is that what you're
saying? No. Look yourself now. It's not something, I'm always factual. Look at yourself now, Babaja. Tell me one thing.
Sorry, Joel, before you go on, sorry. One man, can you put Diwali? There are people waiting in the background. They want to comment. So if you're still there, can you put them back on, please? Joel, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So you understand what I'm saying? So that's how you look at it. That's the angle you look at it from. It's not your shoe. It is not your phone. It's not your boxers. It's not your T-shirt. It's not your hair gear. Not even your glasses. Not even your computer. So what are we producing?
So that
in fact, if you enter your kitchen, now,
even the food, even the food they are eating, and the language you speak, the
toothpick, you go take command the food for your teeth.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
It's painful. It's painful, and the thing there is that sometimes we try to make it like it's rocket science. It's not rocket science. These things we can see them.
Remy. This is actually, for me, the painful part of the discussion. It is not the farming that Joel is talking about that is even my main concern. What they're not even thinking about is the agroeconomy that grows around that farming when you start doing it.
Exactly.
The kind of because the need for storage will come up, for processing will come up. Many businesses that use that agro produce will start springing up in that area. So the economic benefit even springs beyond the farm itself.
Yes.
That's what the way they think. I don't understand the way they reason.
I will give you one example quickly. In Nigeria now, there are some people in Nigeria, they raise chicken for 3 weeks. After 3 weeks, people like ShopRite, because they have their paste, or what do you call it, they are selling chicken wings for their meat pie, for the whatever, they will go and buy it from those people. So some people are just raising chicken for 3 weeks and they will sell it to ShopRite. ShopRite will not make it to their meat pie, chicken wings, and whatever they can do with it in Nigeria. But what I'm trying to say is that look at the Asian tigers. Because they were able to come together, people in countries like Japan, Singapore, Korea, China, and the rest, they were able to come together and form a good alliance, and they work effectively and efficiently among themselves. So they were able to push their narrative. Recently, China is no more even producing clothes like before. It is now in Indonesia, Cambodia, Vietnam, India. But what I'm trying to say, but when we come to our continent, it's always about infighting.
So they are now outsourcing money.
Yes. Go and check what the clothes you are wearing now. If you do not see Cambodia,
they are acting like American now. They are
yes, they
outsourcing.
outsources to them. They outsources to them. And if Nigeria is smart enough, soon China will outsource it to Nigeria and Africa too, because of the free trade zone in Lekki. They already have a big textile manufacturing there. They are sewing clothes there. So there's a lot of opportunity at home, but unfortunately, we ourselves were the architect of our own downfall. We put our or something irrelevant instead of to put our energy together to find solution to our problem. Government will come and go, whether you like it or not. But we are just fighting unnecessary fight. It's unnecessary at this 20th century we are now. Instead for us to pull ourselves together and find a way, fine, the country is in a mess, everybody knows. What are we, whether you're in Nigeria or in diaspora, what are we doing? What are we criticizing about? Are we still criticizing 2027? It's not my tribe.
Remy, the environment has to be right.
That's
the point. That's the point.
I'm not talking about environment every time. I'm talking about we Nigerians. Do we really want good thing for that country? If we want good thing for that country, whether you criticize
let me say something. You see, Tinubu have to show leadership in this.
Exactly.
They must show leadership when it comes to this food security in that country. And number one step to take is to come out with a policy that will look very attractive to each state of the federation and investors to go into farming. You see, farming, food production is one thing. Food security is another thing. So, but most of the time we model things up. Food production, how can we support farmers to produce food for us? And how can we ensure that, how can we guarantee food security? Guaranteeing of food security is by the government. If government fail in guaranteeing that security, food production will fail. And that is the problem we have in Nigeria now. Nigerian government have failed to guarantee guarantee food security. And that has to do with, security of life and property is one of it. A situation where some miscreant will come into farm, destroy it, that must not happen. Then good road for farmers into the rural area, farmers to transport their food, their produce, their food or whatever they are taking out from the farm. Do we have good road? Do we have good transportation system? Those are the things that government must do to guarantee food security. Food production, that one is another policy by government, to push private sector into it. And the way to put private sector investment, Number one, your bank must, there's no, the interest rate must be low.
But why do you think that Tinubu only focused on, I mean, when you're talking
So we
about...
don't even know his policy. What are the policy that they are putting out there that will guarantee food security? And
but where is our minister?
And we encourage food production. When they fail in food security is government, it's government job. If there's no food security, you can't get food production.
Have we heard from the Minister of Agriculture about this plan? I mean, the Minister of Agriculture, have you heard from him?
Well, that is why I'm saying that we don't know their policy. So this one that the federal government, or you said Tinubu is saying, whatever problem come to me, that is not the way it is done. Where is your policy? Where is your policy to guarantee food security? Where is it? We don't see nothing. So how can you guarantee? How will food production come into first place? Food production first. Then you must have security to back it up, to make it, successful for the country to have, food security. Production, we are facing problem there, and then security of it is, just imagine when truck are bringing food from the north. Do you know how many checkpoints they will pass through to get to their destination? Do you know how much they are going to pay? Should that happen? I mean, we are just in a country where, I'm not saying that because of insecurity in the country, you see, that is the problem of insecurity. When you have insecurity, you will have this kind of problem of checkpoints everywhere, because we see some of these terrorists loading gun into the truck under the food, bringing it to Lagos, to the south. Why do you want to have dangerous weapon loaded with food, hidden inside food, to bring to the west, to Lagos, or going to for what? What do they want to do with weapons? I mean, it's Babati, it looks like you want to speak. You can speak, but that's the way I see it too. Is Babati still there? It looks like it's there.
Well, Babaji spoke well. I mean, it's the more you look, the less you see.
That country, the government we have in that country, at all levels, they are not really addressing the problem. They just talk. Everything in this country, we live in this advanced world, and we have seen the way they do things effectively, that works in such a way that they work effectively, efficiently, for the benefit of the people. We are not doing anything. The leadership are not doing anything. There's too much politics into it. Grandstanding politics. Where are the policies that you want to pursue to achieve result? That is the key. When you don't have a concrete policy that you will pursue vigorously and effectively, then you cannot deliver anything. And I'm not saying that. So, well, let's see. Maybe
Babaja, let's just hope. Let's just hope.
Jewel, let me make this point. I'll let you speak. Maybe if he succeeded in what he's trying to do, to give autonomy, he's taking he has taken this what do you call it, governors to the court now to, you know, get to take to get local government out from the control of the government, to have you know, local government, to achieve local government autonomy in such a way that local government can function separately without the interference of the state, without the control of the state. Maybe if we succeeded in doing that, maybe we start to see governance. But the way the country is being run now by the governors, taking everything, having control of their state, and refuses to allow local government to function. Maybe that is why we are not seeing governance. I know that is a huge problem. That is why we are not seeing governance. Maybe if Tinubu succeeded, if he succeeded in getting local government out of their control, maybe we cease to see, you know, some local government trying to pursue this, you know, farming and agricultural effort. Maybe we see improvement.
After, I hope the Supreme Court can give a favorable judgment. If they give a favorable judgment, then how does this local government chairman and councillor also come into being? It's very, very important. If it's still going to be the same stupid government that's going to appoint them or whatever, and they are just going to win all the local government as usual, and state INEC conduct the election, I don't really see what we shall see. Because that's another angle they should think at, especially the National Assembly.
You know,
Thomas is here now. Yeah, Thomas can bring in people. Yeah.
Remy, you know what is going to happen. You know what is going to happen. You see, when local government is given autonomy,
yes, sir,
you will see some local government chairman pushing back against governor's control.
It's a must.
You understand what? Even though they might be in the same party, they will say, no, you can't control me. You can't tell me what to do. I have my place. Because that local government chairman, we have his own authority. We have his own political structure. And the governor have to depend on him.
For the... I remember in the 80s now, it was through the...
But you're in the 80s now. The governors are afraid. They are even afraid of the local government.
But that is why we need to put the pressure on the state government, on the state government.
We have to
put
more pressure on them.
So
let them feel the heat, because money central is from the central government. Put the heat more on the government, they will do the rightful thing. If they know that the state government is seeing the heat, see the speed is constructing that ring road in the back. Let's put more heat on the governor. You are collecting huge money from allocation. You are also collecting security votes every month, which the least is more than 200 million naira every month, for God's sake.
So are they easy for LG to coordinate with the cabases and the ballets when it comes
to the cabases? And yeah, thank you. And they can do the farming and have their own policy, how they want to pursue.
They want to come in
agricultural and this thing in their own local government.
You can hold them accountable. Even if you are going to steal money, at least go and do the road. You know you steal from.
Yes, the people in the area will go after them. You see, you will start seeing health center. They will start building it because they want to. Because they know that when it comes to when another election cycle comes, some people will contest against them, and people in the area will say, "No, this one did not perform. This is the person we want to vote for." So if Tinubu it succeeded in doing this.
Can you see the speed some of these state government are conducting local government election now? Because they know that they are going to lose. They are quickly conducting local government election.
That's why they don't conduct now. They know they
are
won't.
not conducting now. Some of them are conducting very quickly. They are even, some of them are just giving like few weeks notice, and they quickly want to conduct a local government election because they know that Supreme Court will give judgment soon. And if you have a caretaker committee, you are not getting any dime from the federal allocation for that local government anymore. For any so until you get your local government election and there's a councillors and chairman in that position, then they can release the allocation.
Let me find this Minister of Agriculture.
And he's a renowned agriculturist.
He spoke now. Didn't he speak in Bagu's? He was there, right? Did he speak on that? But did he say anything meaningful at all in regards to?
I don't understand with all this accolade for this man. He's a well-known blah 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 professor of agriculture. I don't know. Maybe I will try to research and look at what exactly he has been doing, because sometimes I don't want to just say something I don't know about. So some of them have been reading some report that some of them really try, but we don't know because their ministry is not so major important compared to finance.
Remy.
No, I'm not talking about agriculture.
Okay.
I'm not talking about agriculture, of course, not agriculture. I'm just talking about some other like water resources, something like that. Like they said, the guy is doing wonderful. So I will try to read more, find more material about this agriculture minister, and probably see what he has been doing in that ministry.
Well, I think well, let's keep hope alive and see.
No. Because by now, do you know we should have had about 33 summits? Do you know who should be in those summits? The Minister of Agriculture and all the Commissioner of Agriculture at all levels they should have been meeting already. At least 3 or 4 times already to show, okay, Kilo, tell me what you have in your own state. Okay, in your own state, in Ogun, for instance, now, what is your plan for agriculture? So then you coordinate.
If I want to agree with you, if that Minister of Agri, if he have been touring from one state, if he have rolled out policy with the backing of Tinubu,
right,
and running from one state to the other to say, look, we have to do this, and we are all looking at it, what he's trying to do. I mean, it will give people hope that at least they are doing something to solve this problem of, food security in the country.
And also for an investor, you know where to put your money.
That's right.
Yes.
And the investors will look at it and say, this government let me jump into it. Let me take my money there. This is look at this. This is a good initiative here. This is a good policy here. But the guy is just sitting there in Abuja wearing Agbada and meeting.
Do you know what surprised me? Lagos State Governor, they don't have land for agriculture like that. But this guy is building the biggest logistic area in Ikorodu of Lagos State. When you think about some governors that are forward thinking, this is not all about it can generate more IGR or something like that. This is more about ideas. Some of them are very lazy. I will continue to say it. They're just there on platter of gold. Look at our governor in Ogun State. Ogun State have vast land for agriculture. When I'm growing up, we are traveling from Ibadan to Abeokuta, we will stop at Odeda. That is where my father bought all the things like laughing, plantain, anything you want to buy in big quantity and take it home for our mom.
That place, that place, Odeda was, but I can tell you, that was a major farming area.
Yes, now.
That was a major farming.
We go to where the slaughter cow.
Egba village ni.
Yes. Ìlú farming gidi ni. Wọ́n máa ń fún yàn. Ó ti pẹ́ tí mo ti lọ síbẹ̀ o. Look, so let me tell you, one of my brother in the 70s, he was a teacher there. He doesn't buy food. Parents of the pupils bring food, gario, lafuo, atao, everything, but given to him free. He doesn't buy from his salary. He doesn't use one kobo to buy food. Ni Okeodeda back then. One kobo. He doesn't buy food of one kobo for the whole every month. Sometimes he will even bring food to us in Lagos. Children of the school, pupils of that he was teaching back then. So Nigeria ti dakoja o. We say teacher by reward. They bring every month gari, ewa, everything they've given it to him. But they say teacher because there are farmers there, and they look at teachers teaching their children to have education because we value education now. Well, teach your mom. They give them food. And how much was they paid back then? How much? Maybe I don't know. So far, teacher, I'm going. We are 70 naira. It wasn't that too good. We are 100. Something. So, but it's just to let us that place. It was a farm community. It's a farming community, and some people will go there with their truck, collect cheap food, bring it to Lagos, and sell, make huge money. They don't want to even bother their head about getting truck and bringing it. Bring it to Lagos. They expect some people that are just merchant come and buy it, or some people that what do you call it? When the train was functioning, they will take it to. They have some truck that will take it to Lafenwa, and from Lafenwa, some people are there from Lagos that will buy it in quantity. They put it into the train, and train will bring it to Lagos. And we just go and wait at the train by Oshodi or Mushin, Diko. You buy plenty of food and you take it home. It was a well-organized society before. We could go where we got the
back then, going to the market on the weekend was a family event. I'm telling you, that Saturday morning,
everywhere,
everybody would just be. They will have showed up by 4 a.m. Bring something from day by year, ready for people to come. By morning, by 7, by year, to buy everybody buying fresh. Man.
And all this food were produced around the villages in Ogun State, everywhere. From Oyo State, and some other they bring it from Oyo. They just through the train, they bring it. I mean, we were producing our home food. So but in the 80s, everybody want to come to Lagos. Everybody wants to, and now, we are not putting effort into farming anymore. We just abandon it, and we should wipe out in here.
But those even calling for people to invest, they're like, let's bring the foreigners. I say, what do you need foreigners for?
I don't know.
And what do you need foreigners to come and farm for you?
For your
don't
food.
need them.
For your food production, foreigners. Yeah. We have to wake up in that country. We are just one step forward, 3 steps backward. That's the way. That's what we are doing in that country. Who is that? Eléyìí ọmọ ògùrọ̀ whiskey. It's a whiskey drinker. Àlọ́ fún tíṣà ló ń jẹ ọ̀fẹ́.
Gbàyé tẹ́ ẹ̀ mú míìkì ni.
Àtúgbòjẹ wá fà wátà. Àtúgbòjẹ lòun ò lè jẹ oúnjẹ kéje oúnjẹ ìfábàjẹ́ tó wọn àsìkò àgbé oúnjẹ rẹpẹtẹ wá. Ibi gbogbo ẹ̀ wá dé sí di pé ebi ń pa tíṣà. Tíṣà ń ṣe àwọn tíṣà kan kù. Tíṣà kan kú ní ọ̀nà tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n sọ pé ebi ló lù pa.
Ó yọ̀ lẹ́ni. Báwo lè bí ṣe máa lu tíṣà pa?
Ebi lu tíṣà pa nígbà tó jẹ́ wípé owó ò tó ó ń pebi mọ́nú.
Ó yọ̀ lẹ́ni kò fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀gbìn ni.
Owó yẹn pé kóun tẹ̀bi feed àwọn ọmọ. Ìrìn tó yẹ kó wọ mọ́tò kò wọ mọ́tò ó máa fi ìrìn ó máa rìn lọ síléèwé ó máa rìn padà ibi tó ti jẹun pé káwọn ọmọ bá lè jẹun bóyá òyì ló lọ kọ́ bàbá ní bàbá ṣe lulẹ̀ nìyẹn ó jẹ di ọ̀run làlà tàǹfẹ́ ni bàbá lọ straight.
Ilé ti sọ gan fún ni.
Ìgbà tó test ìgbà tó dé tó ṣe postmortem wọn ló wà dehydrated pé wọn tún bá oúnjẹ lánàá kò tó jẹ́ nú ẹ̀.
Baba Jale Koko, let me make you laugh a little bit. This morning, I woke up around 8 o'clock. So by 10 o'clock, I went out to cut my grass. I was just, Mama, go and sleep, Joe. You already should be sleeping by now. You find yourself in a Borno or your whichever place. So this man can say English, please. Which English? Why should we be speaking English? This is after hour. Nobody cares about English anymore. Okay, so by the way,
we're in Yoruba nation now, right?
I don't even believe in it, but that is what it is. That's what it is. I didn't know that it was Thomas that was putting everybody in the background. That guy is a wicked guy. He kept putting people in the background. Very wicked people. Everybody was like, why am I in the background? First of all, I thought it was.
I don't know my family your kokonu wa tó wà ní Brazil tá mọ̀ sí táwọn ará Ọ̀yọ́ tó ti tà wá lọ tipẹ́.
So Baba Jale Koko, speaking of
wọ́n lé àwa náà ní dé Abẹ́òkúta asáfẹ́rú yẹn náà ni.
Wọ́n fẹ́ kó ilé ẹrú wọ́n fẹ́ tà yìí lọ́tún dànù.
Speaking of hunger, I was cutting my grass today, and then this morning, no, I didn't eat. That sun was killing me. I was I've never been so tired like that in my life. So you can imagine when you are walking and you are hungry, but there was food, but those teachers should have planned something. And luckily, while I was in my backyard, my wife planted some pepper. I thought it was just a joke. I saw those pepper. They were already getting ripe. I was even teasing my wife that, so today we're going to cook with your pepper now, So those teachers should find alternative because if even what they are paying you, it's not supposed to be enough. But here is Nigerians, always believe that what they are being paid should be enough.
Adewale, I want to ask you a question. In the olden days, most of these farmers, they tilled the land with cutlasses and hoes. But nowadays with mechanized farming, and those times with their hoes and cutlasses, their harvests are mighty. Now we are in modernity era. Do you think people have become more lazier, or What is exactly
Like you said, government, Remy.
Some people don't have access to mechanical tools to use. One, two, people see farming as backwardness. Here in America, people still do farming, but it's not that people that does farming are people probably that people that lives in the places like Oklahoma, some part of Texas, because Texas have oil, so they believe they're big boy. Idaho, all these small states like Mississippi, they are still into farming, but those places they believe that farming is important. But people nowadays believe that everybody wants to be doing coding, everybody wants to be doing working on the field. Nobody wants to do that anymore, especially people that lives in the city. And that is the problem with us. Even people that lives gone are the days where farmers in Nigeria used to make huge amount of money. By now we should be talking about mechanized money. We should be talking about revolution when it comes to our agricultural produce. But we don't. I'm not talking about GMO this time around. I'm talking about how to grow a crop that would survive any form of diseases, or remember when they used to put fari in the especially in the corn. I think it's the corn. You know what fari is now, right? But Bajale cocoa.
Yes, yes.
They will mix it so that it won't rotten or destroy.
Yes.
I mean, the world has gone beyond that.
Fari?
It's a pesticide, but it's very, very potent. And sometimes people mishandled it, and it used to kill people then, a lot of people then. So that's why they call it fari. There's
another one. There's another one. There's another one that they use this. What do you call this? This organic. What do you call it? This. What is this tree from the north? What do they call it?
Which one? What's it for?
For kilofishe daga buruku yen. Dongoyaro.
Okay.
Dongoyaro. Yeah, that's the way they will mix it with something. They will cook it.
Oh, and I drank the hell out of that thing in my younger years.
They will cook that way. This thing, they mix it with some other leaves.
We call
it pesticide to spray on food. It's just organic something.
It's Gbogbo tree.
Yeah.
Dongoyaro. But the world has gone beyond that.
There's a lot of things that we have developed in that country.
The first time I saw acres of land used to plant yam, it was right in my own hometown where it happens. It was during the off season, and they were bringing, because it was a very long distance to where it was in the middle of the bush to the main road. So they needed people to help them. As a student, they call us to help them, they will pay us. So as a student, they will say, oh, this is a fast one, let's go get it. We did, we make 2 rounds. We decided to go back home because it was just too tedious. Carrying those yam to the main road. We will walk like 2 miles for how much? But when I saw the farmland, the Bajaleko, it was a marvelous sight. I've never, for once in my life, I've seen farm. I had farm myself, but seeing vast land full of yams, and as soon as the yam was taken off from the ground, guess what they were planting? They were planting cassava straight on that same soil. So the farmer then was trying to maximize in profit. They should have planted that cassava way before then, but I don't know what the delay. But as soon as they were removing those tubers from the land, from the ground, they were planting the cassava straight up.
I apologize. Let me just say something about Lego. But Lego, do you know how many universities of agriculture we have in America? 218. If you notice this, farmers in America, they see, but they have all the money, they have all this stuff. Do you know what the federal government did? They sent all their kids to come back and help their parents. They took their parents. This was went to school, came back with the resources, and today. So if you notice in America, those small farm are, you see James and Sons.
Yeah, they inherit the farm.
They did it.
That is a clear definition of food security.
Policy in the end now is deliberate.
Yes, a deliberate to guarantee food security.
Man.
The farmers will do that food production, but where is the security behind it?
Why
the policy?
Why didn't you educate their kids?
Pay
for them to FUTAB or UNAB agriculture, bring them back and sponsor and give them loans.
Yeah, you are talking about kids going to school, going to agricultural school. What about Rufai Hussaini on Arise TV? I learned he went to University of Agriculture. I mean, isn't that what we're talking about? He was supposed to be a farmer in the
return back in Rufus agree the same thing.
You know,
did he study farming or what?
Money. Livestock now. Degree, he has a degree in agric and livestock now.
And livestock, so he should be rearing cow by now.
Hey, but yeah, blowing grammar like he knows what he's talking about.
I mean, you can hear people staying in one.
I wish somebody can say it to his face. You should
I can. I can. You know, I've gotten to a point in my life that I don't fear anybody. I fear only God. I can. Who is he in the first place?
Adewale, when he was having that back and forth with Rufus, that Rufus was trying to
Rotus, not Rufus. Rotus.
Rotus. But this Abati quickly wave a hand to the editor, whatever. They should cut them off. Okay.
Yeah. He's trying to make a point to that guy. That guy has a degree, I believe, in economics or something like that. But because you read one or two things about a particular subject does not make you an expert. It doesn't. Especially when you are not a practicing economist, you are not in a bank or an accounting firm. You know, they always.
But Adewale, Gbati Baba Yato.
No, he's a charlatan. That's me. You see, Babajale Koko. We are Nigeria. We have a peculiar way of doing things. But I'm not saying the peculiar way of doing things is right or wrong. The same way Abati insisted that it must be respected on that show. And every single one. You remember the day he had a spat with one of their younger colleague in London, correspondent. I was calling Abati. And he now said, were you there when I was born? It was simply because she failed to put Dr. Abati. You see the way we Africans are. On this show, we have never met people, but we respect people, right? Even though when you hear their story, you hear their presentation, you could tell that they've been around for a while. And you give them such respect, right? So, but when you have people who, yesterday, there's something I one information that I took to my left hand. But if you remember very well, you were talking about at a particular time, perhaps maybe you were working in a bank or sometime, but you refused to say the name of that bank. I'd wanted to say something there, but I was busy working, doing something. I wanted to say, yes. Oh, Baba, you work in Agbomagbe Bank. You've worked in Agbomagbe Bank. I was, but I couldn't because I was far away from where my phone was. So, and that is how you pick information. For somebody who had worked in a bank, you could tell that they have knowledge and they were privy to some information. But when you have a charlatan, and I've seen them a lot of times, especially Ekene, I will call names now. When you see them on this show, Ekene and the rest of them, they have no expert knowledge about the subject matter. Or one guy called a goosebump, a big gas them up, but what is it called? they'll be arguing with you like
don't worry, will come after you to work.
No, it can't come after me because he can't
I can file not here to defend himself.
Oh, I wish they could listen to me. I would say to their face, okay,
but he's not here to defend
ah,
himself.
this is not about.
That guy is very.
You know, Babanyale, remember I asked him
Come
question. I asked him
accuse
a question
everybody.
when he was making his presentation about how he was. What was he even saying? He was saying something then. I asked him if he voted in '93. He said no. '96 he said
He
no.
never voted at all. Never.
'99 he said no. 2003 he said no.
He
Okay,
never voted.
2007 he said no. Okay, when
He was
did
a
you
young
ever?
boy.
When
No.
did you ever in your life voted for somebody say he has never he
You
doesn't
know,
believe in it?
the irony, even the place he's living, he never voted there.
He
When he
lives,
never voted,
I think he lives in other states, right?
Yes, he said he never voted. He never voted for anyone.
So I make my conclusion that this is not somebody I want to argue with because he would never fly. He has made up his mind. He believes in what he believes in. What is the point?
Yeah, but the only thing that I would say I have reservation about is people you mentioned is when they dismiss expert opinions as grammar. Somebody saying something like
Yeah.
say it's grammar, it's grammar. No, it's not grammar. Just listen to what he's the expert in that field and he's telling you something. But when you say, oh, it's grammar, you know, what do you mean it's grammar? It's not
No.
grammar. It's just
He was saying to Simba then when Simba was making his submission on that GMO. He was saying lie. Yeah, I said, oh my God.
I think people like that is like,
What's wrong with this guy?
I don't understand. And sometimes Ekene also does something like that, selling education.
I wish Ekene is on this show tonight
I
because I
wish he also
plan to blast
talk
him
about
when I come.
people. I don't know. Are you not? And you, it's like you are telling us that people that are educated, their philosophy, their idea, their suggestion is not good. Whereas you are still sending your own children to school. What is the motive? Are you a little bit uncomfortable that you are doing your business and you said you don't like people that are diseducated people, but you are speaking English. You are also educated. So sometimes I don't know how to rationalize it. Is it bona fide?
Well, but I want to advise us. We can speak generally, but don't mention him.
I can mention it. Why can't I?
If they are here, no.
They will hear this tomorrow. They will come for me.
So don't let us. It's not good. Yeah, that's you see the standard that we have set here, and the practice here, particularly, is that you don't discuss issue on anybody, particularly on some of us that are panelists when they are not in the studio with us. So let us
wait for them.
with that. Yeah. When they come, put it,
Oh.
say it directly to their face, and they can, if they have any defense, they can do it. So
I wish it could.
Adewale, I want to say something to you. I think today I cherish people that are from Ondo and Ekiti, and I'll tell you why. With their level of education, being professors, doctors, or whatever in different fields, they never forget their farmland. They always go back to the roots.
Who told you? Adewale is from Ekiti, he's a professor, but he has forgotten the farmland.
I just told you about the
you will see an average
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni a lè gbà máì kórè ẹ̀ wú.
Májẹ̀kórè ẹ̀ wú ìtọ́lọ́ sọ wípé ìyàwó wo ṣe àtàṣe ìkòlé yẹn máa dá lóhùn jàre.
Jealousy, man. You guys are jealous of me because you know.
Ṣé ata àpẹ̀nẹ́rò ni ìyàwó ẹ̀ ṣe sẹ́yìn ìkòlé àbí irú ata wo?
Atarodo ni. There's no way Ekiti will be.
Adewale, they are jealous of you.
I know.
People,
I
no
know.
matter what happened, they still believe in their pardon yam. They still believe in their pussy. They still believe in going back to the land, till the land, plant something.
They so what happens to the weight loss program? That plan.
After my wife's birthday, I will consider joining a gym this time.
I made a lot of join gym. No.
I had to cancel the one I signed up for a couple of years back. The reason being is that I only have time to go to gym a day in a week or something like that, and I felt this is not right. So when I finally we moved to a place, and it was an apartment with gym, so I decided to cancel it. And that gym actually helped me because, you can't go to public gym in the middle of the night. Even there's some that are open, but because of security sake. But in the same apartment, you can easily come downstairs and go to the gym. So he helped me. I lost half weight of my size, and only for me to travel to Nigeria. I was just unfortunate. My sister-in-law and two of my sister-in-laws are one of the best cook, maybe after my wife's food share. But one of them was a caterer, and every night
you can always say no. Don't blame them.
No, in the I don't jealous. No. No, it's a statement of fact. I don't jealous. You can't say no to such offer. And my brother did not even help me too. Every night, open bottle of red wine to step it down while we were just reminiscing about the past. So all those just wrecked me. I came to America. I became oh Lord, I reached this moment, but I will get back to it. I'll get back to it.
Even including people from Osiekiti. You are different set of Yoruba people that you will never forget your roots.
But hold on, no. Yakub has been with us. He has not even said. He's not even said a single word. What is going on, Yakub?
Yakub, so bro, no.
Yakub.
Agbado Tinubu.
I want Tinubu here. I want hardcore Tinubu.
Yakub.
Yakub,
are you here?
Yakub has got.
Hold on, where? Maybe I join one.
Earlier, Baba Jale Koko, I was listening to the discussion of Peter Obi saying they should release Kanu, and I love the submission of Emeka. That Emeka is a troublemaker. Emeka the troublemaker. I think that's the name fit him very well.
But but on a more serious note, I know you said that it was good for him to say, but if I am an APC operative, I love that. In fact, I want it on video. Mama, I look against it in the next 3 years. I mean, if I'm a political operative of the opposition, no, I am going to,
for him to say they should release.
No, he shouldn't have done that. Go play well in the north now. Does not. That's, politically, no. Let's be honest. What he said was right in terms of the legalities of the book. You should have, but in terms of politics, that was wrong.
Yeah. But I think the way Emeka presented it, that look, let me be one step ahead.
Is Yakub back? Yakub.
There's another person, Sam. Maybe that one.
Yakub.
His thing is on, but it's not.
Babajale Koko, way back, as soon as Thomas put me on the platform, you never call for me and say, "Oh, Adewale has not spoken."
You have the floor. You have the floor, Adewale.
I had to hijack it, snatch it, run with it.
Continue, Adewale.
So what was I even saying? I forgot. Lost my thoughts, Jerry.
We are talking about Obi.
So when he said that he was trying to be one step ahead, so that his kinsmen would not go and waylay the way Kenyan people are destroying life and property. So he decided to take his own destiny to his hand by speaking up for the person who does not even give him love. Remember when it's the video one man used to play that he was he was wiping the yash of Alaji.
You mean the Nnamdi Kanu thing about Peter B sleeping?
Yeah. Okay, so but he's trying to show love to
let me make this statement. Thomas Okabo Lati your state. So you can take over since you are here now. Take over.
General, take over.
Who wears sunshade inside the house?
Take over.
Where did you go?
You are a troublemaker, really.
Where did you go, Thomas? The one that was taking everybody off and on. I will sue you one of these days.
What about Mike? Also, it has been a long time. Mike also.
What, Mike? You are on share to Funil in Lagos State.
Oh, well, yeah, one way.
Oh, well, yeah.
About that,
Niggas will not kill me.
About that, will be asking for Nnamdi Kanu to be released. It's a good political statement from him. But sometimes you are playing with this is Nigeria.
Oh, Remy Drew, wait. Sam said he want to ask me one question. Sam, okay, go ahead. Right. Sam Ho. Go ahead with your question.
Sam is not. No. Before you, Sam is. We can't hear Sam. Remy, you are wrong. How is it the right political move? Yakub, go ahead.
Say Yakub niye.
Àgbàdo
ẹ fún wọn lágbàdo jẹ.
Ọkà bàbà bí. Ọkà bàbà.
Yọgan ni àgbàdo yọgan. Ẹ káàárọ̀ bàbá. Mo try láti join ẹ̀yin àti bàbá lánàá but kò sí anybody tó máa gbé mi wọlé. Ẹ káàárọ̀. Àyìn àkó àṣekọ̀ ọdún. Mo gbádùn yín, ẹ máa lọ ẹ máa gbádùn yín.
Baba Jale Koko. See, Baba Jale Koko. You know, on this show, we should be mindful of what we say. Here is Sam Ho typing and asking a question that I actually did mention a town in Ijebuland. He said that I believe his mom is from there. The place is called Mewuro. I think it's after Ijebu, if I'm not mistaken. So yes, there was this my homeboy. That guy, God bless him. His name is Sean. That took me to Mewuro. His parents are from Mewuro. I've never seen a party like that in my life. Not a big party, but you know, trust Ijebu. I went there, first time ever. It was one small village like that. Okay, maybe I shouldn't call it village. But they cooked. As a matter of fact, I had to get myself away from the place because the place was. I've never seen a party like that for a small town like that. Yes, I did mention Mewuro because my homeboy took me there. He's from his parents are from there, though he was born and brought up in Lagos, and that's how I got to know about Mewuro. I've never heard of it before, but it was a fun place. I enjoyed that party a lot, and that was when I concluded that Ijebu owns party hands down in Yoruba land. Nobody can, maybe Lagosian. Even Lagosians are envious of Ogun State. Abi Babajale Koko.
Considering you now. Even you look at Lagos State, majority. I mean, we are not talking of Lagos Island, though. The Lagos State as a state. If you take Ijebu out, what remain in Lagos? They don't have anything anymore now.
No, Lagos is the Lagos Highland. The Lagos Highland are the life of the party, though.
The Ikorodu, Ijede, Agbowa, Ekpe, all those people, they are the backbone of Lagos Highland now.
No, the Lagos Highland itself, the Itagarawo, the Dumagbos and all that. Those places are also they know how to party. Have you ever been to weekend block party in Lagos Island? You enjoy it. It's just that it get a little bit rowdy and noisy and full of all those miscreants trying to extort innocent people. But they know how to party one time. I only slept in Lagos Island one time, and that was first time in my life. Mosquito just shiggy.
Look, we have three places that are connected to Lagos Island. They are like one family, the Ekpe and the Agbadarigi people. You see, they are more connected to that Lagos Highland. But you know, a lot of people doesn't know that
but you know, they are part of that base called Lagos Island. They are connected to Lagos Island, and they make Lagos Island what it is today too. You know, so Ekpe and Lagos Island, they are more connected with each other, and Badagry as well. So, but that Lagos Island is the home base, is the powerhouse of, you know, the Lagos itself. When you say Lagos Island, that is where if it doesn't kún. But wọ́n lè kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ lọ sí àwọn tó wọn lọ sí Àgbádárì kọ́ lọ sí Àgbádárì, àwọn tó fẹ́ lọ sí Ẹ̀pẹ́ kọ́ lọ sí Ẹ̀pẹ́ o, àbáwọn Kòròdú náà díẹ̀díẹ̀, but Ẹ̀pẹ́ particularly, they are very connected to that Ìsàlẹ̀ Èkó. So thank
and
God.
the party hard too.
Oh, serious.
A lot fudge.
Fàájì pọ̀ jù. Àwọn Èkó ń jayé o.
They're not like boring as Ondo, Ekiti, Osun.
The Jebus, they are also partying a lot. The Jebu people, I think to me, the Jebu people are the most wealthiest in the Yoruba area.
Ìjẹ̀bú ló ṣe party jù.
They will go and borrow money to organize a party. They don't mind.
They don't even. Most of the time, they don't even borrow. They are ready to fund it. Friends,
they are
clubs.
Business people. They do business, so my carry money. Don't mind all this now.
They do a lot of businesses. So, and they most of the time, all these Ijebus, they are in one club, one association, and they are doing this. What do you call it? This thing. So when the times come for cooperative and all those things, and when it comes to that time, yes, when it comes to the time that I think, it's time for party, it's time for Oku, it's time for Inawo. Oh Lord, they bring
One
up
thing
the
that always surprised me about the Yoruba people is that when I was growing up, my mother used to have party every weekend, and they would bring normal dankara or lace or whatever. And they must go to party every Saturday. And I know that every Saturday evening or Sunday, I will get cookies, I will get candies, I will get a lot of stuff from her. All the bowls, everything. Me, I tie herself. She was still a party.
I'm a load the Waleni.
By the way, even though we are studying their social progress and all that, Ogun State people are the first people that started 419 in Yoruba land too. So
let's move on. Let's
have that in
They started it. They are still local to today. That is why I said that no matter how educated they are, they still behave locally. And you can see their dialect coming out from their mouth. Even if they spend 40 years in America, they will still speak out in their local, very heavy accent. Very set of local people. I don't understand.
So you are saying that you can detect my accent the way I talk, Elvi?
Detect which accent? You are faking it now.
He's a fake
Yoruba guy. He's a fake Yoruba. They are fake Yoruba people.
Oh, you are already on a good lane. Then you now persistent in me unnecessarily.
It's like when what's his name, Ogbeni Kole, when he's giving lecture here, he's always giving lecture. One man will give him 2 hours to lecture everybody on this show. I'll be like, what the heck is this show only made for Ogbeni Kole? Just open a show and say, call it Ogbeni Kole's hours. All of this.
No. That guy is brilliant, to be frank. When he analyzes everything.
I'm not saying it's not brilliant, but one thing we will do on the show is this. there are a lot of people with great idea. And one thing I like academic environment is that it allows people to challenge the status quo, to challenge people's opinion, despite of their expertise. On this show, even Babatida is a medical doctor. There are some things you would know, there's some information you would know that you can also use to portray your point, right? Even though he's an expert in his field. But one man will just grant him 2 hours. He will be lecturing every one of us out.
Me, 2 hours on this show. Are you kidding me?
Babati is a special investigator like a FBI. He likes throwing questions and follow-up questions, so many questions.
His question at can't be too.
And there's this kind of how would I put it, sir? Like he's mocking you a little bit somehow. So
it's known for that.
Yes.
Once Babati started asking you questions, that means you don't derail in your analysis.
He's a researcher. That is right.
Yeah.
So that
we just come back and give you that gas goes. And that's when you know that. First of all, say, no, I'm just saying, no, you know, what do you say about this? Tell me. That means you are with the big baggy. But you have good, brilliant people on this show. It's just that some people, when they block grammar, it doesn't sit well with people. They'll tell you, don't block this grammar. They need the dollar to be equal 1 naira so that they can do import and export. It's
but let me give you an example. Where, let's say in the 80s, the dollar was 1 to 1, like they always say, and it became 1 to 2. That is what's increment in here? That is 100%, right? Of inflation, right? And now Tinubu went from 700 to 14. It's still 100%. So people just 700 to 1 to 14. No, it's still 100% increment in inflation. That's the way you look at it, not the number figure. It's the percentage wise of philosophy. That's why you measure it.
Mathematically, I was asking. Remember, Bajaliko was
arithmetically.
Bajaliko was talking about the inflation rate in America, and I asked, "What is the rate?" Nobody tell me what's.
I told you it was 3%.
3%.
It's not bad as inflation rate. That means America is good, man. To be frank, if it's 3%.
But in reality, I think if you go and buy things, the price we used to buy it before this time, I think it is not. It's more than that 3%. I don't know
I had
the way
to
they
Google
measure
it. Though. I didn't know it offhand. Though I Googled it. Though.
Or what is going on there?
I don't know the parameter.
it wasn't
parameter of measure. Measure, but you know.
Last year, the Treasury Department had to increase interest rate twice to be able to curtail the inflation because they could see the trend that it was moving upward. As a matter of fact, the chairman of the Treasury has to apologize for that omission because they said that they envisaged that it's globally is going to be that way, and they increased the interest rate. Number one is to curtail unnecessary debt, because when people begin to acquire debt, it's going to affect the what do you call it, economic in a way. So
okay, go ahead.
And then the purchasing power too. I mean, you are right about Dale Coco. What we used to buy at $5 increased to 10, but all this thing, even the gas price. Remember when people were crying foul about the price of gas when the Ukraine-Russia fight first started, and the federal government had to release the one in the reserve
from the strategic reserve.
Yes, because we couldn't meet up with the demand. So yes, we have. I mean, inflation is global. It's globally right now. The fight in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia is a factor. We also have the residue of COVID havoc on the economy, where we have logistic problems. It's still there. And not just that, we also have, some local economy that actually was struggling before all this things that I mentioned, and now they are now crawling, and that is exactly where we found ourselves. But what we were doing there was to fake it until we make it, and we can't continue to
That
lose.
means the Scandinavian Nordic, their inflation rate is, if I tell you, you'll be surprised. It's about 1.21%. Even for this month, it's about 0.60%, less than 1%. So, wow, that really covered
Scandinavia.
Yes, in Scandinavia and Nordic countries, their inflation rate is all-time low. Under 2%, 1%, 1.21%, something like this.
Oh wow.
So
those are small country like Agege local government.
We know.
But the government were able to.
The reason why I asked this question, Abajale Koko mentioned that American economic was not good under Biden, and I asked this question. That's the major reason why I asked the question. I asked this question.
How can Abajale Koko say that?
Abajale Koko said that compared to Trump era, that things are not as good.
No.
It's true now. We can't lie to ourselves.
No.
What you are buying.
It's not because I'm a Democrat. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can't compare the time of Trump. You know, you can't compare both. One was more buoyant economy where people cost of living was was low compared to what we have today. Cost of living is high, and crime rate was low under Trump compared to what we have today. A lot of things. I mean, the companies were bringing back, were relocating to America than what we have today. I'm not saying that this guy did not do something too in respect to that. I'm not saying he didn't do anything. I'm not saying that some company are not coming back, but the way that Trump managed the economy, it created a very, very surplus job opportunity for low people. Low people were making money, and everybody was happy. Cost of gas was very cheap too. Gas was under $2 under Trump. There was sometimes when I travel by road to some places, I used to buy gas like $1.20 under $1.50. But since this guy came in, it's never been like that. It's been around $2 plus, $3 plus, just fluctuated between $2.50 upward and $3, $3.50. So, and the inflation rate now is just too high, just make life so unbearable or hardship for people. We cannot defend that. We all know that. So
what used to be the inflation rate? Because 3% to me is not high. So what is
no, it's not in practicality. In reality, it's not 3%.
So that means they are padding it also. Because if
I don't know the way they are doing it. I don't know the parameter they are using to measure it to come to that 3. It is high. Even if you want to talk, look, back then, I can tell you that apartment, like 1-bedroom apartment, was under $1,000 in my city. But now I can tell you that bedroom apartment, 1 bedroom, is around $1,500, $1,600. Wow. So you see the cost of living.
So that is something.
So, yeah. So you can't look. I don't want to go.
It's more than 50%.
All this, they can release all sort of figures, but when the reality rather does not conform with the figures there, let's just call it out. Look, we don't.
we don't care about the figures we are releasing there about inflation rate, but the cost of living is so unbearable to a lot of and I know people. There's one lady that one of my customers, he work with the government, he work in maybe one department of they are responsible for a kind of assistance to low income earner, particularly people that are working that are really facing hardship. And it was telling me all sort of this. And there was one that he told me that lady is actually working, but doing one job. He has a daughter. He cannot do second job. He said it's no more convenient for her to pay for their one-bedroom apartment, that the cost of rent and other bills, and then food, she have to vacate apartment and living in the car. Daughter. He said, so when I heard that, I said, because of cost of living. So you can't tell me that no, it is not. Other burden is hard, even for us that are running business. We are not doing good the way we used to. I can tell you that for free. It is hard for businesses. Even some of my friends that run restaurants, that have their own restaurant, it's not that good the way you used. When people are making money, yeah, they want to go to a restaurant to eat, to do this. Yes, sometimes in the weekend, but during the weekdays, it's not the way it used to be. That particularly in the evening, yeah, people coming from their job, maybe from construction site, from this thing, they just stop at restaurant. It's not like that, because cost of living is high. They pay more for their apartment, they pay more for food, and those two things is forced. Those two, rent and apartment and grocery for their family, those are number one among all the items. So, and they have to do some cutback. So the eaters, they have to cut it down so that they can have some money to buy enough grocery for their children. So it's hard. It's not easy.
Why is it that every time Republican president take over government, they fuck it up when the Democrat has to come and clean the house for them, and they take credit for it?
No, Trump didn't fuck it up. It's COVID. It was COVID.
He met a robust economy.
Hold on.
Left behind by the Democratic president.
Trump did not. It was COVID that fucked up every part of the world.
Because he mismanaged COVID.
So Britain mismanaged it too.
You know what happened about
Canada
that?
mismanaged it
No,
too.
let me tell you about
They did suffer job loss.
No, we are not
they
talking
did close
about
down. Do you know the meaning of close down? When people close down the economy.
We are not talking about Canada now. We're talking about United States of America. All right, when I'm trying to juxtapose that to what happened in Nigeria. What happened is that CDC had a policy and procedure book left behind by Obama. You remember when the that one is not even pandemic, it's epidemic. No, it's pandemic. Is it pandemic or epidemic? Well, Ebola is even more tough tougher than COVID. However,
not true now. What do you mean? Is if the Ebola outbreak, they were able to contain it, within that West African region that
because
they are
Babangele
able to contain it.
because we have a very serious government at that time. That was reason why they were able to curtail it. Now the left, there was a process and procedure book left by the CDC for government to be able to tackle whenever there's an issues like that. And as soon as the Trump administration came in, they jettisoned that book. As a matter of fact, they withdrew it and they said no, they are going to figure out their own way, not knowing that there will be a pandemic, coming in the way. Eventually, COVID came. They panicked. They have no idea. You remember how long it took American governments to figure out what they needed to do. The first time the first case was reported in America, the federal government didn't do anything. Okay, because the CDC had to wait for the presidency directive.
Was it not your Dr. Fauci that was telling Americans
because
there's no problem? American.
What do you but what? No. What do you expect Fauci to say? He has to calm the nerves. He can't just go out there. No, he can't go out there. He still work for the government. He still work for the federal government. He still has to listen to what the executive dictate to him. He can't just go out there and voice his expertise opinion to the American. He can't do that. He has to be sanctioned. So what he did was to calm the nerves. When the journalists were already reporting that so case has been reported in so state, the federal government did not take up any action then. And right there and then, people believed that the administration was not serious in tackling those issues. Now, remember, as at the time the federal government was decided to pay close attention to it, about Borno, and if they had followed the procedure left by the previous administration, they thought it was about political partisanship, but this is not. This is a huge deal. The first flight that came from China, and we have cases being reported with those people that took that flight, America should have closed the border against people coming from that country, isolate them, and take care of them. But they didn't. Flights were still coming in. Before you know it was too late, right? So now it was because of their inefficiency. At the end of the day, they mismanaged it and it became a huge deal. Let's just forget about Canada. America can minimize the impact of that pandemic. It's just that it was so terrible. Yes, they lost the election and Biden came. As at the time Biden came, business were already collapsed. I know for a fact businesses that are yet to be open here in Houston since that COVID time. They have, every time I drive past those buildings, I'll look at it. You have bushes going around there because it was, it was terrible. Those business owners could not continue because probably majority of them are already in debt. So when you have that, Trump gave tax cuts to business owner, not to business owner like a small scale business like a restaurant or something. It was big corporate companies that he gave tax credit to. He gave out, I think, 2005 then. How much did he even give? Is it 1,005? And that was it. Gave it to Americans to help with purchases and essential things. I think it was Biden that came.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Was economy doing good
right now
under Trump before the COVID came?
And because of what he met. He met a good economy.
God.
But I'm telling you what.
There wasn't policy that he put forward that make it better. I agree with you that yes, he made a good economy. He made a good economy. He took over a good economy from Obama, but he improved upon it.
How?
Okay, how?
America barely
gas. Hold on, gas came cheaper because of the gas pod. I mean, how do I say, the energy policy of Trump? It brought down the cost of gas in America. You know that.
No.
Because his policy is drill, baby, drill. You know it's a drill, baby, drill policy. So you know that. The economic policy that,
but you
particularly
remember Obama also approved
Adewale, the tax policy of Trump that reduced business tax from 39% to is it not 15%? That gives a lot of businesses hope that yes, America is a place to come and invest. So a lot of Americans that have outsourced their company, they brought their company back, invested in America, and that jumpstart the economy and created a lot of job opportunity. You know that. Yes.
So there are Nigerians too outside that also have some funds to invest. But what they ask make it easier for our own to come in and invest in Nigeria too and jumpstart the country.
Corruption, yeah.
People have money to invest though. Am I cutting you? Wow. What to invest though? There is money people want to invest in Nigeria, but they don't know where to put it. They don't know who to trust.
Oh, yeah.
We discussing
a lot of people that, yes.
And you're going to discuss on petrol station back on.
Yes.
But
it's the people managing Nigeria are not running that country with transparency. You
see that those governor power need to be withered down.
Before we go there, so
remember? You remember?
I'm serious. I'm serious.
No, but remember the last deputy speaker of the house, Femi, that said that was abusing the diaspora. That said that we don't need diaspora. We don't even need them to vote. So if you have that kind of
that deputy speaker from the north.
Was it from the north? Yeah.
It's from the. Is it not Kaduna or Kano?
He was under Femi, but Femi was the speaker then.
He was from Kaduna or Kano.
How can you grow? How can you bring the diaspora in? Maybe that kind of politician running things.
Aláìmọ̀kan èèyàn ni ṣebí kò kọjá Nàìjíríà torí ẹni kò ṣe mọ̀.
We don't need diaspora voting. Why should you even be in diaspora and be voting?
But yes, you want, but the money then bank,
it's a choice thing. You chose to remit that money.
You know, Americans vote from abroad, right?
That's a different one. That's absenteeism vote, not you reside in America, but you're working as an expatriate outside.
No. It isn't in France that America can actually vote from France, not expatriate. They can actually vote.
Yeah, but do you pay tax to Nigeria?
Do I? I mean, in some ways I pay, but not. I don't pay personal income tax because my income from this side does not come. But the business I
your
have,
remittance is not tax. Nobody tax you on your remittance.
Okay, so you say okay, they should not. That's what I should not vote at all in Nigeria.
I mean, I look at it this way. It's a very hard, even in America, to even have absentee votes is subjected to a lot of rigorous conditions. It's not like it's too easy go process because to vote in absence, you must be, proof that you are able to. Sometimes ago, the last election, I'm talking about not last election, the election that ushered in Biden. Here in Harris County, the judge, the Harris County judge, wanted actually send or mail the absentees voting paper to people to vote from the comfort of their house. Guess who blocked that thing? The idiotic governor of the state blocked it and said no, no, through the Secretary of State and said no, it can't be because it's only meant for people who are not around to vote. And to now decided to use that opportunity to allow people to vote from the comfort of their home, that is not going to happen. So yes, it's not that easy. It's not something like you just say you want to decide that okay, people can vote, you know, from where they reside. You know how many people will have to, because at the end of the day, who would tally it? It's very hard. They will rig it. It's even going to be easy to rig in the first place. How many? I mean, people live in Turkey, United Arab Emirates, in the Arab country, Qatar. Then you come to North America. Then you go to Caribbean. You go. I mean, come on. That's gonna be too much. So come home and vote. If you can't vote, that's on your own. And by the way, it's even discouraging because not many Americans are actually voting in absence. So anyway, but I believe that there will be one way that at least that right can be granted to Nigeria for them to vote. But I think it's gonna be hard to vote from abroad. You know, it's gonna be hard. Anyway, Evangelist Coco, you were talking. Evangelist Coco, are you still there?
I'm here. I'm listening to you.
So,
mo ń gbọ́ àwọn pé ǹjẹ́ nǹkan tí mo
mo jẹ kankan mo jẹ mo jẹ nǹkankan o.
Àbá mú nǹkan jẹ lábẹ́lẹ̀.
Mo jẹ kankan.
And I'm supposed to be in bed by now. Àwọn lọ ilé ìjọsìn láàárọ̀ ọ̀la. Ọlọ́run dárí ẹ̀jẹ̀ ṣe àwọn tó ṣe.
Adewale, those always give Trump his own credit.
No, you see, we'll say the way it is.
Give it to him.
Nobody
can criticize it.
Don't depend on Biden.
No, look, let me tell you something. That man, right now, 8 years ago, I incurred over $30,000 as a student loan that I was paying interest. I could barely even touch the principal. But this man felt, look, we needed to help American in a way, and decided to, find a way they can, if not write off, but at least find a way to help people like me. Okay, because this man believed that, look, the economy is not even helping us, so in a way, and decided to write off our debt. But the Republican kicked. The state of Missouri too kicked and said, no, it's going to affect the economy of the state, and decided to sue them. I've never heard that before. Now, this is one thing that the president is trying to do to help the poor people, those who just come out of school that needed a fresh start. Not to have debt that they have to service while they are working. You know how long, what it takes, right? But the Republican kicked against it. Trump would not even touch it with a long pole. See, that is how you measured a president with compassion, not just somebody who believed that the top 1% should continue to control the wealth of the entire country. We should have an equally distributive wealth. All right, and that's what that is stood for. I don't care whether that man performed woefully in his first debate. I will still, even if it's on the wheelbarrow, on the wheelchair, I will vote for him against Trump.
So you don't care about his mental capacity to run the country. You don't care about that.
Look, let me tell you something. Everybody, you see,
so that
Biden is 81. Hold on. But I know you're in the medical field. As of today that we are talking right now, you and I are in the United States. The country has president, and the president is Joseph Biden, and the country has not collapsed. the country is still being governed. You see, all these sides talk about his mental capability is not founded, because if this person is coming from, let's say, as a private citizen now, I would have maybe consider that maybe there's something they're not telling us. Look, there's no denying the fact that the man is old, is weak, but he's not afraid to push his body and to put himself out there. And he's trying, as of now, he's supposed to even be, on retirement. But he came and revived democracy in America. People that will be voting for him in November, they are not actually considering what is yet to offer the generation of America. They are looking at the sustainability of democracy. That is what they are voting for. Because right now, I can tell you this. America played with fire 3 years ago when they voted for, 7 years ago when they voted for Trump. The reason why I said that was that they gambled it. They didn't know the importance of what they have. Americans have tradition of uninterrupted democratic system over 200 years. Okay, not even civil war could deter democracy to thrive in America. I don't want to use the derogatory word, came on the scene, spoke the language of those who America did not want to represent them, who they did not want to identify with. And it caught like a fire. They believed the Messiah has come. He came. You see, those who were helping him to run the economy at the time that Babadele Koko was making reference to, the economy was doing good. We should also acknowledge that he did not meet a collapsed economy when he came. He met a stabilized, thriving economy. Remember, it was the housing schemes then that almost caused the economy, American economy to collapse. The housing bubble. But at the time he took over, everything has been stabilized, right? It was just maybe a little tweak here and there. The farmers were doing good. The farmers were doing, those who were growing the soya beans and all those other crops, they were doing good. As a matter of fact, the trade balance between America and China was relatively okay. But this dude came and he almost turned everything upside down. People were cursing him. Those who were into husbandry were crying to the bank every day. Okay? I know what I'm talking about because I read a lot of reports concerning that. So yes, when COVID came, COVID is like a one lifetime event that will come and test people's ability and test government ability. But it failed. And look, I understand that it was beyond him and his team's capability because they would not listen to what they were being advised, and he almost lost it. And that was one of the reasons why he lost the election anyway. And look, when that came, every gain that he has recorded in his administration went down the drain, because a day in a country where people are unproductive, everything stands still, is going to last for almost a decade to recover. So, and when that opportunity came, he could not even lead as the head of the government. This is a man that was advising that he wished that people can drink something to bleach it out in their system, which should be unheard of from any head of state. Anyway, apart from the personal issue that I have with him, he didn't do well as a president because among the Committee of Nations, it was made mocked. Nobody ever laughed at Biden. People knew it was old. He went to United States to give speech. The rest of the head of government were all laughing at him. He himself confirmed that he wasn't expecting such such a reaction, because people didn't take him serious. Domestically, he was popular, but it wasn't. Look, you can't isolate the country. nationalism by isolation is not going to help America, and you decided to take China as an enemy. Number one, that was a no-no. That was number one mistake. I'm not saying China is not a manipulator when it comes to currency, but it chose to make enemy out of the relationship with the China, and now become a party with the country that America has no what you can call trade alliance with. Even everything decided to make friendship with them, organizing what do you call it, seminar with the North Korea head of states and Russia. For what? When it should be busy building on the relationship that America has with their allies. You are here disrupting every relationship America has built over the years. And I bet you, if Trump were to be president today, Russia would just walk straight to Ukraine and harness that key for whatever it is and become part of Russia today, because he will make that happen. But Americans stood their ground. Okay, so look, we may say that yes, he gained some economic, he has some economic gain, but how can we even measure it in the first place when everything get wiped up for one single mistake?
I'm not even discussing Trump. I'm just looking at Biden. You as a Democrat. That's all. I'm not even. We can have a debate about who is better, or are we better. I'm not even doing that. I'm just saying. Just look. I hope you saw that debate, right?
I saw the debate.
Just
the man was sick. Number one,
right? So that doesn't bother you or anything like that. And
look, Bati. You see, when you go for a job interview, you try to impress, right? You try to impress, but you've not even started the job. There are a lot of people that will funk the interview, but if given an opportunity, will do well on the job. No doubt that the Biden is already declining cognitively, but one thing you will not take away from him is
before you continue, can we agree on one thing? Biden is not running the country. Can we? No. Like it's just like a figurehead. It's not.
He is. Come on. Biden is running.
It's just.
Look.
We all know. No, listen. We all know. We are in Obama's third term. I think.
No. See, those are
the guys who 3 years to force him to leave the office.
See, I will agree with you that this is not the Biden that we all knew. Okay, the Biden of 20, 30 years ago is not the same Biden that we know now.
Of 2 years ago, even 2 years ago, it's not the same.
No. You see, I won't be surprised because we've seen cases like this before. Yes, there are times that he will be lost in his thought, but that doesn't diminish a sense of reasoning. That's one thing, guys, I want you. And for 90 minutes performance, it's not enough to gauge somebody's ability.
He is going to beat Medicare?
No, see, he misspoke. He was being led on. Look now, wait now, but wait. He said that quite all right, but you also look at the context where the statement was coming from. He was led on, and he was trying to counter Trump. But one thing he didn't do is to write everything that Trump said and counter. He used to write it down. But this is somebody who is used to debate without even taking notes. Remember when he used the word Malachi, right? Today they're still using Malachi. I saw the text message his campaign sent to me for donation, and they were still using Malachi. This is somebody, this man is a professor, okay? But yet, you guys are saying that it's likely that the country is not being run by Trump.
Okay, stop. No, wait. There's a report out there that has been confirmed by various sources that Obama has been meeting with Biden, trying to get him to step down. Now, and Biden, of course, refused. Right? He's not going to budge. He still wants to run. is Vice President Kamala Harris is upset with the Obamas and the Democratic Party that she's not being considered as a replacement. They are looking at other people that can.
No, the Kamala was never considered a replacement right from day one.
But that was what the report said. So I'm saying,
see, don't see, Baba T.
No. Wait now, wait. They did not consider her. She's upset that she was never considered. Is what I'm saying. She's upset. I'm saying, if Obama has concerns, if the DNC has concerns, if Kamala Harris is concerned, you should be concerned.
You know, the second term of Ronald Reagan was full of drama.
Oh God.
No. Hold on. I want to make reference now. There was series of occasions where this man was making a public speech. This is when he wasn't even looking at teleprompter. And he spoke. In some cases, he goofed. But, you know, him being a great orator and an actor, he had a way of covering things. The long pause that Biden was known for. It took a long time. People felt Ronald Reagan was losing it. Not quite long, a year or two after he left office. Then they now make public of his diagnosis of what do you call it? I forgot what they call it, but somebody is no longer having their mind functioning at optimum level. What is it called? Dementia.
Okay.
Dementia, sort of, yeah. So, but people that
he had Alzheimer's though. But
Alzheimer's. Sorry, not dementia. Alzheimer's. Yeah, they're still from the same family too. But people could notice in the second time that it was slowing down, but they just couldn't, put a word to it since his record was not made public.
Dewale,
Yeah.
let's talk about Peter Obi now. I'm enjoying it. Please, let's talk about it. I'm enjoying that topic.
Okay.
Forget about Joe Biden and
let me just run this up. This is what it boils down to.
No, it's never going to be replaced.
You get text messages from the Democratic Party to that. That tells me you are like a core, hardcore liberal, and it's fine. But in all honesty, I still believe that is the best you have, even at this current stage of his life. It's still the best you have. If they replace him, they will still not win. But it is the best shot you have. But I'm just saying.
No, they won't replace him. There will never going to be a replacement. Look, America has a way of overlooking things. Let me tell you something. We've had a great debater that flunked it before. Obama did. You remember when he had a first debate with Romney?
It was not prepared. It's different from not having. It wasn't
no.
You know, there is still okay. Okay, go ahead.
No. He flunked. Whether it was, it did not. There's no president that will come into a debate that will not prepare now. They will coach them. They will do their preparation. They will even have a mock debate. Okay, but he came. He sounded more professorial, a little bit more withdrawn, a little bit more not like they wanted to be there. I saw the reaction on the TV on that night. People were like, not like divided, but it was negative as well. Now, in a case like this, replacing Biden will be so dangerous for because people that will be voting for Biden, they are not voting for performance. They're not voting for stagecraft. They are voting for the sustainability of democracy. The fact that the country is still being overseen by this same man that people are saying has lost his cognitive as of now, I won't be surprised, Babati. I would not be surprised. The second debate, I think, is coming up in September or so. The second debate was going to be a game changer. I'm telling you, because remember during the primary, I think not in Iowa, which state? He went to one of the campaigning in one of the primaries that he did. Even the first one debate that he had with Kamala Harris, it was pummeled. You remember? He was completely annihilated in that debate, swallowed. But in fact, Kamala Harris disrespected him. You remember, Babati? What happened? He was losing in Iowa. He was losing. He lost in this other state. It was is it North Carolina or South Carolina that became a game changer. So the tide, some tide do turn. And I will tell you this: I've seen cases where something that's supposed to derail a campaign actually becomes the strong, the strong and the strength that strengthen the campaign. Okay, so that's why I would not write him out. They are not going to replace him, but what they will try to do now is to stage manage his appearance, utterances, and everything that has to do with the stage performance, because the next debate is going to be when he's not he sounded sick, like regular sick, because his voice was coarse.
He was being pregged for 6 weeks. So where was his medical team to have him checked out before? He had 6 weeks to prepare, man. You can't come on, you can't keep defending this. The man had 6 weeks. They said he was locked up in Camp David for a week, prepping for this. Are you telling me this is nobody did any medical checkup for a week to make sure he was okay before he came up there?
His handler, would not have allowed him to come out if they felt he was not capable to be on that stage.
Well, they should be fired then because he wasn't capable. They should be fired then.
Even his own wife, because that woman loved him dearly. That woman would not have allowed him to be on that stage. And look, people fall sick. And even though you make preparation for weeks, for days, chances is that on the day of your interview, you might even get a diarrhea. Okay? And there's nothing you can do about it. It happens and happens. You don't expect the President of the United States to back out of a campaign towards on the eve of the campaign, of the debate. Number one, no matter how the excuses they put out there, it's never going to stick. Because even though they're the one that asked for this debate, where Trump was trying to dodge it, it will look as if, oh, well, they asked for it now, they can't even make it up. But if I were them, I would have, if they had seen the way the man was the previous day, they would have canceled it and say, well, the man was not feeling well, but you know how that is going to turn and you claim the president is not feeling well. So you have to have a very good diversionary excuse to give. If not, they will take it, use it as their campaign point, and they will try to score a cheap point. So I won't be surprised the second debate if the man comes swinging. But I can tell you, Joseph Biden is not done yet. He is not done. It's quite unfortunate that we have to subject him to what he is going through, because he had to come out of retirement to rescue the country.
We have to subject him. There is the president.
We have to. We subject him.
Why are you making why are you making him look like he's the victim? Like,
he is, because the man was sitting gently in his house. People had to go to him and say, look.
Wait. Why are you making him look like he's a victim? Like we are pounding on him or something? He's the president of the country.
No, before he became president, he was on retirement. Remember, he had already moved back home. Even his office in the University of Delaware, everything is set for him to enjoy his retirement. But the way Trump was handling the country and the level of ridiculousness the country was subjected to, he couldn't stand to watch it. That was why he threw his hat into the ring. He didn't want to in the first place. He was made to, and he came. He offered himself. He almost, because among all the contestants there, no other person has experience when it comes to public governance, and he still beat them, and he became the president. Look, we may say that, look, there are some things that he got wrong, but honestly, I haven't seen anything that he has gotten wrong, because all he was trying to do is, even though he's a progressive, at times, and this is the only man that was known to be a middle or central Democrat. He has never been an extreme Democrat, but they see some of this decision a little bit more radical, like cancellations of student loans or giving a blanket pardon to immigrants with no papers. So the Republicans say that as being radical, or some other policies that they believe that shouldn't be. So, but the reason why I said it was offered was because the man never wanted to be, but because he felt that he needed to step in. Obama couldn't come back because he had done his 2 terms. So, but I'm not going to sit here and say, well, the man is 100% strong. No, but I can tell you this. As of today, at this moment we are talking about, it's still the president and the country has not collapsed. Everything is still working perfectly. Can it be better? Yes, because they have a lot of things to offer America. And they are planning, in fact, as a matter of fact, I read it some times ago, that is trying to package something and send it to the Senate, where to give pathway to the immigrant with no papers, especially people that have spent 10 years in America.
Let's move on, because I can.
Well, I know you would disagree, but he's never going to be replaced, and I'm still going to vote him come November. That's it. Period. Myself and my household are going to vote for Joseph Biden come November. I'm not voting because I believe he's stronger, but I believe for the continuation of democracy in America, someone like him need to be in position.
So by the way, how often do you get those text messages from the DNC? Like
daily?
Every 5 minutes?
No, it's not every 5 minutes. It's
right now.
The problem is this: the moment you make payment, that's it, you are hooked. I mean, they could see your voting pattern. They also know you're a member, so they would just
you're a member, and they know. Yeah, so they even send you text messages. Did they call you too at night just to talk?
They offered me if I wanted to speak to him, and I said no. Offered me to pay certain amount, and I said no. But I know it's going to be a random call, so it's not something that somebody will just call you from the blues. But
well, so okay. I'm not even gonna debate you again with this, because you are DNC.
I will confirm the last one that was sent to me was sent was it yesterday at 6:40 p.m. 6:04 p.m.
So this afternoon, have you?
No, yes. 6 p.m. yesterday. Say hi, Adewale, this is Julie.
So, by the way, for anybody listening, henceforth, just remember when you're debating Dewale and anything DNC, it's an actual party member. It's not a liberal. It's a Democrat. It's a liberal. It's a Democrat. Like,
you know how I became Democrat. You see, I was trying to buy a house, so somebody introduced my family, myself, and my wife to this program that has been offered here in H-Town. So we got there after we filled the form. So most of the buildings that are being offered to be let me just put it that way. Some of those houses that are being foreclosed by the government, those properties that are being sold cheap or being auctioned cheap. So they will, once it's available and your name is on the, they do it by the list, right? But you have to register, and they will cancel you, and they'll get all your document already prepared on standby. So when it comes to your turn, they will call you, you go at peace, and then you get the house. So when I found out that was it, I was like, I almost discouraged. I was like, well, let's keep doing it. I was so eager to buy property then. So in one of the meetings that I went to, because they were trying to teach you about housing process and all that, so that you won't get cheated out, this and that. And as soon as we walked in, you signed the attendance and all that. Then somebody now said, look, now started talking about politics. They're not talking about being a Democrat, that this and that. They now came with a form to fill out. So I was like, I align with the Democrats in the first place. So what is even the way? I said, well, I'm enthused. My wife was even like, oh, these are your people, they're your family. Here you go. She picked the form and gave it to me, and I said, "Oh, there you go." So you pay. I think how much did they even have to pay for the form there? Like $20 or something. No, I didn't pay money. No. I didn't pay money. It was after about some collections or something like that, and that was it. And my voting pattern has always been from top down Democrats, and they could see you're voting. And I've donated in the past as well, so that even make as a matter of fact, they asked me if I could donate my time just to, and I said no. I work for the government. They won't let me go because they believe participating in election as a government worker is not compulsory. You can donate your time at your own time. Let's say you take a leave of absence or leave from work, but while you are still active on your job, you can't take time to serve as election uh, observer or election what do you call it, worker or party. This thing, no, it's not allowed. So that's why they gave me excuse. So yes, when we're talking about party politics in America, I would say I'm one of. I went to open an account, but are you still there?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
I went to open an account in one of my community bank. And I started asking me if I was a politician. I said, how do I answer this now? Is voting considered being a politician? I said no, but I'm also a registered party member. They said, oh, you're registered, but am I holding any position? I said no. So they said, okay, they will come back. Then they got back to me and I said they needed a letter from my district head and chief, a party principal officer. So I had to go and get a letter. They emailed it to me. I printed it out and I gave it to my bank. So the moment you mention that you are involved in a political party, this thing, they won't believe whatever comes out of your mind. They want to verify that you are not holding any principal office to the point of saying you can be appointed to become, public officials and all that. I say America. They say they have to report it. They have to let it 20 that this individual is not just a party member but a partisan politician. I was like, wow. So that is one area that, But anyway,
All right.
Yakubu said that we should talk about the P2B. P2B, the man that has boxed himself to a corner.
Does it, does it, at the beginning, I was concerned that he was jumping up and down. At this point, it's just sad. I feel bad for the man. I think he's lost.
He's not lost.
He comments on everything. He goes everywhere. I mean, at some
point.
Oh,
you mean Obi?
Yeah, P2B. Like, it's just sad watching a train wreck. Because this is not going to end well. I mean,
whoever is counseling him politically, that one is taking his money for a move.
Wedding, he will comment. Somebody died, comment. There's something is happening in Kenya. Like, dude, like, can you just go away for a minute? Like,
you can't go away.
And everything.
You can't go away. The man is the enemy of himself.
But that is not aligning himself talking about Nnamdi Kanu thing. I don't. That is not. Nnamdi Kanu is not well received, not well loved and up north.
I mean, people do change.
Politically, for him, I'm saying politically, it's not advisable for him to align himself with that. Yes, Jacob, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I've made mention on this program that Peter Obi was an active card-carrying member of IPOB. I've said it before now. I've said it on this show before.
So he's been pretending. Of
course.
At the moment, you said they are not terrorists now.
Yeah, it's an IPOB member.
The moment you said IPOB are not terrorists, so what do you expect? To say that they are terrorists? It's unfortunate that man doesn't know the what do you call it, Odotondorasi, because everything is not. He's trying to. I don't know. the man is how do I say? The man is want to have his cake and eat it. You know, on one hand, you are saying that look, who would have said this is the group of people that cause mayhem in the southeast and declaring certain days that people can't go to the market. And you are saying they are not terrorists. What can you call them if they are not terrorists? What else can you call them? So they are church worker. They are not terrorists because they are doing the work of God. Look, I understand the sentiments that say, "Oh, I'm from Southeast and I'm obligated to support this group of people." But if you look at it, they do more harms than good for that state, for those that area. That's the way I see them. You know, what is the essence of fighting for people, and then you are making life hard for them? Somebody said, "Oh, earlier that is what they are doing is tribalism. That for keeping Nnamdi Kanu in detention while Igboho is in London having good time with his wife." And I was like, "What is this dude talking about? That is a tribal."
Yeah, when they were making comparison with what transpired with the Sunday Igboho trying to make that coalition with Nnamdi Kanu, I'm like, no, it's not the same thing. They didn't go through the same thing. I mean,
No, as a matter of fact, Sunday Igboho never calls for harm against the state. He never said. What he saying was the fact that he declared that certain people cannot live in it. They gave them ultimatum and said they should leave his father's land. And he can't do that because he's not a constituted authority. He has no reason to declare that. So, but here is a man that was going around the country, foreign country, and soliciting for money to stockpile arms. What is the arms used for? To kill and destroy, right? He decided to take the state as an enemy. I'm with you.
He even said, and I quote, that I don't want Biafra in peace. I want to go with into full war with Nigeria. The guy said it. He said it openly.
I want me to take that
He
person
said it.
serious. I
Yeah,
want to
he said
compare it to who.
we don't want to negotiate Biafra with Nigeria state in peace. Like we want to go to war with them. And he started stating some states in the south that they are Igbo, they are this, they are that. And you know, I don't really get this people. I don't understand.
Yeah. That's why I so much.
What about National Mind? It's been a while for me.
It was on this show today.
Oh wow, maybe okay. Maybe I missed that part. Wow, it's been a while for me.
So yeah, I don't understand the politics. So for me, by the way, Yakub, they asked a question earlier about if referendum was given to the Southeast. I'm like, I cannot speak on their behalf, but I can tell you one thing: if you give us a referendum in the Southwest, we will say yes. So I'm telling you, if they give the Southwest a referendum and give us opportunity to leave Nigeria, I'm telling you, you will get 95% will vote yes.
Babanti.
Yeah,
Yesterday I tried to come on the platform, but I believe there's nobody to bring. When Baba and Abadali, you actually knew that we from the Southwest, we made a lot of sacrifice for Nigeria, and Nigeria as a whole, we made a lot of sacrifice, which I believe other regions did not do that. You know, when it comes to infrastructure development, like taking other people from other regions. Now, we from the Southwest, we made a lot of sacrifice on that, you know, and other people are not seeing that. So I believe if they want a referendum, it will be we from the Southwest will be in a good position to go. we are still the one holding the country together. I'm telling you, if 90% of people of Southwest goes up today that they want to go, I believe that country will break. Believe me.
And what Shehu Sonny said was right, that the best option is to allow Tinubu to finish his second term, or else the country might break into.
It's not it's not even that. Tinubu finishing his second time, that is guaranteed. That is guaranteed. We've analyzed that here now on this program, and I think it's last 2 days or last 3 days, one man showed this guy Daniel Bwala saying that this guy is not playing politics now. He's just trying to gather himself up. Every other opposition party are playing politics right now. That you need a government. Right? So
guys, we have to go. We are sorry for cutting you.
Put us in the background.
Yeah, we are put in the background.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, guys. Yeah, thank you. All right. Good night. For everyone listening.
Hey.
Hello. Hello.
Our great Nigeria is possible. Our great Nigeria is very possible. Possible. Our great Nigeria is very possible. For better infrastructure, for better life, yeah, my people. For better roads, yeah, for better hospitals and health, yeah. For lights today. For everything to work for us, for Nigeria. Yeah. No more hunger. Obi for better Nigeria. Obedient and useful. Obi, yeah. Obi, yeah. Oh yeah, oh, Obi, get it, Hausa man, Yoruba man, Igbo man, Middle Belt, Niger Delta. Let us come together for better Nigeria. Get it, for better life, for better health, better road, from consumption to production.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car, so I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to the gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house then, when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No? No, he didn't. No. But he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his hand-picked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, sir. I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration, without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? It must be an omission.
Hello? Yeah, we did.
Nigeria, we hail our own dear native land. Nigeria, we hail our own dear native land. Those trials and tongue medieval in brotherhood we stand.
What is all this?
I'm proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To and unto our children, Havana without stay. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed.